Good afternoon, everyone. It is Pal Ponder on Weather coming to you live here with storm coverage this afternoon. We got a lot to talk about. There's been a lot of upgrades by the Storm Prediction Center just over this afternoon, so it is going to be a dangerous day across parts of Oklahoma as well as parts of Texas with their huge enhanced and moderate risk in place. So let's kind of delve into the details. We currently don't have any, for say, tornado warnings happening right now. We have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. Things are just now kind of getting going. So I figured 4 o'clock was going to be a good time frame to go ahead and start because there are storms already starting to fire kind of along the dry line. So here's the setup this afternoon. So let's kind of zoom in here. Let's go over all the risk parameters because we do have a dangerous day in place with a huge moderate risk essentially from they did in fact include Durant, Oklahoma, as well as back into McAllister, into Henrietta, all the way into Ardmore, includes now Oklahoma City, back into Norman, into Wichita Falls as well, Burke Burnett, back into Seymour, into Vernon, into Childress, all the way up here into Atlas, Oklahoma. That is the strongest risk to see all three modes for severe weather today with your damaging winds, your very large hail, and tornadoes is going to be a huge threat today. And some of those could be on the strong EF2 types variety and can't even roll out possibly an EF3. I was doing some soundings earlier. It's a pretty significant day, guys. So that's why we're doing live coverage. But that enhanced risk extends all the way far south into Texas, back into Graham, back into Breckenridge here. It does include Gainesville, as well as into Sherman, into Denison, all the way out here into Wilburton, and going up to into Stingler, into the Tulsa, Oklahoma area. And then that slight risk of severe weather extends all the way further south. You can actually see they've got numerous supercells already popping along the dry line here back into Mexico. That's training northward into Texas. So that's why they do have that slight risk for severe weather all the way down south into San Angelo area, extending all the way into Sweetwater, into Abilene, down to Eastland, Texas, back into Fort Worth, into North Richland Hills. It does include Carrollton, say Collin County areas, and the Plano and McKinney and the Frisco, as well as into Denton, and into the northeast areas, into Leonard, back into Bonham, and then just kind of a marginal risk further southeast. So we are expecting storms to kind of explode along the dry line and move northeast through the evening and through the rest of the afternoon into the evening hours. So let's kind of zoom in and take a look at the tornado parameter index because, man, it is a dangerous day across Oklahoma. There is a significant hatched risk. So all these areas within that kind of darker shaded brown, black line here, that is your most significant threat to see tornadoes. And some of those could be strong tornadoes. In fact, where they do have that moderate risk in place, that's where we have a huge risk of a 15% chance, guys, really anywhere within this red shaded area of seeing a possible tornado today or even a strong tornado within this area. So yes, it is a dangerous day. We've got numerous soundings in place, a lot of PDS soundings that we could be looking at, several PDS warnings today. Even a tornado emergency probably can't be rolled out in this type of atmosphere. Further south, again, you have a little bit lesser threat to possibly seeing a tornado, but it's still there. So it's still not non-zero anywhere from Abilene all the way through Fort Worth into, McKinney area, into Denton, and back into Paris, and further south into Dallas. You have about a 2% probability. So the green shaded areas, your 2% probability. Your brown shaded areas are your 5% probability of seeing a tornado. Your yellows are your 10s, and your reds are your closer to about 15% chance of seeing a tornado this afternoon. So, but yeah, hail is going to be a huge threat as well. We've got, again, another huge risk of a very large hatch risk for large hail all the way within this darker shaded area, this brown shaded area. So this low level jet is going to be really active as we get deeper into the afternoon hours, into the early evenings. So that's why they do have that hash risk in place. And all these areas in yellow here, that is your 10% probability of seeing some of those larger hailstones today. And your red is more likely like your 30%, and your purple is more likely your 45% chance back into Vernon, into Wichita Falls, into Burke Burnett. The atmosphere is capable, especially within this purple shaded area, of maybe seeing up to softball size hail today. So we're probably going to see reports today of, lots of golf ball size hail reports, some tennis ball size hail, some baseball size hail, and you can't even rule out some softball size hail within this particular threat, especially in the purple shaded areas. But still in the red shaded areas, and yes, even in the yellow shaded areas, you're still susceptible to seeing probably a little bit smaller hail, but still, it's a pretty big area to seeing hail today. And then let's take a look at the winds, because the winds are going to be cranking as well, as with that powerful low level jet at times of 70, 75 miles an hour. So this is going to be a dangerous day. It's, essentially all three modes. It's basically all hands on deck. I mean, it's probably one of the most significant days we've probably seen so far this storm season, potentially in Oklahoma. It continues, especially with the soundings this afternoon. It looks to continue to worsen, as newer data, comes in. And so that's why they went ahead and expanded that moderate risk. So it's kind of very rare you see such a huge area for a moderate risk in place this afternoon. Another thing that we have to be concerned about, especially in Oklahoma, is going to be your let me go over the flood threat, because there is also a pretty significant flood threat as well. All right, so all these areas in red here, that is your moderate risk for flash flooding. They do have a flash flood watch in place for a good chunk of Oklahoma. It does include the Oklahoma City area, back into Durant and to Fort Smith, as well as all the way up here into Tulsa. These areas could see anywhere from 4 to 6 inches of rainfall. And some of these areas could be looking at possibly 8 inches in isolated spots. And this red shaded area, as everything gets going this evening into the overnight hours, especially into the Oklahoma area, towards your midnight into the overnight hours, it's really going to be intense with very heavy rain. I think you have discrete supercells to begin with, and then it kind of forms into a squall line, and then training supercells overnight with flash flooding is going to be a huge threat into Oklahoma. And then still within these yellow shaded areas where they do have that slight risk for excessive rainfall, you could be looking at 2+ inches in places into Dallas, into McKinney, into Fort Worth, into Denton, back into Paris, all the way out here into parts of eastern Oklahoma. So this is a huge area, and flooding is going to be a concern with these line segments. So let's take a look at the overall tornado watches currently right now. So now that I got you up to speed on all the kind of the risk zones as well as the flood threat this afternoon, let's take a look at the overall tornado watches currently in place, because they went ahead and they've added several of them. So, okay, so let's kind of zoom in if everybody can kind of see this. So they did include parts of, all right, so we have a tornado watch all the way further south back into, it does include areas. All these areas are possible to see in a couple of tornadoes today. We could be looking at scattered large hail, very isolated, very large hail, up to 3 inches in diameter is likely within these yellow shaded areas. Scattered wind gust of up to 70 miles an hour. Isolated thunderstorms are forecast to develop this afternoon near the dry line and continue east across the watch area into this evening. Very large hail, couple of tornadoes can't be ruled out, and a possible, even some intense supercells within this yellow shaded area. So this is a whole big area that it has a tornado watch currently right now, includes much of out here in West Texas into the Abilene area. If we zoom closer within the Metroplex, it does include Weatherford into Mineral Wells, into Jacksboro, Bridgeport, back into Denton, say Little Elm, back into Sherman area, into the Gainesville area, back towards the Red River. And then really it gets intense as you get up here towards Wichita Falls, especially as you go towards Vernon and Burke Burnett. And then especially as you head towards the Lubbock area, got back into the Amarillo area. Your bullseye tonight is for your strongest tornadoes is going to be right here within this zone of Wichita Falls and Vernon, Altus and Lawton. These areas are going to be really susceptible to seeing some strong, possibly EF2 type tornadoes this evening. So that is the latest update on the tornado watches. And we're going to start delving into all the kind of the severe thunderstorm warnings currently right now, but we're going to try something new this evening. I do have another weather guy that's going to help me out this evening. A lot more eyes on this. This is a significant threat tonight. So I figured, hey, let's bring on somebody else and have another set of eyes on this. And because we want to give you the best coverage as possible out there to give you all the latest and greatest storm coverage out there. So I wanted to introduce you to Hunter from Weather on the Go. He's going to be in the background on the audio side, going to be kind of talking and helping me out with radar, storm reports, what he can see, all the updated watches and warnings, so we can give you the best coverage as possible. So are you there? Are you there, Hunter?
Yes, I am.
Excellent. Hey,
Yeah.
Can everybody hear Hunter, or do I need to turn the volume up?
Can everybody hear me on your side of and just comment down in the chat if you can hear me.
Yeah, so leave a quick comment in the chat if you can actually hear Hunter.
Okay, good.
Okay, awesome. That's perfect. Yeah, so let's take off these the tornado watches currently. So let's put on the radar so you can actually see what we're looking at. And I think Hunter is going to give his kind of analysis to start, and let's.
So today I've been looking at the latest forecast soundings across most of southern and central portions there of Oklahoma. And just like Roy was alluding to, we do have some pretty strong shear values across those zones south of Oklahoma City Metro, down towards the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and then getting back towards Wichita Falls. I was looking at the soundings, the kind of the hodograph, if you will, across those areas. And that's kind of the shear as you go up in height into the middle and upper levels of the atmosphere. And that is kind of like the turning of the winds, if you will. That's kind of all the rotation that you'll see with these storms. And those photographs that I was looking at are actually pretty significant across especially southern Oklahoma and then getting into northwestern Texas as well. So those areas will definitely need to be on high alert as we head through the mid-evening hours. The tornado threat today will be after dark as well. So I do have multiple ways to receive your warnings, and like weather radio or local news station, or just tune in live here and we'll keep you covered mainly through the evening hours. And that's all I got so far.
All right, excellent. I'll put it on 65. I'll up it a little bit. I do have to I have my wife working in the other room, so she thought it was really loud earlier, but hey, I appreciate it, Hunter. Thanks so much. I did actually put the surface fronts on here. So we basically have a kind of a warm front that was further south this morning. I know a lot of you guys woke up in Texas with a lot of fog out there. This warm front has been slowly retreating further north throughout the afternoon. And that's why you've seen, you had that pretty strong cold front that came through just yesterday morning. Was really nice day. And then again, we've seen this same scenario again, where this warm front backs up today. And as it does, and then we have a very powerful low level jet coming in from the Rockies here with this surface low. And here's your dry line out here. You can see right along this boundary here, that is your dry line where storms are starting to explode along this boundary. We do have kind of, south winds, southeast winds here. And as this low level jet will be moving eastward throughout the evening, it's going to be creating that lift that's needed to produce towering supercell thunderstorms. So yeah, I mean, we could have a significant day on the table. I know some of the soundings that Hunter was taking earlier, we were seeing soundings of possibly some 60,000 foot cloud tops is not out of the question. That is something that we have not seen so far this season. So that can make things pretty dangerous. You get cloud tops like that with the right dynamics in place, you could be producing softball size hail in that type of atmosphere. And you could be looking at some significant tornado risk of maybe a possible EF3 type tornado with something like that. So it is a very dangerous day indeed. So I appreciate.
I also wanted to add something as well to that. The storms today that do develop, they will be kind of fast movers as well, with all the kind of low level shear and the low level jet coming in this evening. So you won't have a lot of time to react to warnings across Texas and Oklahoma as well.
Yeah, that just adds to the danger aspect with these with this setup this evening. So yeah, I mean, we're looking at anywhere from these tornado watches do go on until about 10 o'clock this evening. They're probably going to be expanded. So you can see the dry line here. It's starting to get active with these numerous supercells starting to pop up down here towards into Mexico. And then along here back into Fort Stockton here, you can see some of these cells have already been pretty big hail producers out of these supercells back into some quarter size hail and some ping pong size hail and even up to golf ball here down here into the Fort Stockton area. But this whole area are going to be what we have to look for early on is just kind of discrete supercells within this area. So if you kind of zoom in further into the metroplex, we've got some isolated activity trying to bubble up into Abilene, trying to bubble up into Breckenridge. Kind of the zone that you look for possibly within the metroplex is kind of this area right here over the next several hours for storms to develop. And as they develop, they're going to be moving on northeastward. So that's this risk, the highest development, like we mentioned, is going to be northwest of the metroplex and then a little bit further south as you get down into the Dallas area, but really intense as you get into the Oklahoma area. And pretty much all of Oklahoma is going to be under the gun this evening. You see these storms to the north. These are elevated storms. These are basically above north of the warm front. See, these aren't surface based. So most of these aren't on the severe side. These are just kind of heavier rains into portions of Wichita back into portions of Missouri here. We do see some isolated cells trying to bubble up here. There's one towards Enid. Right now, we've got most of them kind of on the quarter size hail variety. Not terribly too bad. There's one down here in Pecos. It looks like we've got some golf ball size hail with that particular storm. So let's switch radars here. All right, so we're going to switch radars. So yes, we do have some pretty good size hailstones out of this activity. We can see some of the cloud tops with this. Yeah, we're already at 48,000 feet, guys. So that's already pretty significant. There's not going to be really much to stop these storms from forming, especially along the dry line further out here in West Texas. This is an environment that can really kind of turn from just nothing to about supercell thunderstorms in about 20 minutes time frame. So that's going to be a dangerous day. And then, like Hunter mentioned, as it really starts tapping into this low level jet later on this evening, probably closer to the 7-8 o'clock time frame, these things are really going to be moving quickly, 40, 50, even possibly up to 60 miles an hour at times. So when we talk about, getting your safe zone, you need to get there quickly because things are going to be going downhill quickly with that fast storm movement this evening. Hey, how's it going, Stormy? Hey, Stephanie. Hey, Gene. How you doing? Hey, when are we really going to start seeing activity here? It's so boring. I'm not sure where here is.
Elaborate on the here.
Definitely elaborate on the here because we got a big area to cover tonight. We're basically covering all of Texas, really all of Oklahoma here. So yeah, so definitely, again, the favorite areas are going to be Oklahoma, essentially say Denton to possibly Fort Worth, northeast. I mean, it's going to be, it's a sharp gradient here. And then, points northwest, heading towards especially back into Wichita Falls and to Vernon and to Lawton, Oklahoma, into the Oklahoma City area. The most significant risk tonight are going to be is in Oklahoma. I mean, that state is going to be really under the gun. Almost the entire state's under a moderate risk for severe weather. It's under moderate flash flood warning. So it's going to start off with discrete supercells. Then it's going to transfer into, your tornado threat. Then you have a damaging wind threat. And then you have a nasty squall line moving into the overnight hours with training supercells, dumping torrential flash flooding setups. It's a dangerous day, night into the evening for Oklahoma. Hey, I appreciate your coverage. Please remind me how I can support your efforts. Yeah, so the one way you can support tonight, I guess if you're on Facebook, you can always send stars. I know Facebook gives you an option to send stars as well, and then you can also go to uh, my Venmo too as well. And we got Hunter on here board with us tonight as well. So we're going to be um, we're going to be deviating some of these donations amongst each other because I know I definitely appreciate his help this evening. So yeah, so if you'd like to donate, if you'd like to support so some of the live coverage we're going to have this evening, you can always send me a Venmo or send me a super chat on YouTube, or you can send the stars through the Facebook option. So I'd greatly appreciate it. Hey, Denise.
Most of these cells up into northern Texas Panhandle and northern Oklahoma, like he said, north of the warm front, still kind of hailers, quarter size, ping pong ball size. Other than that, nothing too much going on right now. Still waiting on that cumulus field to start popping here in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, it's hard to pick an exact time to go live. You don't want to be too late, and but the tornado watch was actually, a lot of these watches have actually been out for 1 to 2 hours already, and they go until 10 o'clock. So they put these watches out in place. Remember, a watch is basically just saying, "Hey, we got all the ingredients in place tonight to have towering supercell thunderstorms." Most of these tornado watches are, have the possibility of strong tornadoes. Let me put those tornado watches back on. So I know that a lot of people are probably just now kind of tuning in at different times. So here's the main risk areas tonight. What we're looking at this evening is essentially going to be up back down into the Fort Stockton area, back into portions of San Angelo, into far southwest Texas, out here in West Texas, into what they often refer to as the Big Country, into Big Springs, back into Sweetwater, into Abilene, Texas, into Eastland, into Breckenridge. It does extend as far into the Metroplex and the western areas of the Metroplex, into Mineral Wells, into Weatherford. It does get into, say, possibly the Jacksboro area, the Bridgeport area. Even Denton County is included in the tornado watch this evening. So don't take this exactly verbatim. This is just kind of gives you an outline of, where the most probability of seeing, tornadic supercells, very large hail, damaging winds, and just the Sherman area. Not that you can't get storms to the southeast of here. It's just not as favorable, right? So if you're talking about maybe say North Texas or the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex as a whole, it really encompasses about 40% of essentially the Metroplex, and it's basically favoring the western areas and the northwestern areas of the Metroplex. Then you start getting into, towards the Panhandle and towards Wichita Falls area. That's where it gets dangerous. That's where we have the moderate risk in place. That's where we have the 15% hatched risk in place with those very strong tornadoes. Could be some EF2 type tornadoes in that type of environment. Headed up to Burnett and to Vernon. This area has been no stranger throughout the years of seeing very large hailstones. I know Burnett last year had one of those hailstones of over 5 inches in diameter. So this whole area has seen some of these big events, and that's basically what's on the table tonight. You can't roll out something like that happening in this type of atmosphere this evening. But that tornado watch does extend all the way back into Lubbock, Texas, back into the Amarillo area, essentially all the way up into the Oklahoma City area. And it does extend all the way now into, and this was an extension they added earlier with the extension of the moderate risk, does include now Ada into McAllister, back into Henrietta, all the way up here into the Tulsa area, into Broken Arrow area. So that is your most favorite area to see in a couple of tornadoes tonight. Some of those could be very strong. Some large hail could be up to apple size, could be up to baseball, even softball size, can't be ruled out. And in this particular environment. So like I said, we do have several warnings happening right now. We do have that one pretty significant warning, does have some golf ball size hail. Most of these are producing some 60-mile-per-hour winds along with it. They don't have any tornado warnings as of yet. So that's just now kind of getting, getting going this evening. It's 4:25. So it's going to be about 4:25 time frame.
We're just kind of waiting on that cold pool loft coming from that trough. We're kind of waiting on that to pivot into the area. Once that kind of comes in, we'll really start to get storms to bubble up.
So we can kind of switch gears, and then let's highlight some of the latest high resolution guidance this evening. Something that we can look at on an hour-to-hour basis, and kind of give us maybe a depiction on what might unfold this afternoon into the overnight hours. So this updates every single hour. So right now, this latest update's about 89% ran. So we'll go ahead and let this run, and then we'll back it up again, and we'll go over some of the highlighted areas. Again, this just kind of gives you an idea, possibly what to expect. You can't take these models verbatim. This is exactly what's going to happen or not. But this will just kind of give you an idea. So we'll stop the clock here. This is about 6 o'clock this evening. So about 6 o'clock this evening, the storms right now are further west into Mexico. We'll move a little bit further east, and you can see these little isolated bubblers. So whenever you have these separations like this, those are supercells. Those are big time large hail producers out of these supercells, and they're just kind of really discrete in nature, and that's typically not what you want to see. So this what makes them extremely dangerous. So any little cell that forms in this type of environment will be very large hail producers very quickly. So here is in the Oklahoma, here in the Amarillo area, back up into Pampa, back up into the Memphis area. These purple shaded dots here, that's kind of an indication of some very large hail producers as well. Some of these could start to get tornadic. Here's some setups. Here's some flares. Could be over Graham into Breckenridge, back into Wichita Falls, extended into Ardmore area. This goes all the way up into the Oklahoma City area. So things start, again, this is about an hour and a half from now. So there's not much on radar now. So it kind of goes to show you things are really going to start to explode in the next hour or two. And so let's kind of continue the clock here and move it to the say 8 o'clock time frame. So where we still see more isolated bubbles. This will change every hour. So just because it's not saying, hey, there's not a cell in Fort Worth at 8 o'clock, doesn't mean there's not going to be one. So this just kind of gives you an idea of where some of the activity will be tonight. And then, up here towards the Red River, where they do have that, a moderate risk in place. Yeah, some of these cells are going to be rotating big time. So this little cell by Altus here, yeah, that's nasty. That looks like a nasty hail producer, and probably tornadic at that time. So we're going to be really on high alert this evening. So that's why I brought Hunter into the mix tonight, because we got a very dangerous night ahead. So I figured, hey, two heads, two minds work better than one, and he's got 6 monitors as well. So he's got a lot of screens to be able to look at, and so we're going to do the best we can to give you the best storm coverage as possible. And so we
do have a capping inversion down across, which is basically what a cap is that you have kind of a warm layer aloft, kind of in the low and mid levels of the atmosphere. And that kind of inhibits storms from kind of growing really tall, 50, 60,000 feet. So what that does here is across North Texas today, with that cap in place, we may have some struggling storms here at first, but once that cap starts to break later this evening, we'll really start to see those storms explode.
Yeah, it's the low level jet. As you know, you have a cap. We do have a cap. It's been very, very dry in some of these areas. We've had some rain lately, but the cap has been pretty strong. This season. So we have to wait for that low level jet to erode the cap. I know the National Weather Service was going to send out a special weather balloon for the North Texas area this afternoon. So I'm still kind of waiting on the feedback of what that weather balloon actually said. But at first glance, it does appear, at least on the last two events, like last night and the night before, where there was not really any severe weather whatsoever. The latest thoughts are it's not going to be as strong as it was just the last two nights. So there are going to be some areas where we're going to be poking holes in that cap, and those any holes we get are going to be supercell thunderstorms. I can guarantee you that. So the cap is your friend. So it's typically a warm air aloft. It's about 4,000 feet up in the atmosphere. As it lifts up in the atmosphere, it kind of hits that warm lid, or we call it our protective lid, and maybe shuts those storms down, and they're not able to become a little bit more surface based and not rise into towering supercell thunderstorms and be able to lift and go 40,000 feet like those ones out now in Fort Stockton, right? They're about 46,000 feet. That just gives you an idea. There's no cap in that type of atmosphere to get storms like that. So once the cap erodes, then anything else that trails behind it will be able to form in supercells and quickly. It won't take any time whatsoever to be able to form those storms. But yeah, so here's an idea by 11 o'clock. So this is why we have a moderate risk in place. This is why we have a moderate risk for flash flooding in place. Because look, I mean, we've got numerous supercells just kind of training along the 62 corridor here. Could be, I Interstate 40 tonight could be a bumpy ride into the Oklahoma City area, going all the way up into Tulsa. This is a huge swath of very, very, very heavy rain. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, flash flooding is no joke. I mean, plus this is overnight. So this is a dangerous setup. I mean, imagine you got discrete supercells dumping very large hail. You got powerful wind gust of hurricane force wind gust possibility. And then you have a flash flood setup on top of that. So this is a significant threat in the Oklahoma area. You hit with all three modes of severe weather, plus the combination of flash flooding on top of that at night, with possibly fast moving 50-mile-per-hour tornadoes. It makes it a significant risk. There's no question about it into the Oklahoma area this evening. So as we go through time, so here's an idea. I think after we get past, say, the 10 o'clock, maybe the 11 o'clock time frame, especially towards midnight, we're going to see a lull in much of Texas. We're going to see a lull in the activity, but it's all going to be up here into Oklahoma. Much of Oklahoma is just going to be inundated with squall lines coming across and supercell thunderstorms and very heavy rain. But even some heavier rain can't be ruled out up into Topeka, back into Kansas City, as all the way up into portions of Missouri here. So as we continue the clock, and that's 2 o'clock in the morning, guys, that's 2 o'clock in the morning. So as we get into 5, all right. So as we get into that 5 o'clock time frame, I mentioned where we are now with this surface front. This is going to be on the move. So that surface front is going to be on the move by then. So this is going to be lifting north. The surface front is going to be moving further off into the east, and is going to be forming this squall line into the morning hours. So as it does, that's going to be pretty intense as well. And so that's a whole nother risk zone as we go into tomorrow. But let me take this off. Right.
Yeah, what we're seeing tomorrow is that the severe warnings will continue almost continuously through the overnight hours and really through the morning tomorrow into Arkansas, East Texas, and Northwest Louisiana as well. So
yeah, so this only goes out 18 hours. That'll go out to 7 o'clock. Let me see if I can pull up the latest. the latest one that goes out 48 hours to kind of give you an idea of where these storms could be.
Yeah, seeing definitely some bowing segments there, some kind of bow echoes developing into east central Oklahoma, getting down toward the Red River area. We'd have some 75 plus mile an hour wind gusts with that.
Yeah, so here's the this goes out 48 hours, so we can kind of stop the clock here and kind of give you an idea of where these storms could be through 7 o'clock, through the midnight hour. As we get into 6 o'clock in the morning, we've got a pretty significant squall line trying to form out here in West Texas through Abilene, back into the Oklahoma City area, back into Tulsa. I mean, look how much it's rained. I mean, you saw the radar at midnight. This is at 6 o'clock. So you're talking torrential rains for 4, 5, 6, 8 hours, possibly into the Oklahoma area. And this will form a pretty significant squall line into the morning hours. So this squall line is pretty significant as well. I know the kids have got to go to school around 7, 8 o'clock time frame. So this will be moving through the heart of the Metroplex, essentially from 7, 8. Here's an idea about 9 o'clock, all the way into Fort Worth, goes down into Killeen, extends all the way in the Dallas area by then, back into the Frisco, into McKinney, with that leading edge of that squall line coming across into Denison, back into Durant. I think Oklahoma City finally starts to get in a break, right? I mean, but that's not until 9 o'clock in the morning, guys. I mean, that's not until 9 o'clock. You're talking 12 to 14 hours.
We got a long night.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be on full blown recovery mode and wake up to what's happened. I know, like more Oklahoma schools, they let schools out early today. So it's a pretty significant risk when they're letting out schools early to get those kids home as safe as possible. And as we move the clock, that's at noon. So this is a fairly slower moving. I mean, look at that. That's about noon time frame. So you saw the radar at 9, you saw the radar at noon. That's only 3 hours, and it's still over a lot of the same places. So it looks like at least the southern side maybe doesn't move as fast as the northern side here, but it bows out. I mean, so see, as it starts to bow out, those winds start to really intensify further up to the north. And this is where they have, more enhanced risk as we get into the day on your Thursday time frame. But as we continue through the 3 o'clock time frame, I think we possibly might even have another little piece of energy coming out on our northern side of Kansas back into Oklahoma. Could send them another wave of scattered storms. But everything should be ending by about 3 o'clock in the afternoon into much of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Then that extends all the way back into Austin by then, into College Station, maybe extended into Shreveport, back into Arkansas. And then again, as we go into tomorrow, I don't want to go into tomorrow too much, but those storms will dive, southeastward into, tomorrow with other, different risk in place for tomorrow. And then, tomorrow night into the Houston Metroplex, they get hit with everything that Dallas gets hit in the morning hours. Houston gets hit into the evening hours, and that tails into portions of Louisiana and pushes further east with that surface low moving across into portions of Kansas by then. So that is the latest update on what we can expect. So we got a pretty bumpy ride over the next 12 to 24 hours or so, and then everything more or less pushes off to the east, and then of course Friday it just extends all the way into the southeast. This area is going to be under the gun for severe storms as we get into your Friday. So there's basically 3 days in a row of back to back severe weather events, pretty significant events. That right now we have a moderate risk in place. Tomorrow there's an enhanced risk already in place. By Friday there is a slight risk, but that risk might even get bumped up, as we get closer in time with that particular risk.
I'm looking at some of the reports here. The National Weather Service, kind of out of the San Angelo area, they are monitoring a storm just east of Fort Stockton, Texas, here for some kind of like the mid-level rotation here at the moment.
Yeah, so
a little bit of rotation here in the mid-levels with that storm.
Yeah, so let's zoom in. This is where things are going to get active down here this evening. And I was kind of zooming in. This is Mexico, but they're no stranger with some of these larger hailstones. But yeah, check this out, guys. They've already had a 4-inch report down here. Look at that. They've had a 4-inch report hailstone. So that's already producing that baseball to softball size hail uh, down here into Mexico this evening. So that just kind of gives you an idea of what potentially is on the table, with these supercell thunderstorms as they get above, 45, 50,000 feet, 55,000 feet. Some of the cells that have produced storm clouds just in the last couple of weeks of 53, 54, 55,000 feet have been significant hail producers. They've been, upwards to tennis ball, baseball. Some of those have been softball size hail producers. And when we've seen cloud tops at that high, there has been those isolated pockets of those EF2 and then like that Andover, Kansas tornado that was classified as an EF3 type tornado had cloud tops of 54,000 feet at the time. And, Hunter was taking soundings before we came on live here, and we were seeing soundings of upwards to 60,000 feet tonight. That's the possibility. So that what makes this, just a significant night indeed. So even though things aren't like, crazy active right now, it doesn't mean by 6, 7 o'clock things could get really intense, and we could be looking at 5, 6, 7 tornado warnings kind of all at the same time. So that's why Hunter's on board tonight to help me out with storm coverage to give you the best coverage out there we can.
That storm east of Fort Stockton here, seeing some good hail reports coming out of there of quarter to $half size. Haven't seen any ping pong ball or golf ball, but that storm is capable of producing some ping pong to even golf ball size hail at this time. So
yeah, so you can see what's already fallen. So we've had some quarter size. That's the 1.5 is ping pong. So we've already had confirmation of that ping pong size hail down here into the Fort Stockton area. It does have a possibility, even some golf ball size hail. So this was a severe thunderstorm that was located 32 miles south of McCamey, moving about 15 miles an hour. So the threats are going to be your golf ball size hail and those 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with this particular storm. So right now, this is into the Pecos area down here in far southwest Texas. And we're starting to see a little bit of isolated reports. Look at that lightning there. We got a lightning strike into just west of Abilene. So that gives you a sign. That's a sign that that storm is growing taller in height. And then as it gets taller in height, obviously it's going to be becoming possibly more surface based and a little bit more on the severe side. So that's kind of an indication of the cap breaking here, starting to erode out here into West Texas towards the Abilene area.
Yeah, just waiting on that cold pool loft, that colder air loft with that shortwave trough digging down to the southwest, kind of waiting on that to pivot over towards the Texas area, eastern New Mexico. And once, like I said, once that does move east here in early this evening, like Roy was saying, we are going to be seeing multiple chances for tornadoes, damaging winds, and those very large hailstones. So we're just getting started here. So yeah, we got a long night ahead of us, all the way from Texas into Oklahoma areas.
So we're starting to see some activity down here towards the Norman area into Shawnee, just kind of east of the Oklahoma City area. This is where the warm front is, and the warm front continues to lift a little bit further north. So yeah, it's right all the way in the warm sector, essentially from, so here's the dry line right here, and you have the surface low back up here, and then you have the kind of the warm front that's trailing down here. So this is all your warm sector, right? This is where it's all susceptible to get ucky tonight, if you will. Right?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely got dew points here, the teens and low 20s, and ahead of that, you got dew points well in the 60s and low 70s, so a lot of moisture.
Yeah, so typically, you need about 55. That's typically about 55-degree dew point. All these areas just to the east of the dry line, like Hunter said, it's well into the 60s, if not 70s. Some areas could be upwards to low 70s dew points. That's plenty of moisture. You've got essentially southeast winds, so this low level jet's going to be moving a little bit further off to the east as we get through the overnight hours, and then tap it into some of those winds, those southeast winds. That's going to create the lift. You see the lift already. So it doesn't take much in this environment to produce towering supercell thunderstorms. And here's the hail that's already fallen. So we've got numerous reports of pretty significant hail. It's all in New Mexico, but this is all trailing into parts of Texas. So plenty of reports of 2.5, some 3-inch hail back into if some 3-inch hail down here further south into Mexico, about to cross the border here. And then some of those hails, like Hunter mentioned, back into Fort Stockton. You see some purples here. So this storm is intensifying as we speak. And so that's kind of another sign of those storms even getting a little bit bigger, and that hail core could be getting larger as well.
I'm kind of keeping an eye on that storm just east of the Lubbock area here, capable of ping pong ball size hail. That storm is starting to grow in intensity as well.
So let's look at some of these cloud tops. I know earlier they were sitting at 46,000 feet, and we're at 48, guys. So that's definitely a sign of it continuing to intensify, going a little bit higher up in the atmosphere as it gets higher. So those hailstones, as they get higher up in the atmosphere, are able to stay up for even an extended period of time. So that gives you the possibility of it growing larger in nature. So the higher the cloud tops are able to get, the more significant storm that it can potentially produce at the surface. But yeah, oh, I know. It's always the waiting game when you're talking about severe weather. It's just like a storm chaser. They're chasing the storm. They're saying, hey, the radar says, hey, there's a tornado possibly going to drop here maybe in an hour or so, or at least so. And then you're sitting waiting. Right?
Right in their backyard, though. You got Norman up here. You got Oklahoma City and Lawton. And
yeah, right. Yeah, there's numerous storm chasers. I was looking at some of the dots earlier on these storm chasers. there's a bunch of them out there tonight. There's no question.
Hopefully they all stay safe here this evening, and hopefully stay void of any big tornadoes in their path, hopefully this evening as well.
Yeah, so we're watching some activity down towards Abilene, getting back into Breckenridge. Not much to speak of, but that just kind of shows you those towering cumulus clouds trying to rise up in that atmosphere. So again, we're just kind of waiting in this environment. It's 4:47, and but we did look at the high resolution data. It did have a lot of activity towards your 6 o'clock time frame. So we're not that far off before things start to get really active this evening.
Yeah, so if you got family, you got friends, anybody that you know of that can benefit from this channel, this live stream, do give them here a heads up that we are live streaming here this evening. Me and Roy, we're going to be keeping you covered with all these severe warnings, tornado warnings, flash flood warnings. We got all the 9 yards here, so do tune in this evening.
Yeah, so it's kind of rare that you have coverage, for a wide expansion area. So it not only includes, major cities, right, but it includes your smaller towns that you maybe don't get TV coverage is great. A lot of people out there maybe don't even have TV any longer. So that's why we're streaming live on Facebook and YouTube tonight, so we can pull a big audience as big as possible, and to include some of these smaller towns out here in far west Texas that might be out here that don't have a very good storm coverage, right? And so we're gonna include everybody. It's not just places, in the populated areas. We're going to include everybody this evening for much of Texas and into Oklahoma, so we can give you real-time warnings as soon as a warning is issued, even before they're, that's why I've got Hunter too. So he's really good at eyeing stuff even before it happens. And, with me, covering such a huge area into Texas and Oklahoma, it's very difficult for me to look at cells, and keep all eyes as much as possible. So two eyes are better than one, obviously, and he's got 6 monitors as well. And so we're going to be able to tell you, real-time warnings, as soon as they happen, so you can get in your safe zone as quick as possible. And that's crucial tonight, especially when these storms are moving at 50 miles an hour. So when a warning's issued, you need to take immediate action in place. So now is the time to, especially within those risk areas, to, if you are kind of getting off work. I know it's getting close to the 5 o'clock time frame. It's not one of those evenings where you go to the grocery store and you do a lot of errands. The best advice is to get home, and they have already let schools out in Oklahoma early. So that just kind of gives you an idea. They're looking out the best interest for the kids to get those kids home as safe as possible. It's a dangerous night. I mean, there's no reason to be out on the roads in Oklahoma. You've got tornadoes, you've got, hurricane force winds, you've got, possibly large tornadoes, and then flash flooding. It's just one of those evenings. The best advice is to stay home, because, we saw tomorrow, especially into the afternoon hours, the sun's going to come out and it's going to be a nice day. But we got to get through the night. And it's just one of those things that
I am seeing some storm reports coming in a little bit here on the Storm Prediction Center's page. Earlier, just northwest of the Oklahoma City metro, they have already measured a 2 1/4 hailstone around Hennig size already this afternoon.
Yes, I did see that. There was a 2.18 inch report hailstone.
Yeah, 2.18.
Right. Yeah, I saw that earlier, Hunter. I appreciate you mentioning that. So that just gives you an idea. I mean, we've already, and that's elevated. That was more likely above, north of the warm front.
Yeah,
That's an elevated storm, guys. I mean, you can still get large hail in elevated variety atmosphere, but it's very difficult to do that in that environment. So if that's able to do that on the elevated side, imagine when it's able to do that, what's going to happen on the surface based side. So that's why those tornado watches have in place 3 inches. They don't put that out lightly. They're saying, hey, we could be looking at some 3-inch stones, and we've already had confirmation down in New Mexico of some 4-inch stones. So that's the atmosphere that we have tonight. It doesn't say, hey, you're guaranteed to get hail. It just says the atmosphere is capable of it. So you always have to warn against the possibilities of what the atmosphere tells you. So in case it does happen, you can be prepared. So, it's one of those.
It does look like the supercells east of Fort Stockton are starting to split, kind of going a little more discrete. So we'll have to watch that in the next half hour or so.
Yeah, you see that? If we what he's referring to is discrete. Oh yeah, I see that. Yeah, one's kind of moving northeast, the other one's moving further north. So discrete meaning they're all separated, right? You have a pretty big separation now, and when they're discrete like that, that makes them even more severe. There's nothing to really stop. It's got great inflow from these storms. Just a lot of capability producing a lot of a little bit more rotation within that type of atmosphere, larger hail producers in that type of atmosphere. So that is something that you really don't want to see. And that's the beginning stages of what's happening down here as they're starting to separate.
When will the Dallas-Fort Worth area get storms? You guys will get storms late this evening into the overnight hours. It'll be later on tonight. You guys won't get the storms until late.
Yeah, it's more likely, these areas. I know the National Weather Service was kind of watching, this zone right in here. You're already seeing some formation right now. This is kind of within this zone right now. This is the area that they're watching for cumulus clouds to try to tower up. And as these form, these will move kind of northeast. And so this is what we're watching between say now and say 10 o'clock time frame, and into the evening hours, and then a little bit lesser activity pushing further southeast. Um, and that's where that is more in line of where the tornado watches are in right now. So we're going to go back.
Anybody here in the chat, if you think about the severe weather today, it's kind of almost like a birthday cake. If you put a birthday cake up in the oven and you don't have egg in it, you don't have, you put frosting on it after it's done, then you don't have a birthday cake. So that's kind of what we're looking at today is you got to have all those elements in the atmosphere to come together to really get these big, strong tornadoes and those big, strong, damaging gusts. So.
Yeah, so I know a lot of people are probably watching me from the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, and it's one of those type setups this evening, especially like towards now between now and 10 o'clock. Your more likely areas. Your more likely areas are your western parts of the Metroplex, your northwestern parts of the Metroplex, where they do have, in fact, that tornado watch in place. It's not to say you can't get storms in this vicinity. You're just a lot less likely, at least between now and 10 o'clock, through this evening hours before midnight. Your most favorite areas is where these storms are forming, because all these storms are forming and then moving northeast along this kind of a boundary. It's not until as you get into the early morning hours where it's more of a widespread squall line that'll move across the Metroplex into 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 o'clock in the morning, from like 6, 7 a.m. to 11 o'clock in the morning for tomorrow morning. So but yeah, so here's
also, there's going to be sorry, my bad.
Oh, good. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Hunter.
I'm going to also say that on Twitter here, we are going to have photos that come in as well this evening. So if you kind of get a little kind of a visual on some of the ground truth of these storms as well. So as these come in this evening, we'll be posting those on Twitter, and you can check out those photos as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll be really active, especially on my Twitter feed. We've got any pictures of storm damage, tornadoes, any warnings, watches. I know people are kind of asking me for, say, specific cities. If we really zoom in, I mean, you really can't be that technical. I mean, the weather is not just a perfect perfect science here, but yes, I mean, they're asking about Prosper. Is Prosper going to hit? I mean, even though technically you're not in the tornado watch, it doesn't say you're not going to get it. I mean, the Storm Prediction Center, they do the best they can. I mean, you got the greatest guys out there in that facility, trying to put out the best forecast, depending on, model runs or the data that's available, just like we're going over right now. And so they give you the best estimated zones possible, right? And so it's not a perfect science, so it could be just a little bit off, right? But it's just, you're a lot more favorable. So if you live in these yellow shaded areas, you're just more favorable this evening to seeing, because the environment has more ingredients in place. Just because, say, McKinney's not in that zone doesn't mean they can't get storms, right? So in this environment, we're looking for any little supercell. And just because Denton's in the zone, they might not get anything. There's no guarantee. A watch does not guarantee storms. A watch is just saying we've got all parameters in place. The dynamics say, hey, things could get nasty later on this evening, but you have all the ingredients. If one or two elements are off, there's things that could not happen, right? And so it's just not a guarantee in this environment. And if you're talking about North Texas in general, it's about 40% coverage in North Texas, and it's mainly west and northwest. So that means 60% of you probably won't see rain tonight, or probably won't get severe weather, but more widespread coverage into tomorrow morning for more of the Metroplex, right? And so, but in Oklahoma, it's a different story. I mean, if you live in Oklahoma, it's almost the entire area is going to be inundated. There's not really a cap in place up there. There's not much to stop these storms from forming. So it's almost more of a guaranteed thing. Further, of course, in the Metroplex is more of an isolated threat. And even down here is isolated. Yeah, if you get 2-inch hailstone at your house, it happened. But if you're in this pocket here where there's nothing, and say, hey, well, there's nothing that happened. Well, you consider yourself lucky, right? And because you just missed out on the supercells that were able to form in your area. So even out here where they do have the tornado watches in place, there's no guarantee you're going to see storms tonight. Because these are going to be just isolated cells. So this whole area is under the watch for the possibility of seeing all those elements of tornadoes, very large hail, and those damaging winds. But like I mentioned, even the highest threat of a 15% tornado parameter or a 30% hatched risk strong large hail parameter, that basically means 70% of you won't see any hail at all, even in Oklahoma, right? And so if you can escape tonight without seeing any large hail or not too many damaging wind reports, or obviously not even seeing a tornado, definitely consider yourself lucky, right? Especially as you get into Oklahoma.
Yeah, I'm starting to see the new 21Z HRRR model is coming out now, so we'll get a better look at how things may evolve here in the next few hours here shortly.
Yeah, so we looked at the 20Z or the 21Z. But yeah, again, it updates every hour. So we've been on here an hour. We've been on here since 4 o'clock. So that has to run. Of course, it starts and it takes an hour to run its course, and then the next one updates. And so we'll watch that throughout, kind of sporadically. But the last one showed a lot of activity in and around the Oklahoma area, and you can see more activity trying to form. I mean, it's trying to form right now into portions into Norman, back into Shawnee, all the way, just east of Stillwater here. I think the Oklahoma City area is going to be in for a dangerous evening, but especially, towards Wichita Falls and to Vernon and to Burnett. This is kind of the bullseye. I mean, to Altus and to Lawton and to Duncan here. This area is probably one of the most favored areas this evening of seeing some very intense supercells and very strong thunderstorms. Hey, Chris. Yeah, it's going to start off as discrete in Oklahoma. The initial phase is the discrete supercells, and then it's going to be forming into more of an MCS type, damaging wind, training thunderstorm type setup into the overnight hours.
Yeah, we'll have warnings all the way through, probably continuously all the way through the night, and probably beyond the live stream here all the way through tomorrow midday or
yeah.
So it'll be active.
Oh yeah, there's no perfect time to end the live stream tonight. I can just promise you that. There's no perfect time, because this is just the beginning setup of what's 3 days. I mean, what's essentially 3 days of really severe weather, going from where it is now all the way into the southeast. So, hypothetically, we could be on for the next 72 hours straight talking about severe weather. Yeah. So that's what we're, so as I hey, if we, if it's midnight and say we're getting tired, we need to cut it short. It's just because
I don't get tired, though.
Well, I know. So yes, it's going to be an active time. I mean, like I said, more or less, there, depending on where you live. I mean, the setup for severe weather for the next 3 days is basically right here within this blue shaded area here. So yeah, so it's going to be active, no question. And then you get a break. We get a break. It's subtle. it's a lull, but you're going to turn on the jets as far as the heat. I don't know if anybody.
We got a large ridge coming next week. Anybody in the northern side of the country that has been cool lately, you got a big warm up coming here towards next week. So
it's a massive ridge, and it starts in Texas on Saturday. We basically go from the highs in the 60s yesterday to highs in the 80s today in much of North Dallas. This moves away. There is a cold front tomorrow. But again, that clears out and it's fairly nice. There's no rain, especially with that ridge forming over West Texas on Saturday. We're talking record highs, guys. I mean, we're easily, some of these areas are seeing storms tonight, 100, 102, 105. Abilene might touch 106, on Saturday. Crazy hot, well into the 90s in the Dallas Fort Worth area. You start getting to Sunday, Mother's Day. We're going for 98 degrees in the Dallas Fort Worth area. That's basically record, if not near record highs. But that ridge just continues to expand and lift further north going into Monday, into Tuesday. I mean, we're talking upper 80s in Minnesota. Yeah. I mean, we're talking upper 80s, almost 90 degrees in Minnesota. So don't feel bad if you're hit 90 in Texas. Minnesota is going to get hit 90 and on, closer to Monday, Tuesday timeframe. So
that'll do is once that ridge starts to break down and we get that Rex block is what it's called, the pattern that we'll be in. Once that starts to break down, I can almost guarantee everybody we will have more severe weather potential as we head into late next week and into the beyond. So
yeah, what they call the Rex block that Hunter is referring to, we've got a pretty significant ridge that's going to be forming or going to be moving towards, Wednesday, Thursday. This is not till next week time frame. And then we have a surface low going to be developing off here into the Carolina coast here. It's not out of the question. We could be looking at our first possible tropical system of the season. Whenever you see systems like this, where you have a ridge, where they call it the ridge over troubled waters, and you have a low pressure out over into the open waters, that's going to help lower. It's going to help lower the pressures down there. But it's also going to keep this blocking pattern. It's going to keep this low from moving further north. In fact, it could swing back towards Florida. And we could be looking at it. It's one of those situations where if it does form, it takes a while. I mean, of course, this is May, right? But the hurricane season starts June 1st, and we've had a storm every year, the last 7 years before June 1st. And it's looking increasingly likely we're probably going to have another named storm, as we get into that second, possibly the third week of May. I mean, that's the beginning of the stages. So we'll see if that surface low is able to develop next week. So it more or less forms off the Carolina coast, and then it kind of pinwheels back, being pushed by that Rex block into late next week. So that just kind of gives you an idea. At the same time, we've got some pretty cold air for the Pacific Northwest coming in, and we're still talking snow up there for those regions. It's going to be the complete opposite. We've got massive troughing coming in, and then the ridge builds over the top in much of Texas and much of the middle 2/3 of the U.S. And that ridge just shifts eastward as we get into, mid to late next week, with that Rex blocking pattern taking shape, and that's that low pressure forming off the Carolina coast.
And if I remember correctly, we do have at least a 60% chance of La Nina continuing all the way through August. So this active pattern through summer will continue for much of the country. So it will not be letting up anytime soon.
Yeah, so the La Nina, I know everybody's tired of the La Nina. They are tired of La Nina. In fact, the La Nina is only strengthened. We've had some rain. Yes, we have had some rain, but unfortunately, the La Nina has actually strengthened to more or less borderline moderate risk. And like Hunter is referring to, all the way through spring, and it looks all the way through summer. So we've seen an active pattern, especially second-year La Ninas are a lot more favorable for severe weather. Typically your severe weather we hit the peak last week. This is your peak week. This is more or less your peak week for severe weather. This is where it kind of peaks out historically, and then it goes all the way through, say, the middle of June. So you can get severe weather 12 months out of the year, but those are, the middle of March, the middle of June, those are kind of your peak time. So we still have a good 5 or 6 weeks left for possible severe weather before things start to maybe settle down a little bit. But with that La Nina in place, yes, we're going to be seeing, these troughing setups coming from the west, these low level jet setups. We're going to have some breaks in between, but then, conditions come back again where it just starts to get ripe again. So yeah. So, and then of course, it doesn't take long once these systems move out, just like we're going to see the beginning stages of it this weekend is with that ridge. And I kind of call it a preview of summer, if you will. It doesn't take much into a La Nina environment, especially dry conditions out here in West Texas, for temperatures to rapidly surge. And that just implies kind of a very hot summer. And of course, with La Nina in place, and it also implies a well above average hurricane season as well. And if you want to even take it a step further, even the Climate Prediction Center, it was a 45, but now it's actually a 51% chance of La Nina continuing all the way through winter, if you can believe it or not. And if that were able to happen, that would be 3 years in a row, guys. We've had seen La Nina in 2020. We've seen La Nina in 2021. And right now, the Climate Prediction Center, this is their official guidance, has a 51% chance La Nina continues all the way through winter of 2022, 2023. Now, if that were to take place, that would be the first time since 1989, 1990. So we're talking 22 years.
Before my time, everybody.
It's been a long time, right? That's a rare thing to happen. In fact, it's only happened twice, two other times in recorded history. And a stat that came out the other day, or just yesterday, we're borderline. So with the La Nina strengthening in spring, which is a rare event, it's actually strengthened now to a borderline moderate La Nina, which is rare to strengthen in a spring type setup. The last two times that it happened, that La Nina has gone on to be a strong La Nina into the fall and winter months. So, not to say that can happen, but if you're looking at history, and that's all we have to go off of, and what the stats say, we could be looking at La Nina. So we know what we've seen La Nina. You get these rapid big swings, and so it's very volatile, very volatile, for say.
Looking at the latest 21Z Triple R model, and we may be waiting a little longer for storm initiation just due to that cap. And kind of the delay of that low-level jet a little bit in the early evening, but we still will see some activity as we head towards 6, 7 o'clock. So do be on guard.
Yeah, in fact, let's take a look at that. We can take a look at that together while we're waiting for things to get a little bit more active here. All right, yeah. So it's only 44%. So, but that'll at least get us through the evening. All right, so here's 6 o'clock. So this is the latest run that Hunter was mentioned. This is the 21Z. That's 511. So here's 6 o'clock. Like you mentioned, we're still have that activity down here in Mexico.
Wichita Falls looks like kind of the area of concern as we head into early evening around that area.
Yeah, so we see some supercells starting to bubble up towards Bowie, possibly into Ardmore. More activity filling in into the Oklahoma City area. There's not much right now, but there's beginning stages of it. So those same storms could intensify to larger cells as we get towards the 6 o'clock time frame. So let's move the clock here and take you towards say 8 o'clock time frame. There's west of the Abilene area. There's like you mentioned, towards Wichita Falls, back into Vernon, back into Altus. This is the area that has the moderate risk in place. So definitely concerned about these little purple shaded dots here. Those are all large, very extremely large supercells back here just across the Red River into Gainesville. A lot more activity back into Edmond, into the Stillwater area, back into Mustang through Oklahoma City. And if we kind of zoom out and put it towards, say, the 10 o'clock time frame, like I said, this latest run doesn't have much. It does not have much for the Metroplex. I'm trying to get a view from the National Weather Service if they sent the balloon out and what the data was and how strong the cap is.
Yeah, that would be pretty helpful for sure. I think they sent it out at 4 o'clock, didn't they? Four
Okay, yeah,
o'clock
they
this
typically
afternoon.
send out at 4 o'clock. So I'm not. I don't. Unfortunately, I don't get part. I'm not part of the chat session. I don't have the inside scoop that But I there's ways that we can get data from the weather balloon. But yeah, they typically send it out at 4 o'clock, and
I'm seeing some pretty strong capping still, like you said, into North Texas and across areas here into far southern Oklahoma through this evening.
okay, so let's see. Here's some guidance on the weather balloon. The National Weather Service has launched the balloon, and it shows the cap has weakened just a little bit. So it's weakened a little bit. So keep an eye on the sky out west and northwest. When storms do pop, they'll actually the weather balloon launched earlier this afternoon has revealed the cap has indeed strengthened a little bit, and this should shut down thunderstorms closer within the metroplex.
Okay.
So yes, based on based on the weather balloon, right? So those areas out west it has weakened, but further off into the east, it does show the cap is actually strengthened, and this is the latest high resolution guidance at 10 o'clock, and we didn't really see much, right? So that's why we're like, hey, wait a minute, there's something happening here. It looks like we're getting confirmation that the cap has strengthened further into the metroplex, essentially, and but areas west and where they do have more of the enhanced risk in place, it has weakened a little bit. so so that it's mainly in these.
What he's saying is the Dallas Fort Worth area, the cap is your friend. So if you don't want severe weather here this evening in Dallas Fort Worth, you want that cap to stay in place as long as possible.
Yeah, so it's always tricky. It's always tricky, especially if you're fine tuning a fine line. Like I mentioned, the Storm Prediction Center, they forecast on what the atmosphere says, right? But sometimes it can come down to a what they call a nowcasting situation, where it's based on the atmosphere and these dynamics and the upper levels of the atmosphere, and based on the latest guidance and what we're seeing, it does appear that further west it has weakened a little bit, but further east, and includes much of the Dallas Fort Worth area, it has strengthened. And then that's why we're actually not seeing we're actually not seeing much from the latest high resolution guidance, that it's bringing in that new information. That's why we try to look at this every single hour to see what subtle changes have taken place. And it does appear that the results came back at the 4 o'clock weather balloon, saying, "Hey, the cap not only has it's always was there, but it was expected to erode as the low level jet came closer, but it's
So
actually."
what we're seeing now is kind of that dry line starting to heat up a little bit here late this afternoon, and that will start to be the mechanism for these storms to really invigorate as we head into early evening.
Yeah, so I mean, the cap is your friend in this situation. There is no cap in Oklahoma, right? You can see so many supercells up here in Oklahoma. The whole entire state's pretty much lit up, and that would be the same thing over a good chunk of North Texas this evening, but that doesn't seem to appear the case. So that is the latest guidance that we have available for you. So it's one of those and evenings that if you live further to the northeast, that it has it more or less. Northwest. It has it strengthening it a little bit, but further into the metroplex, a little bit. You know, uh, strengthened over the metroplex. So, all right. So right now we're watching these storms out here in West Texas.
The most significant one I see is just east northeast of Lubbock, ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Yeah, so that's what makes these storm environments so. So I mean, obviously up here there's no cap, right? I mean, there's no cap, and it's weakening a little bit further if you push further, and then it's strengthening as you get closer to the metroplex. So, I mean, that's the environment that we're in. And then there's essentially no cap whatsoever in Oklahoma. So
I am starting to get a little interested, however, in the cell, like I said, east northeast of Lubbock, starting to try and show signs of a little hook developing. We'll have to see how that works out here shortly.
You said Lubbock.
Yeah, Lubbock, just east of there. It looks like trying to get an inflow notch in there, but it's not really tight at the moment. Starting to show signs, however. I mean, there is mid-level rotation.
Okay, so oh yeah, man, this storm has produced. Look at that.
A lot of warnings to the east of Fort Stockton. If you live east of there, a lot of severe warnings, quarter, half dollar sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts there.
Yeah, so this is already producing. Yeah, so this storm is at 5:14. There was a severe thunderstorm near Afton, or 9 miles north of Dickens, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. That goes until 6 o'clock. Has some ping pong size hail with it and some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. But there's been pockets of here. Yeah, it definitely appears there's trying to get some circulation there on the south side.
So if you do live in the Paducah, Texas area, I would be on high alert for this storm as it moves a little closer here within the next half hour or so, watching that hook on that side of the storm.
Yeah, so there's Paducah. And then this is again, all these storms tonight are going to be more or less moving northeast. So they're going to form off to the south and then head northeast. So wherever the supercells form and where the warning is, if you live northeast of there, more than likely it's heading your way.
I'm not sure if I said Kentucky. I meant Texas.
No, I know.
Starting to see the cumulus field start to grow a little more here into Texas. Trying to see if we can get some storms going.
Yeah, so tomorrow morning, yeah, the cold front with the cold front. So tomorrow morning's in the Metroplex, the cold front's going to be able to break the cap completely.
Right.
So yeah, tomorrow, everybody's going to get it. Tomorrow morning.
Yeah, this will be more linear, and it'll definitely be more widespread, numerous as we head into late evening, overnight, and then through the day tomorrow on Thursday, further east into the mid-south,
yes,
Mississippi Delta area.
So I mean, here's tomorrow morning, guys. This is like 7 a.m. to say 10 a.m. and the blue shaded areas. Just kind of give you an idea of where these storms could be. There's not going to be any cap in place. There's going to be a squall line that comes across in the morning hours, and this will eventually, maybe towards the noon time frame, start to end in the Metroplex and head off into East Texas, where they have that enhanced risk in place already. So if you miss out on the storms tonight, doesn't mean you're not going to get any. It just means they're delayed, and you're going to get more activity in the morning hours to tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't foresee a moderate risk tomorrow, but still that enhanced risk is in play. So still some significant weather, especially in, like I said, Arkansas and into portions of Louisiana and Texas there.
Hell, Chelsea. Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It's not to say you can't get storms. We're talking severe storms. So we're talking severe storms. The cap doesn't mean, that you're not going to get any storms whatsoever. You had a fairly strong cap the last 2 days and you still had storms, right? It just means if we do get storms, they're probably more likely to not be on the severe side within the Metroplex. So that's the difference. It doesn't imply that you might not get any activity. It just implies that if storms do form, they're not going to be able to produce significant severe risk. They're probably going to be on the lighter side. You might have one or two, pockets of maybe severe, but more likely just strong storms. The last two setups, the last two nights in North Texas have been strong storms. They've actually not even been severe. So you have to have at least 58-mile-per-hour winds or greater. If you got 55-mile-per-hour winds, if you got 50-mile-per-hour winds, that is not a severe storm. And if you have some pocket change hail, marble size, penny size, nickel size, dime size, anything less than quarter is not severe. So you can have nickel size hail and 50-mile-per-hour winds and not be a severe storm. Right. So we're mainly concerned about the severe. The severe is your damaging stuff, right? So if you're getting quarter size hail or greater, that's possibly start going to do some damage to property and to some automobiles. If you've got wind gusts of over 60 mph, that's probably going to be doing possibly some straight line wind damage to fences, to trees, stuff like that. So we're mainly concerned about the stuff that impacts damage, that causes damage, that, less strong stuff, the strong storms are just moderate rain type stuff. Obviously a lot less concerning.
Starting to get some more activity now, some more warnings. Just still waiting on the rotation here, just east northeast of Lubbock has weakened a little bit more, but still watching that here as it heads up north and east toward Paducah, Texas.
Yeah, look at this storm in near Lubbock. I mean, this is radar, so it doesn't apply what's actually falling at the surface. But here's a 4-inch stone, right? So if it's 4-inch stone on radar, you more or less have to say, hey, that's probably 3 inches hitting the ground, right? I mean, that is your most significant storm so far we've seen down back here towards the Lubbock area. And these deep purples, these blues, that's some serious cloud tops and some variant.
I'm seeing tennis ball size hail being reported just east northeast of Lubbock and southwest of Paducah at this time.
Yeah, so there's 4-inch on radar, right? And we got confirmation of tennis ball like hitting the ground. Tennis ball's 2.75. Tennis ball will go through your windshield, no question, no problem. It'll do damage to your roof easily. So, if you live in these zones down here out here in West Texas, you need to put your cars under cover, no question. These cells are very heavy hail producing storms and very damaging storms. There's not much you can do to your home, but you can definitely put your cars in the garage. You can put all your anything that might be in harm's way that if it does hail in your area that you don't want damaged. Because this cell with all that purple here and all lifting northeast, I mean, that's going to do significant damage to anything that's in its path.
Yeah, I just took a 3D image of that storm, and it's showing pretty strong updraft and also a pretty strong hail core with that storm, with probably upward motion upwards of 80 miles an hour supporting that hail.
Oh, wow. Okay, so that storm's at 49,000 feet, 50,000 feet, guys. So that's the biggest storm of the evening. Yeah, so a severe thunderstorm was located over Afton or 11 miles north of Dickens, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. And there's your tennis ball size hail right there, and wind gusts of up to 60 miles per hour. So we've got confirmed tennis ball size hail falling in just 11 miles north of Dickens here, heading towards Paducah. And it gives you an idea around 6:04. So it's a ways away from Paducah, but it could be there towards in about 45 minutes or so if it's able to hold together.
And the storm is moving into an environment primed for strong tornadoes as well. So this could very well spin up here in the next hour, hour and a half. So do be mindful, just not with the hail threat, also the significant tornado threat as it moves up toward the Red River here as well.
So it looks like, let's see, Reed Timmer's up there in the Texas Panhandle. So it looks like he made it. He went all the way up there, and he might even actually be towards Lubbock now. This was 2 hours ago. He actually might even be on that storm on the same storm here near Lubbock.
Yeah, so if you have family, friends in Paducah, Texas, do want to call, let them know to move their cars inside. There's a storm to their southwest. Tennis ball size hail has been confirmed just to the north of Dickens here in Texas.
Yeah, so some bigger cities are your Memphis area, because this cell's also moving northeast, your Paducah area, your Childress area. This whole area is like Hunter mentioned, it's going into more prime environment for tornadic activity. So not just hail, it's going to be more tornadic as we get deeper into the 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock time frame.
And it looks like the only game in town here at the moment. They did let that warning expire to the east of Amarillo so far.
Oh yeah, I just did see that. Yeah, and they just have a mesoscale discussion on that. Yeah, the mesoscale discussion is basically one less the step down from a severe storm. Typically they put those out for like 50-mile-per-hour winds, like some nickel-sized hail, that type of variety. So it's always issued when it's one step down from a severe storm. So let's put the other radar on to give it more of a broader view here.
Where am I from? I'm from Northern Illinois, everybody.
Oh yeah, so Hunter lives in Northern Illinois. So we got widespread coverage for you guys.
So, top to bottom.
Yeah, let me know your thoughts on this. Hunter brought up the idea this afternoon. I was like, man, that's great. Let's do it. So it's always better. I set up a Discord this evening, and we were able to connect with audio. So I'm going to be, making these live streams, a little bit more valuable in time. Try to add things to make them, just better coverage. Overall better coverage. So that's the goal, at least. And the goal is to keep everybody safe. The idea is, do we want to get you as safe as possible, right? I mean, just like the cap, this is real-time information, guys. You're not going to be able to get this like real time. You got to maybe wait for the news to come on. You got to wait for the news to come on at 10 o'clock or so. I mean, I don't know, but this is real-time information saying, hey, the atmosphere 4,000 or 5,000 feet up. Hey, we got that lid in place. We have a cap in place. There's probably less likely that storm's going to be probably turning severe, maybe in the Metroplex tonight. So this is the latest information as possible as data comes in.
Appreciate it, Jennifer. Thank you.
Hey, Ron. Hey, you're welcome. Yeah, you're going to need that rain gauge for sure. I mean, it's been nice to see the rain. I mean, obviously Texas in a severe drought. I mean, it's been feast or famine. Northern areas have seen a lot of rain. You get into Dallas southward. I mean, you get towards into the Waco area down southwest of Dallas. They're still under a severe drought. So it's the northern areas have been getting pretty good rains. But hey, you need all the rain you can get in May. May is the wettest month. I mean, for a lot of areas, May is the wettest month. It's a stormy month, and so it's one of those months that Oklahoma receives 5 inches of rain, over 5 inches. Oklahoma City, Dallas receives over 5 inches. That's just average rainfall. That's just if you just take a normal month, a normal May month. I mean, they typically get about 5.5 inches of rain on an average month in Oklahoma and much of North Texas. Um, like some of your wettest years are 2015, where Dallas has received 20 inches. So May can be an extremely wet month. This no stranger from what we've seen, what we're seeing from these setups. So, um, the official guidance is the Dallas Fort Worth area. I mean, our DFW airport. They received about 1.3 inches the last two events. Northern areas has received 4 inches, but what goes in the total is DFW airport. So they're at 1.5 inches so far, and they might add to those totals for tomorrow. But you need all the rain you can get to fill up the lakes, because you all know what happens once the middle of June hits and you get deep into summer. The ridge builds, and it's those lakes can dry out quickly with 100-degree heat. Almost every day.
Yeah, so just monitoring that storm just to the east northeast of Lubbock, heading in towards the Paducah area and getting up towards just south of Turkey, Texas. There, another supercell kind of splitting off, moving northward about 55 miles per hour.
Yeah, I want to turn your attention to this activity down here towards that's been trying to get going. This has been showing for like at least 30 minutes, and it hasn't gone anywhere. That's because it's hitting that stronger cap. It's feeling the effects. So it's questionable if the cap's eroding here, over time. It's like a slow erosion, or if it's stopping it altogether. But
it looks like it's been it looks like it's trying to erode, but it's not really breaking quite through yet.
Yeah, so it's one of those things that obviously down here there's no cap, right? I mean, but once it breaks, then it's open for business essentially. I mean, there's nothing to stop these storms. So it's kind of
these storms really start going, though, they'll kind of start to break open the cap. We got a lot of colder air aloft that'll try to come down and start to break the cap even more, and there'll be like a domino effect, and we'll really start to see storms pop.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things. It's maybe sometimes all or nothing. You get one storm that could be the domino effect, like you mentioned, to get everything else, bubbling up for say. So it's just one of those events where we're watching it, minute by minute, and watching everything kind of unfold here. While at the same,
did you see that storm just north and east of Fort Stockton completely dissipate within the last half hour? Wow. It went from a severe warned storm to nothing.
Oh yeah, I see that. All that red just fizzled out.
And that cap is still pretty strong. I'm looking at sounding still pretty, almost like a steel wall across those areas. So we still got some waiting time across south central Texas for sure.
Hey, everybody's on this storm. There's a lot of storm chasers out there. It's a moderate risk, guys. I mean, it's a moderate risk day. You can bet there's hundreds of storm chasers in Oklahoma right now, watching just like we are. They're watching the skies just like we are. So that's crucial. It's crucial on days that they feed back information directly to the National Weather Service. You got the National Weather Service on it. You got us on it. You got other guys on it. It's the more eyes you have on this, especially when it's still daylight, is when you can get those warnings quicker, right? The faster you're able to get the warnings, the faster you're able to get out of harm's way, the faster you can get in your safe zone. It's not one of those events where it could possibly be, or maybe an isolated where there's no storm chasers out there whatsoever. It's everybody's out there. Trust me. I mean, everybody's out there.
it really only takes one or two supercells to go long track, and with a big, long, large tornado to really kind of make up for this moderate risk day today. So it really doesn't mean everybody in the moderate risk will see, these strong tornadoes, but the chance is there across the enhanced and moderate risk areas.
Yeah. So when you get these moderate, even some high risk days, I mean, a lot of the days are like that are discrete. They're discrete supercells. When they're discrete, it's more isolated. That's what makes them more dangerous. If it was more of a widespread event, it's likely it's going to be a lot less dangerous day. But since they're supposed to be discrete, which they really are. I mean, they're technically discrete. You can see these little discrete little bubblers. This one was severe, and then that's severe. That they're every one. And all these are discrete, right? And so if you're outside of that, you're like, hey, well, nothing's happening. If you're underneath that cloud top, you're getting, quarter size, tennis ball size hail. You're like, oh my gosh, this is really bad, right? And so it's it's one of those events tonight that it's because I know when we look at these maps and say, hey, this is a moderate risk in place. This is such a huge area. Everything's going to break loose. It doesn't imply that. It just says, hey, you know, the atmosphere is capable of a very dangerous day. I mean, here's your setup. Here's your setup. Let me go back to this. This is what we're talking about. I mean, I know we have a lot of new people coming on board now. This is what we're talking about today. It's very kind of rare to see a huge area of a moderate risk in place this evening. So it's just basically saying, hey, all the dynamics are there. If we get any of these supercells to pop in this atmosphere, it's going to be a pretty significant evening. And then especially down here, down towards, further into closer to the Red River, where they do have that enhanced risk. Closer into the Metroplex, yes, they forecasted earlier based on the atmosphere at the time. Because I mean, even yesterday, I was looking at a lot of soundings last night. There was a lot of soundings in the Metroplex that showed hardly any cap whatsoever. That was last night, for today. But that's why sometimes these severe storms can be tricky, right? We take soundings every single hour, and then up to the point where, hey, they got to send out special weather balloons, because the National Weather Service typically sends out 2 balloons every single day to look at the atmosphere, to send back to the weather models to feed into all the data, right? But on days like this, they send out more. I mean, they send out, they want to know, they want to know, right? I mean, they want to know what's happening. No one lives up there 4,000 or 5,000 feet. So they got to send a balloon up there to check it out, and to give you the newest and latest, greatest information. And that's where we're saying, hey, sometimes it can come down to more of a real time now casting type, activity, saying, hey, oh, well, the cap is eroded completely. It's about to get crazy in about 20 minutes. Or, oh, the cap is actually strengthened. And hey, we're going to be, less likely to see in severe storms. If we do get storms, we're probably less likely to see severe. Or it's just weakened a little bit. We're watching for supercells. And if that one supercell is able to break through the cap, that actually help make other supercells to break through the cap. Sometimes, it can only take one.
Yeah, so we're just waiting on this low-level jet to get going here this evening. Like we mentioned earlier, if you joined the live stream, just waiting for it to pivot eastward. Other than that, just a waiting game. We do have some severe weather up east of Lubbock, east of Amarillo, producing some large hail, 2-inch plus diameter. So do be mindful of that.
Excellent. Yeah, so I'm watching. I'm just looking at any other feeds, what's happening with any of the chasers out there. And
Reed Timmer, is he on the storm near Lubbock or Amarillo?
Well, he actually was live 2 hours ago, at least.
I was kind of interested to see if he's got anything on his feed or not, for picture-wise.
No, he hasn't really posted. I mean, he was heading up towards Amarillo, which more than likely is on that storm in Lubbock, but he has not posted or the feed or anything. Yeah, so more than likely he's up there, by that storm in Lubbock. I think he's sitting back here and going to be heading northeast, waiting on the Vernon stuff, the Burke Burnett heading to Lawton. I mean, he's probably more likely in this area.
Yeah, that storm, the southern side of that heading toward Paducah has weakened the hail core, but still a pretty strong hail core heading up there toward the Memphis area right now. Golf ball size hail or larger.
Oh.
Looks like that storm's almost moving straight north.
Oh, really? Straight north?
Yeah, north at 50 miles per hour, headed right toward Memphis, Texas, just west of Esteline and east of Turkey, or near the Turkey area.
Oh, yeah, this storm right here. Oh, yeah, Turkey, Texas. Yeah, so this, yeah.
That's why I love Texas, all these awesome names.
Yeah, this, yeah, it's got some pretty deep purples.
Not seeing any confirmation on hail, but it does look like capable of producing golf ball size hail, maybe up to 3-inch hail with that storm.
Yeah, so there's your 50 mile per hour speed here. So yeah, this one's further back, so it's definitely closer to that low level jet. So that gives you an idea as these storms push off that there's the speed that we talked about earlier, moving about 50 to 60 miles an hour. Yeah, so wouldn't you say it's back here towards the Panhandle? I mean, even further back. Here's the main lift. Here's the main lift is and the jet's still probably back here.
Yeah, that line is starting to become a little active on the Panhandle. The storms in south central Texas are really starting to fizzle out because of that cap.
Yeah, so I'm streaming live on Facebook and YouTube at the same time to pull as as many people as possible. So we're covering all of Texas. We're covering all of Texas, just not just North Texas. We're covering pretty much all of Texas, all of Oklahoma, all these areas that are more susceptible, more in line to get some of those severe storms this evening.
So we'll keep you covered. If you have friends, family that could benefit, like I said, from this live stream, do let them know. We are live streaming all the way through this evening, and we'll keep you covered on all the imminent watches, warnings, all that type of stuff.
Hey, it's always a good thing when there's a cap, right? I mean, it's no one wants these storms. No one wants them, but you have to forecast them. You have to forecast what the atmosphere is capable of. If you didn't and something happened, it would not look good. It put a lot of people in harm's way. So
I'm seeing an issue right now. We are seeing a supercell up just east of Amarillo is now capable of producing tennis ball size hail south of Pampa, Texas, and east of Amarillo.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, this storm right here. Here's the one that Hunter is mentioning. So that was the one near the Panhandle at 554, 19 miles east of the Panhandle, moving east at 30 miles an hour. Yeah, this storm is producing some tennis ball size hail with it, and some 60 mile per hour winds. So this one's actually moving east. So you see the movement. You have one further to the south moving due north, and this one's actually just moving due east. Producing some.
That just shows all the strong wind shear in the atmosphere today. So that's why the significant tornado threat is there, because of all the turning with height in the atmosphere, moving these storms every which way as we head through the evening.
And those aren't that far off. We got two storms, more or less 50 miles from each other, and one's moving due north and the other one's moving due east. So yeah, that's the environment we're in tonight.
Starting to see some action just north and west of Abilene. Be interested to see if those start getting going here in the next half hour. That'll be interesting.
Yeah,
low top showers right now.
Yeah, so low. Everybody in the path from this storm down here south of Pampa is going to be basically south of Canadian and heading towards, here's the boundary, here's the Texas border essentially. This storm is all head. This will be eventually heading into the Oklahoma area, basically western panhandle of Oklahoma. Will probably be in line pretty much in between Woodward and Elk City here, probably in the next hour and a half or so.
Yeah, and see the last few frames starting to see some more bubbling up of cells here, just to to the west of these supercells, south and east of Amarillo, north and east of Lubbock. Could be some storms here shortly in this environment.
Yeah, so what he's referring to, there's stuff in Snyder down here. You can see these are rising. You see these darker yellows, more oranges, even some red starting to pop up. So that's the beginning stages of towering supercells. Just the other evening, I wasn't live, but we were watching this. Snyder was having 4-inch hailstones, guys, down here in Snyder, Texas. This whole area down here in West Texas is definitely no stranger to seeing some pretty significant storms and big, large hail producers. And that's what's capable tonight. Okay, look at this, guys. Look at that by Grayford. Yeah, that's some moderate rain trying to form. Could that be the beginning stages of possibly some poking some holes in the cap here? We'll see here. So, but everything else so far has been shut down. It hasn't really turned yellow. It hasn't. It's just more or less stayed green, or if not, just kind of the milky whites. So, just again,
these capping inversions can really be tricky, especially these type of days because of the bust or go type of severe weather across these areas.
Is that a little cell down up here in east of the Metroplex down here?
East of the DFW.
Yeah, right here. That's there's a little storm that popped up.
There's a cell starting to try and develop just to the east of there, moving almost due north.
Yeah, so there you go. And there's some activity down here towards Tyler and to Henderson. Even that activity. I mean, these are not even in the tornado watch, guys. I mean, I'm saying these are outside of it. So this is just we're just watching. As south winds, as the jet gets closer, you have more lift, right? And so every single minute as the jet gets closer, you have the updrafts, the potential's there. So we're just watching for any cells right here that might try to get out of hand.
Yeah, we did have tennis ball size hail reported to the north of Dickens probably about 20 minutes ago. This was confirmed by the Storm Prediction Center's report page. So it has been confirmed tennis ball size hail with that storm, but has since weakened across those areas, but still some quarter size hail possible.
Yeah, I'm looking at it kind of the zoomed in version down here up these just north of the storms. It almost appears it's trying to form a little outflow boundary just to the north side of this.
I see that too.
And that's that could help maybe strengthen these storms, or at least help these continue to move further off to the northeast.
Yeah, we have to watch that outflow boundary. That could be kind of the new mechanism for lift here heading in the next couple of hours for these newer storms to develop.
Yeah, there's a pretty distinct outflow boundary just north of this activity. It's just basically lying like somewhere around here, and this is all lifting northward. So yeah, this might be the beginning stages, and the outflow boundaries are able to erode the cap as well. So, like I said, it all comes down to these nowcasting types. You look for little subtle features in the atmosphere to see anything that might change the dynamics, and so that
The storm here, like I said, east of Amarillo and south of Pampa, tennis ball size hail. And then you move farther to the south here, just south and west of Memphis, you have a storm coming up almost due north, 55 miles an hour, capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar size hail.
Oh, is that a notch there on the south side there on this storm by south of Pampa?
Which one are you looking at, Pampa?
Yeah, I'm looking at the storm south of Pampa.
Oh,
It
yeah, there
almost
is some mid-level rotation
it
starting
it
to
almost
develop
seems
there.
like there's a notch trying to form on the south side. This is you have to be concerned about that.
It's heading towards the McLean area. So if you live in McLean, do watch the storm here. It might be turning more to the east here in the next few minutes.
Yeah, this is the one that is moving due east. Yeah, so this one's moving due east. It's going to be traveling right along Interstate 40, guys. This one looks to be traveling right along Interstate 40. You got the hell core to the north. You got the lowering and almost the hook trying to form on the south side, training all over, along the interstate. So that's a dangerous situation if this tornado would drop in this type of atmosphere. This would literally trail right along I-40 or maybe just to the north of there because it's moving
so if you
due
live
east.
in McLean, or if you do live farther down the road here west of Shamrock, you do want to be mindful of this storm as it heads to the east. Like we said, these storms are moving very quickly today. This one's moving east at 30, but it still could pick up some speed as it moves to the east here in the next, half hour.
Yeah, this one moving just, when it's moving east, I think it would be moving a little bit faster as it gets really picked up in that jet.
Yeah, I'm seeing a pretty good velocity signature on this the south side of the storm.
Yeah, right
north of 40.
Yeah, I got it circled right here. This is the area I'm watching unfold right here that it looks to be trying to form, guys. I mean, this is could be a developing lowering wall cloud as we speak, just north of Interstate 40 into south of Pampa here. We've had confirmation of, tennis ball size hail in this area. And you see these colors here getting a little bit more pronounced. So this rotation, it looks to be intensifying as it continues to move to the east here. So we'll be staying on this storm. So those areas into the McLean area, up here south of Pampa into the Texas Panhandle, need to be on high alert from this particular storm, because it definitely appears this
storms are going to be moving into higher population density here pretty soon as they get into southwestern Oklahoma, definitely the Panhandle of Texas here on the eastern side.
But yeah, I mean, that's a definite hook trying to form on the south side. That is not a good sign as this continues to move eastbound.
Yeah, it's even strengthened here in the last run that I see. The notch has really strengthened, starting to get a lot of strong inflow into this notch here of the hook of the storm. Just to the east or east-northeast of Groom. If you live in those areas here, do be mindful. This is heading to the east here, 30, 35 miles per hour toward McLean.
Yeah, we could be this could be our first tornado warning of the evening right here. This could happen really at any moment here.
Yeah, that mid-level rotation is pretty robust with this storm.
Yeah, some tennis ball size hail now and some 70-mile-per-hour winds. So those winds have upped now. So now they're looking at 70-mile-per-hour winds at 5:53. That severe thunderstorm was located maybe just south of there, 4 miles south, 4 miles northwest of Dumont, or 18 miles southeast of Matador. This is Dickens County, and
that's another concerning storm.
Yeah, there's another cell here.
That one's trying to develop a little bit of a notch as well, it looks like. Well, we'll see how that plays out here in the next few minutes or so, the next few scans.
Okay, yeah, I got to switch radars.
That's the fun part about all these storms is Texas is big and you got a lot of storms out here.
Yeah, I had to switch radars. Okay, so yeah, Yeah, radar scope has that tornado signature on this now, so we're not that far off, guys. I've
We could
seen
have two separate tornado warnings here pretty soon across the panhandle of Texas.
yeah, so this storm, yeah, it's getting a little bit more pronounced on the south side. This is definitely could be our first tornado warning really pop up at any moment. I would not be surprised.
Still a pretty profound, pretty strong, inflow notch here, just to the east northeast of Groom. And like we said, it's moving just here to the east at 30 miles per hour, but it is headed toward McLean or just north and west of McLean. This is in the panhandle of Texas, just to the east of Amarillo. And then there's a few more supercells south of there as well we've been watching.
Yeah, so if I zoom out, you can actually see what we're talking about here. There's to get your bearings here. This is the Amarillo area. This is east of Amarillo. This is the city of Pampa. It's just south of there. And so just south of there, there is the Interstate 40 corridor. And this is the Texas border right here, this little darker blue line here. And the area of concern is just this area right here, just south of Pampa, coming out of Grooms. This is the city of Groom. It went past Groom. Now it's heading towards maybe just north of McLean here. So this is the storm that's moving basically just due east. So if you draw,
we have a new tornado warning. A confirmed tornado is on the ground just south of and west of the Paducah, Texas area.
Okay, yeah. So this, oh, here it is. Okay, so this is observed tornado. So we have an observed tornado at 5:57. A tornado was producing storm was located over Dumont. So yeah, that was the storm I was talking about. 18 miles northwest of Guthrie, moving east at 20 miles an hour. So locations in its path are going to be this whole area right here. Let me get the bearings on it. Sorry.
That's a pretty strong notch.
Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, so yeah, so here's that storm that we're talking about here. So this is an observed tornado that is on the ground. This at 5:57, there was a storm that was located over Dumont, Texas, or 18 miles northwest of Guthrie, moving east at 20 miles an hour. This is a damaging tornado that has a tennis ball size hail with it. So this is a confirmed tornado on the ground right here, moving eastbound. And this is just south of the Paducah area. So all these areas need to take shelter. If you're in FM 193, there's County Road 83 just south of Paducah. This is all moving east, dumping some serious hail and that tornadic activity with an observed tornado on the ground right now.
That's a pretty strong signature here on the velocity of the storm south of Paducah, south and west of Paducah.
Yeah,
tightened up in the last few runs, so that is concerning.
Yeah, so here's Paducah, and this is the activity that we're talking about right here, just south of Paducah, moving east of this couplet here, this tornado that is on the ground. There's FM 193, there's County Road 83, and this is all moving eastbound, heading towards what Crowell area. This is in the Panhandle of Texas, and there's Vernon. I mean, this is the area that again was under the moderate risk. This is around 6 o'clock. This is when there's some of the HRRR models saying, hey, we could have a lot more activity. And this is coming to fruition here as we get deeper into the 6 o'clock hour. But yeah, all these areas near Vernon, near Electra, into Seymour, These areas are going to be under the gun here in the next hour or so, eventually crossing over and heading into the Oklahoma area as we get deeper into the evening.
Yeah, still seeing some strong mid-level, even low-level rotation. There still appears to be a tornado on the ground to the south and west of Paducah, moving east here at about 20, 25 miles per hour. And it may go south of Paducah, but still over open field. But there's a lot of country roads through these areas here as well.
Yeah, so this is the storm that we're talking about here. That observed tornado that is on the ground just south of Paducah. It's pretty much training. Going to be crossing over County Road 83 here in just a matter of minutes here. If we look at some of the smaller towns in its path, are going to be the Finney area and DeGrow. What is it? Sneedville, Chalk, and to Hackberry. Those are some smaller cities that are going to be in the path of this dangerous tornado that is on the ground right now.
Yeah, it's about to cross 83 here within the next probably few minutes across these areas, just south of Paducah.
Yeah, so here's 83 right here. And there's the tornado that is on the ground right now, moving east at 20 miles an hour. And look at the hail core it's dropped in its path. Whew.
Wow, I'm seeing maybe up to 3-inch hail possible with this storm. That is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean, this is what's fallen out of radar, some pockets of 4 inches. So, yeah, by the time it makes it to the surface, yeah, it's every bit of 3 inches, if not maybe even a little bit larger now. This is the most significant storm of the evening now.
We could be talking about large apple type of hail coming down with this storm system as well. In addition to the ongoing tornado.
Oh yeah, it's 5:57. Yeah, so this tornado warning goes all the way until about the 6:30 time frame. And look, I mean, looking at the signatures, it looks like it's still on the ground here, about to cross over 83 within the next minute or so. But yeah, look at all those deep purples. So essentially, you've got the hail core to the north of there, and then that southern flank. That southern flank is producing the tornado on the south side.
Yeah, pretty good hail core. I mean, with the storm, but I have seen in the last couple frames the rotation weakens ever so slightly, but still, I do think there may be a tornado on the ground in progress south of Paducah.
Yeah, so they went ahead and extended the severe thunderstorm warning further off to the east from this storm. This was producing some tennis ball size hail and those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts out of that leading edge of this cell here. So this is going to be the pushing out of winds. So you got your 70-mile-per-hour wind gust on the leading edge. You've got your tennis ball size hail just to the north of there, and then on the south side you've got the tornado on the ground.
I mean, it's not moving very fast, but it's still pretty strong signature on here.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely not moving very fast. It's probably the slowest storm of the evening.
Luckily over open field here so far, but can't take that into consideration for any of these other cells here later on this evening.
Oh yeah, once it hits Oklahoma, I mean, these same types of cells are going to be into the Oklahoma area, and there's not too many open fields in Oklahoma. It's pretty populated, and especially going to Oklahoma City.
Right, yeah, that and the Lawton area too.
Yeah, these storms are going to hit Lawton, yeah, Wichita Falls, Burke Burnett, Vernon, Frederick, Altus, Lawton, Holbert. Those are going to be some of your prime cities for tornadic activity. And then, yes, it'll eventually head up towards the Oklahoma City area.
So everybody in chat, remember when I told you that Wichita Falls was in the crosshairs here as we head into early evening? It looks like it may be playing out here in the next couple of hours. So do be mindful of that here in the Wichita Falls area.
So I switched radars and okay, so we were just watching this activity, and yeah, it looks like it met its maker here with the cap. Yeah, it's
for sure.
It evaporated more or less. We had some yellows here. It's not there anymore, guys. That is a strong indication the cap is still there.
Yeah, maybe here after this warning goes off, I will have to go upstairs real quick for some dinner, but I'll bring it back down here with me after this tornado warning does expire. We have a little weakening with it.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's great. Hey, this is why we have two people. I can, you know, this would be allow me to take a break and, you know, an hour and a half or so, and allow me to have some dinner. And you can take control while I have some dinners. This is great. You know, 8 and 10 hours of live feed with no food is tough, and you start to fade quickly.
Unfortunately, some of my radar products have been down today because of it crashed a couple days ago, so I kind of had to you know, kind of reload all of this stuff, and it's starting to be a headache for sure. So
I know I feel you when stuff crashes and it takes a while to.
We had a big storm with a lightning strike, and it really knocked out the power and kind of almost fried my stuff.
Oh wow. Man, look at those purples on there. That is some deep purples here. That is some serious hail coming out of it. Look at that.
We could have up to 4-inch hail with this supercell south of near the Paducah area.
Yeah, so the hail core is actually moving a little bit further northeast.
Yeah, still have a hook there, but not as profound as before. Has weakened a little bit. Yeah, that notch might be getting a little contaminated here with, you know, some rainfall. So we'll see. If there is a tornado, it will be rain wrapped potentially.
Yeah, look at that hail core. That is a massive hail core right here. And this is the Paducah area right here.
Wow. Yeah, that is a really, really deep hail core. Let me take a 3D slice of this storm. I'm interested to see how tall it is.
That is going to get real close to Paducah since this is moving northeast.
So especially on the south side of Paducah, do want to move your cars in immediately here. Do not want to get, you know, into the path of these storms. But
whoa,
some very large hail.
Hunter, 61,000. Yeah. Look at that, 61,000 feet. This is
definitely the tallest storm here thus far today, and probably of the season.
Of the season, I can promise you that this is of the season. 61,000. This is incredible.
Wow. Yeah, because I know there was a lot of Cape. If anybody in the chat knows, Cape is instability and it's energy for these storms, and there's a lot of it today. So these storms are really tall.
Yeah, right here where they basically have those 3 and 4 inch stones of 61,000 feet, guys. I mean, it does not. I mean, it doesn't get any taller than that. I mean, wow. It's just very difficult to get cloud tops that high. I mean, that's some serious situation we're unfolding tonight. Just seeing cloud tops that way. I mean, you've seen the rotation further to the south. I mean, you got a lot of room for movement within those areas for rotation.
Yeah, so my radar doesn't work, so I'm using the standard one, and kind of sucks. But I do have the kind of the 3D depiction here, and it's showing like Roy said, very, very tall updrafts here with this storm.
And then that's the thing. I mean, once these updrafts get that tall, it's very hard to weaken those. I mean, that's basically just going to set the stage for the rest of the evening as these head off into Wichita Falls and to Vernon and to Burke Burnett and back into Lawton. I mean, that's going to be a serious situation going to be unfolding, because these could be some not only tornadic activity, but these could be on the ground for maybe extended period of time with those with cloud tops that high, and then at the same time it's a lot easier to produce some of that baseball, even up to softball size hail, and that particular environment. You got extreme updrafts in that situation where that hailstone is going to be constantly lifted up, back up in the atmosphere, back up in the atmosphere. And the higher it's able to get, the colder it's able to keep refreezing, and eventually the hailstone will win, but it might not be until it's going to be baseball type size variety hitting the surface. So yeah,
I know
that's
you might have to. I know you might have to switch radars, but there is another concerning cell farther toward east of the Oklahoma City area or southeast, an area that had just got hard hit by a tornado the other day. Seminole, Oklahoma. There's another hook developing on that storm in Oklahoma.
Oh, here we
Not
go.
tornado warned at the moment, but there is starting to see a little bit of a hook develop there, south and west of Seminole.
Oh, wow. Yeah, you're right. Look at that.
So that's concerning for maybe another type of tornado warning.
Look, and then it's moving exactly northeast. I mean, heading directly to Seminole. Yeah, Seminole was this location that you just the other night that had that, the EF3 tornado, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's preliminary, but yeah, I do believe so.
Okay. And had some of that, tennis ball, maybe some baseball size hail in that environment. And I took a sounding at that time when that tornado was 54,000 feet. That cloud top at the time was 54,000 feet. So
that's shooting up there for sure. Yeah, toward the Mod area. If you live in Mod, the storm is this hook may be heading right for the Mod area. So if you live in Mod, do be mindful. This storm could drop a tornado here shortly with the type of signature we're watching.
Yeah, right here we're talking about Pearson, St. Louis. There's E1330 here. There's the city of Mod. That's really concerning right here on the south side again of
this is heading right towards the city of Mod here at this time. Oh yeah, they may. I'm surprised they haven't put out a tornado warning quite yet, because that signature is starting to strengthen.
Okay, so the population of Mod, Oklahoma, this says it was back in 2014, about 1,000 people. About 1,000 people live in Mod, but that was about 2014, so probably a little higher now.
So am I seeing that correctly? They did allow the tornado warning back toward the Paducah area to expire, but now the next area of interest here is the Mod area here up into Oklahoma.
I'm still showing that tornado. Did it expire?
Maybe I think it did. I don't see much of a hook with that storm anymore.
But I'm still seeing the warning though.
Okay, maybe my radar has just been messing up today for some reason. It's been kind of laggy.
Oh yeah, no worries. I mean, it's not observed anymore. It's radar indicated, but
okay.
It's still there.
Oh, because they did. Oh, okay, that's what happened. They had 2 tornado warnings on that storm. They allowed one to expire.
Right. Exactly. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. They took off the observed, but they kept the other warning.
Right.
Yeah. So that storm at 6:14 was located near Dumont, or 14 miles northwest of Guthrie, moving east at 20 miles an hour here.
Oh man, now it's starting to get a little busy. Yeah, that low top shower did turn into a thunderstorm. We do have another severe warning down here just north and west of Abilene as well. Only for 60-mile-per-hour wind and now actually golf ball size hail potential here as well. And that is moving northeast at 40 miles per hour toward Haskell, the Hamlin area. That's in Texas here in central Texas.
Oh yeah, I see that north of Abilene. I think it. Yeah, so this storm in Paducah still has some tennis ball size hail with it.
Yeah, I see that. That's and still 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well.
Yeah, that's not letting up anytime soon.
Yeah, so if you live in Paducah, you're probably getting some torrential downpours, some cloud to ground lightning, that hail core, and potentially even that 70-mile-per-hour plus wind gusts as well.
Yeah, the purples are actually going to feed into it. It's going to go right over that area. Yeah, that hail core is not that far off.
Yeah, that's going to come right into the Paducah area here in a matter of moments.
Yeah, I know how intense that was. That purple actually went over my house. It rained almost an inch in about I think I calculated about 20 minutes or so.
Well, that's the thing. The precipitable water values today are pushing 1 inch to an inch and a half as well. So.
Oh yeah, easily, if not a little bit higher than that, especially as you get into Oklahoma. Yeah, especially tonight.
I see a new tornado warning that is issued just near the Seminole area. It is radar indicated, however.
Okay, yeah, here we go. Yeah, so we looked at this storm earlier. We looked at that hook. So yeah, there is that new tornado warning for west central Seminole County and east to central Oklahoma. This is a brand new tornado warning at 617. That tornadic supercell was capable or was located near St. Louis or moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. This is a radar indicated tornado with some golf ball size hail. So we were showing that hook on the south side there, heading into Mod, and eventually heading maybe towards the Seminole area. So they did in fact give a warning on this particular cell.
But Bill, yeah, if you live in Mod, still want to be on high alert for the potential of a spin-up tornado here, especially also I know you're outside of the warning, but bow legs as well, and then up toward the Seminole area here with time as the storm moves off to the east and the northeast.
Yeah, so that's two storms now, guys, that we're looking at those cells before they issued a tornado warning and said, hey, this is the area to watch. And in the next 5 minutes, it had a tornado warning with it. So we're giving you the real-time warnings as fast as possible, watching having all eyes on it, all hands on deck tonight to give you the best storm coverage as possible. And it looks like we have another tornado warning. You have to expand the view here up towards the I guess that is Seminole. I was looking at Shawnee, but yeah, that is Seminole, south of Shawnee. Yeah, this
big supercell though, how it is.
Yeah, I'm on my radar scope on the other screen here, so I'm trying to look at multiple radars. And I'm looking at Shawnee, and then of course Seminole is a little smaller than Shawnee, so it wasn't popping up.
Yeah, so if you live in Mod, you might have a brief spin-up tornado or potentially a long track tornado if this does tighten up here in the next few minutes under that tornado warning.
Yeah, it's literally right over Mod right now.
Yeah, so this will be heading toward Bow Legs, up toward the Seminole area, and then maybe eventually over toward Wowoka as well.
Wowoka. Hey, I'm pretty impressed you pronounced that correctly.
I try.
Hey,
they're tough.
Looks like there's a new warning back here, the back down here by Purcell. This just popped up.
Yeah, I see that. That's forward.
Yeah, some 60-mile-per-hour winds, but hey, that's where it starts. I mean, it starts off at that. That's the initial stage of turning severe with some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-size hail. But just another area to watch.
Rain today, though. I mean, these could start off like you said, 60-mile-per-hour quarter size, and then 20 minutes later could be on the ground for a long time with the tornado. So.
Oh yeah. So we'll watch this activity. So we still have that tornado warning down to the south side of
wow, Paducah is getting some very heavy rainfall right now. I'm kind of interested to see how much rain they picked up. Let me see here.
Well, here I got it. Let me put the okay, so Paducah's
not working on my end.
Yeah, it's almost quarter inch, half inch. I mean, it literally just started.
Wow.
But I mean, it probably hadn't been raining very minutes. but yeah, just to the south of there, you have an inch and a half. So these are pretty big rain producers this evening. So yeah, they're about a half inch to a quarter inch in Paducah so far.
Wow. And that's probably within what, 20, 30 minutes?
Maybe? Oh, it less than that. I mean, it literally just started. I mean, that pink, that purple is it is just now over it. I mean, and they're not even.
The storm's only moving at 25 miles an hour.
And they're not even in the deep purple.
Okay, so I'm getting a report now from 10 minutes ago at about 6:14, 6:15 time frame. Tennis ball size hail was reported to 4 miles northwest of Grow, Texas.
Now Grow.
Just to the south of Paducah.
Okay, so that storm right here. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you see the path of this storm. I mean, this is the radar. So when you see these 4 inches, this 2.7, this is not what's actually hitting the surface. This is what the radar beam sees. So it's a little bit enhanced, if you will, but what's fallen to the surface, you can typically take off about an inch there, maybe a little bit less than that, but just kind of gives you an idea. When you see these 4-inch parameters like this, that's significant hail. I mean, if you do the math, it's got confirmation of the tennis ball size hail, which is basically 2.75 inches. And look at that deep blue. We haven't seen much of that this evening. So not only is it purple, we got the deep blue. That is some very intense rain.
Wow, we got another supercell just to the south of Norman that has just popped up as well with a new warning. And that one's showing signs of mid-level rotation as well. However, it's only producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail at this time.
Yes. This was the one we were on a couple of minutes ago. That was just southwest of Seminole here. But so yeah, this whole line is really kind of lighting up, all moving northeast. Hey Ross, how's it going, buddy? Hey Snowies. Thanks for coming on live with me. Hey Mark. Hey, I thought tonight was going to be crazy. Well, it's only 6 o'clock. I mean, the night is still young.
Oh yeah, we got plenty of the evening left for severe weather for sure, especially in Oklahoma.
Yeah, I mean, it really hasn't even tapped into Oklahoma yet.
Yeah, we're still watching down here toward Lawton, down toward the Wichita Falls area, and then kind of watching over toward Elk City, that type of area in Oklahoma still. Because all those supercells into the Texas Panhandle are moving east, and they will move into that environment here shortly.
Oh yeah, I mean it's the calm before the storm, and Vernon right now, and to Lawton. I mean it's just only a matter of time before they really get entrenched. And is that a tornadic cell? Looks like Clarendon. Amarillo. It looks like this cell right here by Memphis is trying to have rotation. Clarendon, where's Clarendon? Clarendon.
There's two cells there, I see.
Yeah, Clarendon. It's this cell right here.
Is it the easternmost cell?
Yes. No, I think it's no, it's this one right here. It's this south of Bryce, south Bryce.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying now. Okay.
Okay, yeah. So this is the cell that's showing some rotation
Pretty
here.
decent hail core with that storm as well. Showing some purples in there. Yeah, there could be some maybe some quarter size, but I wouldn't rule out maybe even some ping pong ball here coming down with the storm potentially here.
Yeah, so we're watching this cell now because this looks to be our next potential cell that's maybe might try to spin up a tornado here. Okay, so they did in fact extend the tornado warning on this cell. Okay.
South of Paducah, right?
Yeah, south of Paducah. So they did extend it for King County and northwestern Texas, as well as southern Cottle County and northwestern Texas. So this was producing a tornado was located over Delwyn, or 12 miles south of Paducah, moving east at 20.
Wow. So yeah, if you live in the Crowell area, you're going to get some pretty heavy rain, but it may take some time for it to get there. But once it does, you're going to have some torrential rain, that hail core, and maybe even a chance of a tornado here coming for the Crowell area.
Yeah, so this is an extension of the tornado warning earlier. It's now pushed off to the east. So we always have to watch the southern side tonight, and then you're gonna have the hail core to the north of there, and then any bowing segments out ahead of it are going to be your straight damaging winds.
Yeah, I don't see any super pressing hooks on any of these storms, but there's still some storms that could really spin up here. Yeah, I'm seeing, okay, so there's a confirmed tornado to the west-southwest of Seminole here on the ground. Broadcast television has confirmed a tornado on the ground west-southwest of Seminole, Oklahoma.
Yeah, here we go. There we go. Broadcast television, confirmed tornado located near Maud. So located near Maud, this is the area that we've been watching for a while. Moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Locations in its path are Seminole, Maud, Bowlegs, St. Louis, and Harjo. Those areas need to be in your safe zone immediately with a confirmed tornado by broadcasters on the ground right now, with some damaging tornadic activity with golf ball size hail in the cities of Maud, Seminole, Bowlegs, St. Louis, and Harjo. Need to take shelter immediately of this observed tornado that is on the ground. Yeah, we've been watching this hook. We've been watching this hook on the south side. It's gotten a lot more evident, and right now we have the tornado just on the south side, right over Maud as we speak, and this is heading directly towards the Bowlegs area and to Seminole. This is the same area, unfortunately, got hit the other night with that damaging tornado. Looks to be in line of another tornado on the ground heading their way.
Wow. Yeah, unfortunately, that's what happens with these types of setups here, is you get the same areas here of severe weather day after day, and then you eventually here will see some overlapping of some of these storms.
Yeah, you had a moderate risk happening on Monday night, and then we have another moderate risk unfolding tonight in these same areas. And unfortunately, Seminole is in line again for a possible another tornado on the ground.
Yeah, this one potentially could be a long-lived storm, because there's not a lot of contamination south and east ahead of this storm.
Yeah, look, there's nothing. Yeah, here's what he's talking about. There's nothing down below, right? It's got great inflow, and there's nothing out ahead of it either. I mean, it's got a lot of legs with it, unfortunately, and it's got a pretty significant hook as well. So this could be not only a tornado, but it could be a tornado that we might be talking about for a while now, unless something's able to. But yeah, look at that; it's getting even more pronounced as as
wow. Yeah, the low level shear with this storm is really picking up steam now.
yeah, this is a significant situation unfolding, happening right now. This even could be our first PDS warning of the day. Potentially, could be unfolding here in the city of Maud, heading towards Seminole here with a dangerous tornado that is strengthening on the ground as we speak.
Oh, wow. Okay, so the velocity, there could potentially be an EF2 tornado on the ground right now, just to the west southwest of Seminole. This is a very strong couplet I'm seeing right now.
Look at that. Oh my gosh.
At least an EF2 potential tornado on the ground right now.
Yeah, so this is a dangerous tornado, guys. We're looking at a significant potential dangerous tornado on the ground right now in the city of Maud. If you live in Bowlegs, if you live in Seminole, gosh, if you live in Cromwell, I mean, all these areas need to take shelter immediately with a dangerous tornado unfolding and getting stronger as we speak.
Well, that is not, they may come out with a PDS on this. This is looking very, very dangerous.
Yeah, I would not be surprised here. We're watching this closely, but this is a very dangerous tornado. There's not much to stop this thing, guys. There is not much to stop this. Is
that a debris ball? Do I see a debris ball with this velocity?
Let me see.
Are you saying the same thing?
Yeah, I mean, I see every bit of that. There's debris being lofted up in the atmosphere right now over Maud, over just south of Pleasant Grove, heading towards the city of Seminole. This is a developing debris ball that's being lifted up in the atmosphere as we speak. And we're just waiting looking at more confirmation on this, but tornadoes continues to be on the ground with tennis ball size hail.
If you live in Seminole, if you live in the city of Seminole, know anybody that lives in Seminole, do call them immediately. There is a tornado that is headed right for downtown Seminole right now.
Yeah, text them, call them, whatever you have to do. This is a very damaging situation. They need to be in their safe zone immediately.
Lowest, most interior room, whether it's a bathroom, put a mattress over your head. If you have any, like bicycle helmets.
Hey, yeah, grab your helmet. Yeah, all hands on deck. Grab your phone, get the pets, get the whole family in there.
This is a very strong couplet.
Oh.
Wow, the next run just got even stronger. That is a very, very strong inflow notch.
I'm surprised they don't have a PDS on this.
Wow. Yeah, so potentially, at least potentially an EF2 tornado might be headed right for the Seminole here, the city of Seminole, downtown area as we speak.
And I'm just doing the math here, guys. I mean, look, it's going to be crossing over Interstate 40. I mean, it's going to be crossing over a major interstate, potentially by 7:15. Obviously, there's still a lot of cars on the road at that time. This is just a very damaging situation unfolding right now, and there's not much to stop this on the south side.
If you live in just north of Seminole, you're getting the hail core, north and west of there as well. And, the hail on this storm could be pushing golf ball, maybe even close to tennis ball size here with the strength of this storm as we, move along here in the next few minutes. Oh, wow. The next frame just came in. Yeah, still a very strong signature here on the ground of the tornado headed right for Seminole, potentially up to, an EF3 or stronger type tornado moving right towards Seminole as we speak.
Okay, they just extended the tornado warning. This is new information. Tornado warning by the Norman, Oklahoma area. 636 confirmed tornado was near Maud, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So this is northern Seminole County and east central Oklahoma. It's a very damaging tornado with with golf ball size hail. Yeah, Maud, Seminole, Bowlegs, Cromwell, and Lima. All those areas are in direct path of seeing this damaging tornado on their doorstep in the next 10, 15 minutes. So if you're along Interstate 40, this is potentially between mile markers 207 and 213. We guesstimated around 715. So this would be mile markers going to be within the 207, 213 range on Interstate 40 here.
Yeah, this tornado could, just because you're north of the, the main area of concern here in Bowlegs does not mean the storm cannot turn more south and east. We've seen that numerous times in past events. So do still be mindful and take your proper precautions here across the Bowlegs area as well.
Yeah, I'm seeing some pictures of that tornado that went west of Dumont here 9 minutes ago. I'm looking at my Twitter feed now. So I'm retweeting any of these that come in. Spotter Network confirmed large multi-vortex tornado on the ground in Maud.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't use my radar thing to do this today, unfortunately. Well, I'm limited with the radar stuff today, but I am still here receiving, the velocities at times, and also here the 3D scope of the storm.
Hey, no, I appreciate your help. I mean, this is awesome that you're able to come on live with me here and do this coverage unfolding as we speak, because we knew this was going to be a dangerous day. We were just watching and waiting for this jet to get active, and we're already seeing numerous confirmed tornadoes, and this could be by far our biggest one of the evening.
Okay, so now we also have a tornado once again on the ground south of Paducah here, a confirmed tornado by weather spotters on the ground south of Paducah, Texas. We have two tornadoes that are on the ground as we speak, one in Oklahoma near the Seminole and Maud area, and also down just south of Paducah with that slow-moving supercell as well.
Yeah, so this is the storm. Oh, okay, so it just went. There it is. It connected. Yeah, a confirmed tornado. Another confirmed tornado was located over Grow, or 12 miles south of Paducah. It's 12 miles south of Paducah, moving east at 25 miles an hour. Another damaging tornado with tennis ball size hail. We're looking at Finney, Grow, Delwyn, Chalk, or Hackberry. If you live in those areas, Finney, Grow, Delwyn, Chalk, or Hackberry, those areas need to be in your safe zone immediately. So to get your bearings, this is 12 miles south of Paducah. This is the area we've been watching all evening. This is another confirmed tornado with tennis ball size hail and some 70-mile-per-hour winds.
So yeah, we got two tornadoes separate on the ground right now. Like I said, both these tornadoes do have the potential to go long track. I mean, both of these supercells are, very discrete, by themselves, so they can tap into a lot of that energy in the atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean, same things. South side. I mean, look, there is nothing else around it. Nothing. This is what he's talking about. It's open sesame. I mean, that's what makes this environment so dangerous tonight. There's not much to stop these things once they get going here. And again, we're looking at another cell that has a very nice notch on the south side that has not much to stop it in its wake.
Is that trying to see? Is it trying to trying to go more east-southeast, or is it moving straight east?
Well, let's see. Let's zoom in here. Look at grow.
Oh,
Have,
almost looks like it's trying to turn more east-southeasterly.
yeah, it looks. I mean, look at grow. Look at the extension. It's moving further southeast than it is east.
All right. Yeah, so this is a dangerous storm as well. In regards to hail, we got tennis ball size hail potential with this storm, in addition to that tornado in progress south of Paducah.
Hey, Hunter. Sorry, Hunter. David, this is Hunter. He's helping me out tonight. He lives up in Chicago. He's another weather guy that's helping me out with the live feed. So we're doing dual storm coverage tonight to get you all the latest updated coverage as quick as possible. And we were able to eye two tornadic supercells before they issued the warning on them to give you even faster warnings. An area to watch, and and then 5 minutes later they had the tornado warning on.
Yeah, those are still the two storms of interest. I still am interested in the storm south of Norman, but right now just a severe warning storm, no tornado warning. Actually, as I say that, a tornado warning has just been issued to the south of Norman with that storm as well, with golf ball size hail and a radar indicated tornado.
Yeah, here we go. Here's the one that Hunter was referring to. This is southeastern Cleveland County and central Oklahoma, southwestern McLean County and central Oklahoma. At 6:42, there was a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 4 miles southeast of Kreiner, or moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So this is another developing potential tornado, not confirmed, but radar indicated tornado. Does have some golf ball size hail. Locations in its path are going to be the Purcell area, the Slaughterville area, Lexington, Wayne, and Payne. Let me read those again. So Purcell, Slaughterville, Lexington, Wayne, and Payne in southeast of Kreiner, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour.
So we got training supercells here. We got the one up towards Seminole producing that damaging tornado near the Seminole area. And then right behind it, another tornadic supercell right on its heels, moving nearly the same areas here south of the Norman area.
Yeah, so that's what makes this situation look. That's even look at that. I mean, almost a notch. It's got a lot of dirty side on just to the west of there, but or east of there, but still a possible trying notch here developing on the south side.
Yeah, we could have maybe if it puts down a tornado, a rain wrap tornado potential there.
Yeah, that's a lot of rain induced on that. That's a little bit different situation than what's unfolding in Seminole and further south into Paducah.
Yeah, that's more of a kind of an HP supercell, more of a high precipitation type of setup there. Yeah, other than those 3 tornado warned areas, I do not see any pressing issues with any other storms at this time, besides the large hail and the damaging wind gust threat across any of those other storms in the Texas Panhandle.
Yeah, so still a pretty significant notch on that one south of Paducah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it's even tightened a little further since we looked at that last.
Yeah, so this is a big difference from the one further northeast. There's not much in the wake to stop these.
And we got 4 tornado warnings, but 3 tornado warned supercells.
Yeah, so this one by Seminole is just the extension of what they put out earlier.
And like we said earlier, all these storms, once they started going, they would all go kind of like a domino effect. And this is really starting to lift the cap off the atmosphere across central Oklahoma, down through northwest Texas. And still, like I say, Lawton, Oklahoma, down toward Wichita Falls, still got to watch here the development over the next few hours, because you guys could be in play here as we head toward the mid to late evening hours.
I mean, are we looking at a debris ball over Seminole? I mean, that looks pretty fairly significant here.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is a pretty strong debris signature. On the northwest side there, Seminole.
Yeah,
or on the western side anyway.
Yeah, I went right over Maud, and then it lifted northeast. Now it's literally back over Seminole, where they get hit the other evening.
Wow. So yeah, the signature that he's talking about near the Seminole area is actually strengthening once again. It's kind of recycling back and strengthening once again, heading right into Seminole.
Yeah, I mean it's right over. I mean it's right over downtown Seminole right now. I mean there's an observed.
Wow, that is a very, very strong couplet right now.
Yeah, so that is doing a lot of damage in its wake. There's a State Highway 59. There's County Road 377. This is downtown Seminole right here. We kind of zoom in. Okay, so there's the latest frame here.
Wow, that is this tornado, folks. This means some serious business here in the city of Seminole in Oklahoma. Very strong tornado. Yeah, that is a lot of rotation here with this supercell for sure. A lot of low level shear.
Yeah, it's getting a lot more pronounced as we move through time here.
Let me see even the storm behind it starting to gain a little bit of strength as well. So yeah, a lot of these supercells really starting to rotate now here across Oklahoma and into northwest Texas.
Well, we're getting 10 minutes to 7. So we've been live here almost 3 hours. We went through about the first hour, not much activity, but definitely in the last hour or so, things have lit up quick. Have really lightened up, especially over Oklahoma, which was definitely forecasted. So we're almost getting into the prime time, if you will. So this is the time to all hands on deck. You need to stay high alert in these areas and stay with us for all the latest warnings out as we're giving you real time information. I mean, even before it happens, in some cases, to get in your safe zone as quick as possible, because this is a very dangerous night. We've seen several tornadoes on the ground already, and we've seen several hooks. There's not much to stop these things once they start. So we could be looking at tornadoes that could be on the ground tonight for lengths of time, extended periods of time. And then sometimes training over the same areas, like in this situation right here, where we got a confirmed tornado on the ground, but just to the southwest of there, another tornado warning, basically heading northeast. So these could be in the situations where it could be hit, if not once, but maybe even twice, or come really close into some of these same areas this evening.
Yeah, that tornado down just farther south into Texas is considered a rope tornado, a small rope tornado down south and east of Paducah. While we have a wedge tornado that is on the ground in Seminole.
So they're wedge tornado now in Seminole?
Yeah, there's a small wedge, at least a small wedge.
So rope meanings is very skinny, it's very tiny, it's touching the ground, but the vortex is not very wide in length. Wedge obviously is much bigger. Those are considered large tornadoes that cover hundreds of feet, if not a half a mile or so, depending on the strength of the tornado. Those can obviously do a lot more damage with a wedge tornado.
Yeah, that one south of Norman on its heels there is starting to really gain some strength as well. So we may have training supercells that could produce some pretty strong tornadoes over nearly the same areas.
So I'm trying to,
at least with my latest frame, it's showing a pretty good hook there just to the north and east of Lindsay. Lindsay.
Is that in Seminole or?
That's the storm just right on its heels there, down just south of Norman.
Oh, Purcell, back. Okay, yeah, here's Lindsay, yeah.
far, the most pressing issue right now is that tornado here in Seminole, or probably even past the Seminole area now, heading up toward Cromwell, as we had here. Wow, that is a very strong tornado signature in the latest frame in the Seminole area. Probably the strongest tornado potential we've seen all year this year across the Seminole area. A very large tornado is on the ground.
This is downtown Seminole right here, guys. Downtown Seminole is taking a direct hit over this large wedge tornado that is on the ground. It's crossing.
That hook on the radar is insane.
Oh yeah. Yeah, look at that little inflow notch here. That is a hook echo, a very dangerous wedge tornado that is on the ground right over Seminole as we speak, doing a lot of damage. There is the city of Cromwell at 7:13. So if you live in Cromwell, you need to be in your safe zone immediately, as this damaging tornado will be in your path in the next 20 minutes or so. So anybody that lives in Cromwell needs to be in your safe zone. You've got, oh, look at that frame. Look at that update that just updated.
Well, that was what I was talking about. That is a very strong signature. That probably could be the strongest tornado we've seen this year into Oklahoma.
Yeah, so this is a very dangerous tornado that is on the ground right now, getting stronger with every frame, guys. Very damaging. It's going to be crossing over into Cromwell, heading over Interstate 40 here.
Wow, that's a classic, textbook type of supercell here you would look at when you're in class as a textbook. I mean, that is a very well-defined supercell in the Seminole area.
Yeah, it's got all the rain on the north side, all the tennis ball size hail. The south side's got all the rotation, and there's not much to stop this thing. This is what's happening tonight. Look, if we expand the view, I mean, there's nothing. I mean, there is nothing to the south of here. So there's not much to stop these things once they get going. And you literally got one right on his heels too. And this is literally this one's moving northeast at 30. It's moving northeast at 30. So same situation.
Trying to see if I got any update. Wow, I just got another update from the radar here. Still showing a very strong signature there, just to the north and east of Seminole, heading right for Cromwell. If you live in Cromwell, do notify your family members that there is a large, violent tornado coming right toward you at this time.
Look, I mean, this is what we're talking about, guys. I mean, look, there's the city of Seminole. I mean, you got a massive hook right over the city. Great inflow notch. There's the city of Cromwell. Going to be on a direct hit. There's no question. I mean, it does not look like it's going to let up anytime soon. So you need to be in your safe zone immediately. Cromwell, Sylvan, and to Schulten, and to Bearden. All those areas need to be in your safe zone of this massive tornado, if not violent tornado, on the ground.
Yeah, so Cromwell, if you live there, you might be getting some 70-mile-an-hour winds right now, but that tornado we're talking about is just off to your south and west and is coming right for you here in Cromwell.
Okay, so the population of Seminole is around 8,000.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so that went right over downtown pretty much.
Yeah, that's we're not going to see any good pictures coming later with that one. That did a lot of damage.
I'm not seeing any updates quite yet from the Storm Prediction Center storm reports, but I'm sure they'll be coming in rather soon.
Okay, so it looks like the city of Cromwell, 286 people live in Cromwell.
Okay, so a smaller city, but still 286 lives that need to be saved from the storm. So
yeah, when you're
in a safe place in Cromwell.
Yeah, Yeah, this is a massive tornado. I mean, this one could be, it's hard to say, half mile. I mean, we have no visuals on this, but
I mean, this is at least probably every bit of an EF2 plus tornado for sure.
yeah, I would say that with pretty confidence. With seeing a hook like that, and I didn't do the cloud tops on this one, but let's see.
I did
54. Yeah, 54. Yeah, 54. I mean, any ones that are 54 this year that I've clicked on that had a wedge like that have been confirmed 3 days later EF3. So yeah, this is every bit of EF2 with confidence, if not more.
And what I'm seeing right now is that the inflow notch is starting to get a little contaminated, but it's still very well defined heading up toward Cromwell. And this tornado may start to get a little more rain wrapped here as it kind of gets a little contaminated into the notch of the storm.
Yeah, I see that. It's definitely not as prevalent there. Yeah, we had a storm. We had this. There was nothing there earlier, right? This storm developed Wawoka, just northeast of the Wawoka area.
What I think's happening is that there's so much stronger. This rotation's so strong with the storm, it's almost pulling in the rain again, like into the storm.
Oh, I see. So it's actually developing its own weather. I mean, basically, I mean, when it's 54,000 feet, I mean, it's in charge. It takes over. I mean, it calls the shots.
Yeah, this thing's, I mean, it's not a fast moving tornado, but you don't need a fast moving tornado when it's, EF2, EF3 strength. So,
yeah, there's that tornado south of Paducah, Texas earlier. I'm looking at it on Twitter.
Looked like a rope, I think.
Oh yeah, a little skinny little thing.
Still on the ground as of now, moving east at 20. This is a very slow moving supercell. I mean, that's been sitting over Paducah, finally just leaving the area now.
Okay, so I got a picture of that Seminole. It's far away, but it's definitely on the ground. This particular sighting was 10 minutes ago.
Okay. I wonder if there's any. I'm sure there's chasers on that storm.
Oh yeah. Spotters 3 miles southwest of Seminole. Large tornado spotted 3 miles to the north. So 3 miles, multiple power flashes happening right now.
Right now, okay. So yeah, this is headed right for Cromwell. If you live in Cromwell, no matter if you're one out of 286 people, this is a very violent tornado heading right toward you.
Yeah, it looks like Oklahoma. I mean, obviously they're covering this on TV right now.
Yeah, this is probably one of the biggest tornadoes, Tornado Alley has seen in probably at least a couple of years.
Yeah, everybody's on this storm. There's a lot of chasers on this storm. I'm seeing a lot of pictures on this. Still on the ground.
Well, I guess if you discount the Andover one, but either way, I mean, these are pretty strong tornadoes.
Oh yeah, I mean, soundings today called for some EF3s. I mean, it definitely called for some EF3 potential.
Oh yeah, those photographs were.
And
what we're talking about in a live chat is the photographs, basically the kind of a chart looking thing we look at to see how much rotation the atmosphere has, the environment for these storms to brew in, basically.
Yeah, so I mean, we were seeing soundings over 50,000 feet. I mean, confirm, from soundings, and we're watching this real life play out. I mean, the atmosphere called for it. Luckily, there is a little bit of a cap inversion in Dallas tonight, but there's nothing in Oklahoma. I mean, that's so just count your lucky stars that if you're under a cap, you've dodged a bullet.
Yeah, nevertheless, though, all these supercells here with time through the evening, as the low and mid-level jet really start to punch right into these storms, we're going to have a lot of shear and a lot of instability still left over for kind of an MCS, or like mesoscale convective system, like a line of storms to move through. And that's when your wind threat really started to increase later this evening.
And then the flood threat. That's when the flood threat really ramps up.
As well, yes. Yeah, that'll be pretty prolific across Oklahoma.
So that's what makes it dangerous. I mean, especially let's just take Seminole, for example. I mean, Seminole took a direct hit. There's a lot of homes probably being shattered right now, some roofs probably being holes in it off, then you got blinding rain coming. This is a very dangerous situation, putting a lot of people at a lot of risk tonight. And even to try to get out of that situation and go somewhere else, floods could, roads could be flooded, in these types of situations. We got flash flood watches, numerous areas over much of Oklahoma, pretty much the entire state, almost much of central and southern Oklahoma is under a moderate risk for flash flooding. These areas are looking at 4 to 6 inches of rainfall this evening, and there's not out of the question some 8-inch amounts and even maybe some 10-inch amounts cannot be ruled out in some of these isolated spots with these training storms into the overnight hours. I mean, we looked at some of these, it could be lasting until 9 o'clock in the morning with some of that rain, with the squall line, the MCS moving through into Oklahoma. So these areas, if it's rain,
areas that are seeing the supercells now, they're going to be seeing another round later this evening. So just because you got a supercell and you're done now doesn't mean you're done with severe weather quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, this could last 12 hours. I mean, 12 to 14 hours. I mean, in Oklahoma, they could easily have this activity, at some form of fashion for 12 to 14 hours.
Chat, I see some chat here saying there's a Channel 9 chopper helicopter on a storm. Do you know what news outlet that is? Like W whatever, like what news channel is that? Besides Channel 9, I don't know what that is. I won't be able to see it because I'm up near Chicago, but.
Yeah, I'm trying to see, usually my Twitter feed probably might have something. Yeah, they just. Oh, wow. I'm getting pictures now. Oh my gosh. That is a lot.
I'll be getting these pictures as well. So if you guys want to log on to Powell's Twitter page, I'll be starting to post all those pictures on there with them, and you guys can go and kind of see all the stuff that's happening.
Yeah, so I just posted a picture in Seminole. I mean, it's a lot of destruction. I mean, that's a lot of damage in Seminole. Just getting some first glimpses of some of this damage that unfolded tonight in Seminole. It's just heartening to look at this. Yeah, that wedge tornado went right over Seminole and just did complete destruction to everything in its path.
Okay, yeah, so there will be a bunch of different, videos and pictures being posted here on Powell's Twitter page. So if you want to check that out, you guys can quick, and then you guys can come back to the live stream. We'll be covering some more storms with you guys.
Yeah, so there's my Twitter feed, Twitter handle. So anybody that is not already following. Yeah, but the tweets are coming in fast and furious. They got 102 refreshes in about a minute.
Oh wow!
I mean, it's a lighting up now. I mean, yeah, there's so many storm chasers on this. This very dangerous tornado. Okay, now Seminole's in the clear. I mean, their damage is done. I mean, there was a lot of damage. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of damage that came out of Seminole. It still has that notch with it, so this still could be on the ground as we speak right now. So it's still considered observed tornado. Still heading northeast there. There's Cromwell at 7:15. So 9 more minutes, guys. Population 300 is going to take a direct hit.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage pictures coming in from Seminole, and then that storm down near the Paducah, Texas area. A lot of damage from these storms.
But yeah, that was a classic, just like you said, textbook. If you're studying meteorology, if you're like, hey, what's a tornado look like? I mean, that's it right there. I mean, that's all
you look for, really.
I mean, that's you just hate to see it. I mean, you see something like that, you just know it's doing a lot of damage, and then we get confirmation these pictures coming out, and it's every bit of what the radar said.
I'm wondering. Yeah, there's a bunch of pictures on his Twitter page now, so if you guys want to check that out, like we said, you guys can hop on to Twitter on his Twitter page, powponder.com, or Powell Ponder's Twitter page. Get on there, follow him. He'll have a bunch of pictures and videos on there of these storms moving through Oklahoma and Texas this evening.
Yeah, multi-vortexes. This actually could have split into two. I mean, if we zoomed in here, I'm looking at some of these other high-resolution velocities. This could have been maybe even a sister type situation, maybe twins.
Yeah, probably a parent tornado, and then the tornado kind of revolving potentially around the parent tornado kind of deal. And those are the most destructive. Usually the tornadoes itself, the parent tornado is destructive as well. But usually when you get those smaller, mesovortex, type tornadoes that revolve around the parent tornado, those are like suction cups. Those are even stronger winds, probably by about 20 to 50 miles an hour than the actual parent tornado itself.
Yeah, it's still showing that pretty significant notch on the south side there.
Yeah, that's heading up. Is it right over the Cromwell area, I believe, just right now.
Yeah, it's basically over Cromwell as we speak. It might have actually gotten there a little bit sooner than what we talked about.
Yeah, I know my radar's been a little laggy today, but starting to catch up now.
Okay, it's not quite there yet, but it's 7:11, so it has sped up a little bit. So over Cromwell, about 7:11.
Wow, am I goofing right now, or is that storm east of Paducah 63,000 feet?
Let's check it out.
I mean, my technology's been a little goofy today, so I'm not sure if that was official, but.
I'm getting 59. It's every there, okay, so there's 61. I'm getting 61 now. If you really kind of zoom in,
Wow.
Yeah, 60. That's another 61 footer. I mean, that's the second one of the evening.
Yeah, that storm's producing some tennis ball size hail, and that's a very strong updraft with that storm east of Paducah. Very slow mover. But
yeah, a lot of 4-inch hailstones on radar here. That's easily dropping his baseball.
Yeah, you're talking probably 2 3/4 up to around 3-4 inch hail. I mean, that is some large hail.
Yeah, if it's 4 on radar, it's probably every bit of 3 hitting the ground. Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen that numerous times tonight. Yeah, that one storm on Paducah, that's been pretty prevalent for a while now.
Yeah, we're seeing multiple power outages across the entire city there of Seminole, Oklahoma, is without power at this time due to the tornado. We got upwards of about 3,900, about almost 4,000 people in Texas here, the Panhandle into West Texas there without power at this time. It's only showing 613 customers in Oklahoma without power, but that number will be growing. I promise you that into this evening here with these storms.
Oh yeah, I don't know how real time that is. How it.
I think it's laggy, just like our radar sometimes.
Yeah. So I mean, we've got multiple radars up. It's just not on the same monitor. But I'm watching other radars on different monitors, and yeah, some have the tornado warning before others, but I mean, you're talking seconds. It's not much lag time, but and then I get notifications of any warnings like pop up real time quickly. So it might be 10-second lags in between, but there's not much lag time.
Right. Yeah, the storm down near the Crowell area in Texas and south and east of Paducah, that very slow mover we've been talking about dumping all, 2+ inches of rain over the Paducah area. That one still showing some pretty good rotation here, and a tornado appears to be still on the ground south and west of Crowell, Texas.
Yeah, so I retweeted a picture in, near Mod of the multi vortices, the little twin vortices coming down. So yeah, you can actually see, like you said, the parent one, and then the trailing one on just on the east side there.
All revolving around the actual tornado.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this actually the storm you're talking about is starting to recycle again. A very strong hook starting to occur on it again, in the near Seminole and up towards Cromwell.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So it's that is a definite another big notch getting more pronounced.
And again, like we've been saying, there's not much to the south and southeast of the storm, so this storm is going to be probably one of the longer-lived supercells of the day here so far.
Hey, Summer Stardust. This is Oklahoma. We're zooming into Oklahoma right now with this developing tornado, wedge tornado on the ground, with multiple confirmed tornadoes on the ground right now. But a lot of the activity right now is in Oklahoma and then far northwest Texas into the panhandle of Texas.
Oh, is that what you're saying? The one in Texas has a video on it apparently.
Okay,
somebody's streaming it, I guess.
Yeah, so we've got.
Thank you to everybody in the chat that's joined and chatting with us today with these dangerous storms across the central southern plains. Do stay with us. We'll have live coverage across the entire evening here. Keep you ahead of all the storms and all the severe weather occurring across Oklahoma into Texas here this evening. So we'll keep you ahead of it.
Yeah, so let me zoom out and switch radars to kind of get a bigger picture of what else is happening, just to kind of see what's happening. So we took a sounding earlier into Texas. So I'm watching this cell right here that has developed over the Cockrell area, just maybe south of downtown Dallas here. The sounding did in fact say, hey, the cap is going to hold. But that's not always a guarantee, So we're going to be watching this storm right here. That it only takes one. It only takes one storm in these environments to probably potentially, cut through the cap. You can still get activity in this environment, but if the cap holds, these are just going to be in the strong variety and probably not severe or like lightly severe. But if this is able to break through the cap, sometimes it can only take one storm or one supercell, which may erode the boundary layer and have opened the door for other cells to form. So this is the beginning stages of something that might occur of cap breakage within Dallas. We'll just have to watch this, but it is interesting. We're starting to see, we can look at some of these.
See, a new tornado warning has just been issued for the Memphis area, Texas Panhandle.
Okay, so northwest and the Panhandle.
It's only indicated, but yeah, that just came.
Yeah, I see that. Okay, so this is another new tornado warning at 7:12. Another tornado was another thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was 4 miles north of Memphis. So 4 miles north of Memphis. This is in the panhandle of Texas, moving east at 40 miles an hour. So this is another potential tornado, radar indicated, not confirmed. Radar indicated with some golf ball size hail issued by the Amarillo National Weather Service out here of just kind of the southwest or southeast of the Amarillo area into the city of Memphis. So essentially what...
We got 3 active tornado warnings right now.
Yeah, typically what we have here tonight is we have the hail core on the northern side. If there's any bowing segments out ahead of it, we have some stronger wind gust. But typically on the south side of the hail core, that's where we have that tornadic potential And that's what we've been seeing all night long, as these storms continue to push across east and sometimes northeast.
Starting to see some tightening again with that storm back into Oklahoma here around the Cromwell area and heading up towards the, let's see here, towards the Henrietta area. It'll take some time to get there.
Okay, so that storm in Paducah is still on the ground. Back here into into Paducah, that's moving east at 20 miles an hour, confirmed by weather spotters. This tornado is still on the ground right now.
That is the slowest tornado I've ever seen, but it's on the ground.
It really has. I mean, it's we've been watching this area for a good bit. I mean, this is the circulation we called from the very beginning. It's still there. I mean, look at that perfect inflow notch. Not much to the south side, so I would imagine like there's not much in the wake of this. I mean, there's literally not much at all. Nothing. I mean, this is all.
This storm has every bit of Wichita Falls.
Yeah, that is all open. I mean, I would be on high alert in Wichita Falls. I mean, no question. I mean, this is every bit of a dangerous situation getting ready to impact Wichita Falls in probably another hour or so. Electra, Wichita Falls, Burke Burnett, Vernon. There is not much to stop this thing at all.
Yeah, this looks to go right between Vernon. Vernon might get the hail core, but right between Vernon and Seymour, right between those areas here is where that tornadic activity will be. But again, moving very slow, so we'll take some time.
Yeah, which is not good. I mean, you get a radar indicator, or at least even a confirmed tornado that's on the ground moving very slow. That's
oh yeah, well, because it'll do significant damage and over and over again on the same areas. Oh, man. So yeah, it did get active this evening so far, and I still have a feeling we still have a lot of active hours left here.
Okay, so I'm starting to see some of that activity in Dallas, by Mansfield, south of Dallas. It's got lightning with it now. So this is an indication that some of this activity is stronger.
Oh yeah, it's headed right up towards between Fort Worth and the Dallas metro, right over the Arlington area.
Yeah, this activity is intensifying right now. Arlington is getting pelted with very heavy rain. Right now, nothing. I don't see any hail with it currently, but or it could be on the small side. But this is maybe the beginning stages of possibly the cap trying to erode here. Very heavy rain unfolding in Arlington, back into the Grand Prairie area, right over downtown Dallas as we speak, heading towards the Art District, back into the Deep Ellum area. This is all lifting pretty much kind of due north here.
Yeah, that could be something to watch here, because that storm as well is very unimpeded with the kind of environment it's in as well.
Yeah, so it's just an area to watch. I mean, it's not severe. Okay, so I'm seeing some nickel size hail maybe coming out of that storm in Dallas now. Where I'm getting some. Are you seeing that too? Maybe some just kind of nickel, not severe, but.
Yeah, I see some like you say, like pocket change type of hail, dime to nickel size.
Yeah, maybe down towards Cockrell Hill, the Bishop Arts District, right? Heading right over downtown Dallas. This is just how it's
severe warned here rather soon.
Yeah, I mean, if it, we could be looking at the cap. I mean, it's, you can't guarantee it, but this is something fairly significant. Again, this is just an isolated supercell. Sometimes it only takes one in this environment. And we'll just watch. I mean, a sign right now is a lot more lightning strikes. I'm seeing the lightning strikes even intensify with that kind of the refresh of the radar here, and some hail and some not severe, but going to be crossing over Interstate 30 here within the next minute or so.
Wow, so yeah, we still have that strong couplet up here towards north and east of Seminole with that supercell. Another strong couplet down here towards the west of Wichita Falls here, south and east of Paducah with that storm, with the tornado still in progress. Yeah, that's been a really long-lived tornado for sure on the ground. So, south and east of Paducah.
Yeah, it has. There's the Memphis one. So here's the Paducah one.
Oh, crud. Yeah, I wonder what it hasn't come out yet. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's not 8 o'clock yet. I know what you're waiting on. It's not.
You already know what I'm
No, he's talking about the update from the Storm Prediction Center at 8 o'clock. So they usually put the evening update out at 8 o'clock. So we're just trying to see their thoughts on the situation for the rest of the evening.
I would imagine they would still have that moderate risk in play. But yeah, I'll let you know when that comes out.
But yeah, I'm still, look, the one in by Paducah, 57,000 feet. This has been every bit of 54, 57, 61 at times. Like at least for the last hour or so. We've been watching this thing for at least an hour.
Actually getting a little stronger with the inflow there, south and west of Cromwell, they're all the same.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, this is Crowell. It's definite notch. Yeah, so I don't really see anything to stop this. I mean, wouldn't you say Vernon and Electra is pretty much in sights here, if not Wichita Falls on this storm?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, there's nothing. Unless these storms to the south start repeating in the kind of the inflow, and then we start getting some contamination. But this is still a walk, 50 plus miles away.
Yeah, it's a pretty good ways. I mean, that's a lot of separation between those two storms.
Yeah, so I say the Vernon area, you're going to probably get some hail, maybe some gusty winds. Electra, definitely some hail here with time. And then Wichita Falls, still early to tell, but this will be moving in your general area with the tornado hook kind of pretty much sightline right in toward Wichita Falls at the moment. But it's still got a way. I mean, it's moving to the east around, 20, perhaps 25 at the fastest here to the east.
Yeah, they're not moving that fast.
Yeah, that hook on that storm southwest of Crowell is starting to really tighten up now. So that tornado could be getting a little bit bigger in its, size potentially here.
Yeah, so I'm watching. This was 5 minutes ago. It looks like more of a rope on the ground by Crowell, Texas. New area of rotation rapidly organizing. Yeah, it looks like it's more of a kind of a small little rope on the ground. At least as of 5 minutes ago.
Okay. I know the last couple of frames it started to strengthen ever so slightly. Maybe rain. Is it rain wrapped?
No, I mean, I don't. It's kind of way off in a distance. At least this picture is. It's
okay.
Pretty far out, but I'm not seeing much rain wrapped around this.
Okay, so it does have a pretty clear inflow notch then.
Hey, Christopher. Hey, I appreciate support. Thanks so much. Yeah,
thank you guys for joining into the live stream here this evening. Everybody in chat, we all appreciate you guys, chatting with us and joining us here with all the severe weather coverage this evening.
Okay, so I got a indication on my Twitter that lightning's only 18 miles away from my house.
Really?
So it's that's over downtown Dallas. It's moving north fairly quickly.
Looks like the hail core might have weakened slightly, but there's another cell popping up just south and east of Garland in the last couple of minutes.
Oh yeah, I see that. It's right over Heath. It looks like it's heading over Heath to Rowlett into the Rockwall area.
Yeah, that storm that might, I don't know, see any lightning on it, but I may be wrong.
Okay, so that storm in Heath is heading towards Rockwall. Eventually, it's heading northeast, so it's heading towards Nevada and to possibly heading towards Farmersville and the Merritt, those areas. The ones over downtown Dallas are moving further north, just north. These are all moving different directions. There's a storm in Arlington moving northeast from Arlington heading towards Carrollton, and the one over downtown Dallas is heading due north.
Yeah, those storms that he's talking about around the Dallas-Fort Worth area, I'm starting to see like an elongation, which means these storms are more probably apt to having, gusty winds and the small hail type threat than the tornadic threat right now. But these could change, as the environment is getting into starting to get a little more, robust.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's any indication of that cap trying to break in Dallas.
What is going on with the storm up in Oklahoma, the one that moved through Seminole? Is it have a debris ball again, or am I just like losing it? It doesn't say it's observed.
Okay, so I think this is the one. This is Shawnee. Okay, yeah, they're Seminole. So yeah, it's moved a ways. Okay, so let me look at the.
There's no confirmation on it, but I'm not sure. It looks like, looking at the radar velocity, it might be a tornado.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like there's some debris right over Interstate 40 here.
That's over the Okima area, heading toward Faro.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's kind of confusing me right now. It does look like it's on the ground potentially, but it's not showing confirmed, weather spot or tornado.
It looks like there might be 2 tornado warnings. They're separate. Is that separate?
Yeah, that's definitely a tornado.
Yeah, this is
velocity.
Yeah, this is the observed tornado by Cromwell.
That never lifted, I don't think.
Yeah, the storm with a history.
Damaging tornado.
Yeah, damaging tornado. So storm with the history of producing tornadoes was located near Cromwell, moving east at 25 miles an hour. Another damaging tornado confirmed by spotters, heading over Cromwell as we speak. So this was the tornado that went right over Seminole earlier, and it's basically moving northeast. So this is the path that it's taken, and now it's Cromwell is going to be taking a direct hit with this storm.
We got 3 pronounced hooks.
I'm not sure if it was still on the ground this entire time or not, but
it might have lifted for
it could have been recycling here, but this might have been 2 separate tornadoes at 2 separate touchdowns here. But yeah, definite tornado, another tornado down in Cromwell here.
Wow, this could really be, like you said, recycling, and this could be producing the chance of another EF2 or stronger tornado, as this signature is really strong once again.
Yeah, another fairly significant hook. Yeah, right just south of Interstate 40 here, heading towards what is that, Okima?
Okima, and then Faro, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, toward the Faro area generally, but yeah, toward Okima. Might go just south of Okima or right into Okima.
Oh, Okima! Look,
this is a violent tornado.
Okima is around 3,200 population, so that's a little bit bigger town.
Oh wow! So yeah, if you live in Okima, definitely take your precautions. Lowest, most interior room or basement here. This is a very violent tornado once again, being here shown to here south and west, heading up to the northeast toward you.
Okay, so it crossed over. So yeah, it's at 7:29. That confirmed tornado was over Cromwell, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So locations are going to be Okemah, Bearden, Clearview, Castle, and Waleska in Oklahoma. So mile markers between 212 and 225 on Interstate 40 here. This potentially damaging tornado. This is confirmed, but if not a strong tornado on the ground right now in the city of Cromwell, heading towards Okemah. Yeah, that's even more pronounced with the other refreshment here.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong. It's like, again, it's starting to almost make its own weather, like you said. It's starting to kind of almost choke itself off, if you will.
Right. So it looks like 10 minutes. It looks like Okemah in about 10 minutes or so. So if you live in the city of Okemah, and it looks like there's about 3,200 of you that do live in Okemah, need to be in your safe zone immediately of this damaging tornado heading right over. I mean, it's going to be a direct hit, guys.
Yeah, and if you live in Faro too, just to your east of Okemah, I would take your precautions as well right now, because I mean, this storm is moving slow, but it is moving in your general area as well. And it's been on the ground. This storm has had a history of producing a long track tornado, so this storm does mean business.
All right. So on the other radar, I am watching that activity in Dallas here. There's a lot of lightning. It doesn't look severe at the moment. There's just some pocket change hail kind of mixed in. It's basically moving northeast at times. But we have a cell that's over Heath heading northeast towards Nevada, to the Nevada area, into the Farmersville area. And then that's that one elongated cell over Arlington and downtown Dallas has some very heavy rain. That's all lifting north towards Richardson, back into eventually the Carrollton area, into the Louisville area.
Yeah, we're seeing some isolated pockets of torrential downpours on the north end of Dallas, like you said. That's pushing almost straight north toward the Plano, Garland area, and then up toward eventually Denton and McKinney. Looks like the notch. Yeah, so apparently the tornado that is was slow moving south and east of Paducah potentially has lifted. I'm not seeing any confirmation on this tornado on the ground anymore, but not to say I'm right or wrong, but I do believe that inflow notch has closed off on that storm.
Yeah, that's definitely not as pronounced as it was earlier. But yeah, like you said, these storms have had a history of recycling, and there's not much to stop this thing. So it's every bit of the circulation is still there, and
right.
And you're just looking at this, this whole same area as it continues to lift east northeast bound.
So if you're a storm chaser out there, you're definitely loving this type of weather right now.
Well, they knew it's going to be a big day. I mean, it's unfortunately it's just one of those days that.
Well, the Storm Prediction Center, I believe, this year has already put out 3 or 4 moderate risk days, and no high risk days so far. But moderate and even enhanced risk days are still pretty significant. They don't take the moderate risk, consideration lightly when they put out their outlooks. So.
Oh yeah, this is easily the 4th or 5th moderate. If you're talking this year, this is the second one of the week. Yeah, this is the second one of this week.
Yeah, pretty significant risk. And I don't think the moderate, I know we're talking about now, everybody in the chat, but I don't think tomorrow warrants a moderate risk, because it will become more linear, so it'd be more of a damaging wind threat. I mean, yes, you could still have tornadoes into the day tomorrow, like we said, in Arkansas, Louisiana, Northeast Texas. but it'll be more wind threat than anything else. So probably just an enhanced risk tomorrow.
Yeah, I would think they're going to be keeping that at that enhanced risk tomorrow.
See if they came out with a new outlook yet. Not quite yet. Still early. Too far ahead here. Yeah, I'm one of those guys who are like, wake up in the morning, severe weather in my area, saying, "Hey, there's moderate risk in my area," and I get up early and say,
Yeah,
I love severe weather.
yeah, I don't have the radar on it, but yeah, that storm in Dallas is heading right towards the Carrollton area and to Frisco, and it'll eventually head into McKinney. So right now,
all these cells are starting near the Dallas area, are starting to kind of slowly get stronger. I mean, the one east of Garland and toward Rockwall, that one's getting a little stronger with lightning on it.
yeah, it's got a lot more, yeah, definitely a lot more lightning. And so we'll switch to that radar view. It looks like it's pouring in downtown. It looks like it's pouring at the airport now, guys.
Yeah, it is. Moving right over the airport. They might even have some small hail there potentially in the airport, at least pea size.
Okay, the last update was 7:30 at the airport, so it's not quite there yet. It looks like the high was 88 today. The high was 88. And to Dallas, the dew point is 68 right now in Dallas, and it's still rising. So the warm front is still taking its toll. So yeah, that 68 is every bit can fuel these storms. So yeah, that's a pretty significant sail down here, just south of the airport into Euless. You start getting these darker colors. These storms are producing more lightning and getting a little bit stronger, and these are all lifting off across north to northeast.
Yeah, they can become severe warning too, as they're moving closer to the tornado watch area. You don't necessarily have to be in the watch area for severe warnings, but definitely moving into an area more prime for severe weather here as they lift north.
Yeah, they're asking me in the McKinney area what time is this going to arrive. It's you're probably 30, 35 minutes away by the time it reaches McKinney.
What'd you say, Ross? Baseball size hail? Yeah, oh yeah, there's baseball size hail to that storm northeast of Memphis, Texas, in the panhandle there. At least the potential for baseball size. I don't see any confirmation.
Yeah, so this this storm right here. Yeah, at 7:36, severe thunderstorm capable of producing tornado was located near Wellington, or moving east at 35 miles an hour. Potential tornado and baseball size hail coming out of this storm in Wellington. That is in Collinsworth County and southern Collinsworth County. That's in the panhandle, the far panhandle of the Texas here. Yeah, this blue line here is the state line. So this is
that's getting into Oklahoma here soon.
Yeah, it's going to be crossing into Oklahoma.
That supercell east of Paducah, farther south, that one is really tall. I mean, that storm is insane.
So which storm was that?
The one near Paducah, that slow mover.
Oh, still Paducah.
Well over 60,000 feet, 2-inch hail, and 70, maybe 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts for that storm now. Couple different areas of hook we need to watch with that storm, but doesn't appear to be producing a tornado on the ground right now.
Yeah, that's definitely not as pronounced as the ones earlier.
But while there's a little bit of a lull in the action here, I'm going to go up and get some dinner here. I'll be right back here in
Okay.
5 or so minutes.
No, take your time. Good. Yeah, just take your time eating. We'll be here. Because yeah, I'd like to take a break here shortly too and have some dinner. I can hear them eating, so I know it's done. But no, go.
I'll go over while you do that. I'll kind of go over with the chat, kind of like the setup as we head into tomorrow and Friday across the southeast.
All right. So then when you come back, they'll have the new outlook on.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
I'll be back here shortly.
Okay, great. Yeah, so this activity over Dallas Fort Worth is just a lot more lightning strikes. That is definitely getting a little bit stronger. Not severe. Should Salina and Prosper area be worried for tonight? Yeah, we're just watching this activity in Dallas. They sent up the weather balloon earlier this afternoon. They did confirm the cap was a little bit stronger than what was anticipated. Which has held off a lot of the storm development, but we're seeing new development right now, right over downtown Dallas. Just the first indication is of some sort of development. This is not severe, so you can still get you can still get strong storms with a cap. They just typically not be severe, or at least a lot less severe. But right now we're watching just very heavy rain lifting north. Out of Dallas, heading towards Carrollton, heading towards right over Irving. It's just pouring down rain over University Park. This activity is lifting north into Grapevine, Carrollton, Richardson, Murphy, back into, and this is all heading towards the Allen area, the Colony, Frisco, Prosper, eventually into the McKinney area this evening. But yeah, so we have numerous tornado warnings happening right now. There's 2 in Texas and three in Texas now, and the other one is observed in Oklahoma. We've seen actually numerous tornadoes this evening in Oklahoma, and some of them have had some hook echoes as well. And some of the damage reports coming out of Oklahoma are pretty severe, especially into Seminole earlier. Where they took a direct hit from a large wedge tornado. But yeah, so if anybody wants to check out storm picks, watches, warnings, any latest coverage, any rotation, there's my Twitter handle. If you don't order follow, I'm giving updates on there as well. There's just a ton of storm spotters on these storms. Okay, so storms developing over DFWs capable of producing some hail. So we've seen there's pockets of nickel-sized hail kind of mixed in over the DFW Metroplex. And this is all lifting north. It's got confirmed wind gusts now of 50 miles an hour. So these storms are kind of intensifying. It's not classified as severe, but they are intensifying over the Metroplex, and right now. So it's just this little pocket right here that we're talking about. This pocket has some nickel-sized hail, and then it's all moving north and some moving northeast, all lifting up into towards Collin and Denton County here. So it's all producing some 50-mile-per-hour wind gust, and some nickel-sized hail is being reported out of this activity that is over the Carrollton area right now, and over the Fort Worth area. I'm sorry, the DFW Fort Worth area airport. And there's actually 2 little pockets. There's one stronger cell over Carrollton, and then this other cell over coming out of Rockwall and heading towards Lavon into Nevada here, and that'll eventually head towards the Farmersville area this evening. So we're watching that. It's not severe, so I'm not gonna spend terribly too much time on it unless it does turn severe. But I've just made you aware of what's coming, what's heading towards the Metroplex, and I'm watching it. I'm on the other radar here on my other monitor. All right, so we're back onto this storm in Okima that's had a history of producing tornado. This is another confirmed tornado that is on the ground, located over Okima. This is the city that has about 3,200 people in. That's taken a direct hit from a damaging tornado and some ping pong size hail that is confirmed now, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Locations in this damaging tornado are going to be Okima, into Castle, into Bearden, as well as Clearview. So these are produced by the Central. This is a tornado warning for Oklahoma. This is mile markers 212 to 225 along Interstate 40 here, and this is in a confirmed tornado over the city of Okima, and then it will head towards Castle potentially, Bearden, as well as Clearview this evening. This whole area has shown a history of producing tornadoes in its path, all lifting off to the northeast tonight. Oh, so yes, earlier that was my friend Hunter. He lives up in Chicago, and he's coming on board tonight with me, and he's helping me with the storms. He's got 6 computer monitors, and he's really good. So I thought it'd be a great fit to have him on board as well, to have more eyes on these situations tonight. And it's really worked out well tonight. We've eyeballed several locations of developing tornadoes even before they were confirmed. So to give you even more real time updates. But yeah, these storms have shown a history of just pockets. These are just isolated bubblers, and this is what's made this activity so concerning tonight. As these are just separate supercells, kind of really evenly spaced out amongst each other, that has made them just more severe. And that's what makes this night a little bit more significant than other nights. Hey, but I got new glasses so I can see now. Plus, I found a new Hot Wheel. Hey, Chris, how's it going? Pal Ponder popcorn, nice. Oh, I like the popcorn, Stormy. Is in McKinney in the path of the bad tornado storm? No, I mean everything that's heading towards McKinney is not severe. There's just 50-mile-per-hour winds and some nickel-size hail. It's all lifting north, so it's probably going to be. Wow. Yeah, so I'm getting some feeds now of that large tornado in Paducah earlier, south of Paducah. So you can go to my Twitter feed and check that check that tornado out. All right, so we're getting okay. We got confirmation 2 miles west southwest of Okima. That was the storm earlier in Makima. That has the observed tornado on the ground. We're getting a very large tornado crossing over Interstate 40. So this tornado did in fact cross over Interstate 40. This was 6 miles ago. Confirmed by spotters on the ground, 2 miles west southwest at the time, about 6 minutes ago, crossing over Interstate 40. So this appears Okima took a direct hit from this damaging tornado. It is now literally just a little bit further northeast of you in Okima, but this storm is still very dangerous. This tornado is moving northeast at 30 miles an hour here. So areas of Castle, Okima, Bearden, and Clearview all need to take shelter immediately of this very large tornado confirmed by spotters on the ground. Yeah, so welcome everybody for storm coverage this evening. So we're streaming live on Twitter and on YouTube here. So we've been live here for 4 hours or so with storm coverage. So we're in for the long haul tonight, keeping you as safe as possible out there. And so yeah, please like the feed, share with your friends. Let everybody know we are doing live storm coverage to get you as safe as possible. And like I mentioned, even at times we've been able to call activity before the radars even have been confirmed. So we're giving you real time coverage as fast as possible to keep you as safe as possible out of harm's way, so you can get in your safe zone. This very damaging tornadic activity tonight, and then the hail too. So you need to have your phones charged, all your your helmets, your safe plan in place. So when a warning does unfold, that you can take cover immediately. So this is okay. So it looks like another thing tonight. This is brand new. So this is a flood warning that looks like it just got issued. So this is also going to be a concern. This area has been seeing extremely heavy rain for a while now. We do have a moderate risk in place for excessive flash flooding. We're talking 4 to 6 inches, maybe 8 inches of rain. So not only is this area producing some tennis ball size hail, a confirmed tornado, but now we've got already 1 to 2 inches of rain that have already fallen, with possibly another 1 to 3 inches in this area. So flash flooding is now going to be a concern as well in these same areas. So this goes until 11:45 for this area that has the tornado warning on it right now. So this is not a good situation, guys. So you imagine you've got a tornado that has done damage to your house. It might have lifted some shingles off, might have even broken some windows from the hail. It exposes your house, right? You're open to the elements, and then now you've got torrential rains falling. You've got flood warnings with excessive flooding going to be unfolding. So if you do need to leave, and if you have to leave and go somewhere else, it's much harder in those situations. With street flooding, it's going to be rising up in this atmosphere. So this is a little bit unique situation happening with the tornadic threat and the large threat. Most of the time that clears out, but this is not going to be the case tonight. We're going to have heavy rain following in its wake, and that's just going to add to those the danger effect tonight, and especially now that we're getting into nightfall. So this adds another element of unpredictability and just another danger element to the mix that's already high now, and now it's going to be even more dangerous with these tornadoes. Going to be a lot harder to see. Even though we got a ton of storm spotters on these, it's just going to be more difficult. So we're going to have to rely on more radar type stuff. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to see these because it's going to be complete dark, and you can only rely on lightning flashes to get a visual on these things. So this is the same tornado warning that has been extended, put out by the Tulsa, Oklahoma area for northeastern Amogi County and in central Oklahoma. This tornado does show strong low-level rotation still. That could produce a tornado that over any time. It had been confirmed over Okima, but what we've seen tonight is these cycling. These possibly have lifted up in the atmosphere, but it still has the rotation with it, and we still could be looking at another sped up, touchdown within this circulation. So that's why they went ahead and extended the tornado warning for portions into Henrietta, into Schuler here, into Amogi. So those areas are going to be under the gun for this tornadic supercell, going to be heading your way. So let's zoom back in to the activity over Dallas here. Again, not severe. So we're just getting confirmation of some 50-mile-per-hour wind gust with this cell. We're getting just pockets of some nickel-sized hail at times with this hail, but it looks like it's going to be crossing over Interstate Highway 380 here, just as of right now, into Farmersville, back into Greenville. This is all coming out of Nevada here. This is all lifting northeast, heading towards the Celeste area, back into Blue Ridge, maybe Leonard, into Wolf City, those areas. And this other pocket further to the southwest here, it rained over the DFW airport. This is coming out of Addison. We've got heavier pockets of rain coming out of the Dallas Tollway here, heading towards maybe the Colony area. This is all lifting off north to the Frisco area, eventually head towards the Allen area coming out of Plano. Not severe, just pockets of heavier rain here. Not much behind it. So right now, this is the only cell to talk about within the Metroplex. We do have more activity trying to form southwest towards Stephenville. Again, so just nothing severe, just something to watch.
Hey, I'm getting here. Almost back now.
Hey, no worries. Take your time. Yeah, rest up, because I'll be taking a break here shortly. You can fill in the gap, and then we'll be both at it for the second half.
All right, yeah, sounds good. You can just put up your outlook when that time comes, and I'll just go over Thursday and Fridays. Are you able to put up Thursday and Friday side by side?
No, it only allows me one day at a time.
Okay, well, you can just put up Thursday when that time comes around.
Okay. Yeah, it says heavy rain starting in about 15 minutes or so. Yeah, that's about accurate. It's moving north about 30. So yeah, just some pockets of heavier rain heading towards the northern counties of the Metroplex in Dallas. Nothing to be concerned about, but still, some heavier rain moving in.
Had some nice pork chops tonight.
Awesome. Hey,
So I'm
Justin.
back on the radar here
Oh, cool.
because I missed out 10 minutes worth of what's going on now.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, that's the sucky part about leaving for a while is then you gotta get back and feel what's going on.
Well, it won't take too long. Okay, so we have another confirmed tornado by Crowell looks like it's lowered again. So um, there's that tornado at 8 o'clock. Another confirmed tornado located 5 miles south of Crowell, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. So this is again, it's showing a history of recycling. We've seen touchdowns, it lifts back up in the atmosphere. Now it's touchdown again. So we have weather spotters have confirmed another tornado on the ground with some 2-inch hail with it as well. That is for Ford County, and to let's see. So,
Yeah, 4 to 5 miles south of Crowell.
and this is all moving. What was it? Yeah, northeast about 20 miles an hour. So this is still in Texas. This is the same activity that's going to be heading towards, the Vernon area shortly, the Electra area, eventually heading towards the Wichita Falls into the evening hours. This is the same area we mentioned Paducah many times tonight. This same tornadic supercell, again, south side, not much inflow. So we're going to see this, whether it stays on the ground for lengths of time or it lifts up back up in the atmosphere and touches back down again. But it's pretty evident that there's not much to stop these storms on the south side. There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing in its wake. So that's why we feel pretty confident that this tornadic supercell is going to be somewhat long lived, even though it may not be touched down for that the entire time. It's going to be having some sort of rotation with it on the south side as it continues moving, like say east northeast here.
Yeah, there's some pretty dandy pictures and videos coming into Powell's Twitter page now. That's getting posted that you can see on there. Probably almost like postcard type pictures, to be honest with you.
Wow. Wedge tornado in Akima that earlier. Wow. That's a massive wedge.
Oh yeah, that was a pretty big one. Tons of pictures today though, which I like.
Oh yeah. Then there's another one by Truscott, Texas, west of Truscott earlier. Big, nice cone-shaped tornado. Looks like in the middle of nowhere, so that's good.
Oh man, there's some major damage I'm going to be posting on here too.
Is that in Seminole or?
Let me look. I think, yeah, Seminole.
Yeah.
There's some major damage.
I saw one picture of Seminole and it did not look pretty. I mean, it's a brick building that got shattered, so that that's strong.
Yeah, that's at least probably EF2 strength.
Yeah.
Wow, this is a beautiful picture. Zach Hall on Twitter, I'm gonna retweet it. That is probably one of the nicest wall or shelf clouds I have seen in quite a long time.
Yeah, there's that more of that large tornado south of Crawl. That was 12 minutes ago. We got pictures on that. That's that storm in Texas.
Yeah, that appears to be on the ground right now, I do believe.
Yeah, it's still on the ground. We've got confirmation that was 12 minutes ago, but it still looks like it's on the ground there. Torrential rains over downtown Crowell, but it looks like the tornado is maybe just to the south of there.
Yeah, they just extended the warning, the tornado warning further east. It's gonna kind of get a little bit to the south and west of Vernon. Closer to Vernon than it will be Seymour. So it's kind of moving generally up toward the Electra area with time. I'm sure the storm's going to be pretty Electra too with all the lightning.
Yeah. So here's the update, Hunter. The 8 o'clock update on the Storm Prediction Center. I mean, it doesn't appear that they not changed anything. I mean,
oh, is it the same?
I don't see it even tweaked to even remotely, really. I mean, the moderate risk is still fairly significant. The enhanced risk goes down to Sherman. That's what it was earlier. I mean, it stops around Garland. Slight risk, Arlington. That's about what it was earlier.
Do they hold at 5% now, closer to Dallas though?
Tornado. Well, let me. I haven't switched over.
Looks like they might have potentially pulled that maybe a county or two south. Maybe I'm just losing it.
I think McKinney was under 5%, but maybe I think you're right. I don't know if that was. It might have been just a little bit. It might have been. This might be pulled a little bit further southeast. So, what we're highlighting here is this is the update from the Storm Prediction Center. This is the tornado parameter index. This is the newest update. Just showing possibly a 5% chance of a tornado within, Fort Worth, Carrollton, Denton, Frisco, McKinney. It might have been pulled just a tad bit further south than, southeast than what it was earlier. But right now we're not seeing confirmation of that. These are just Storm Prediction Center outlooks. Real-time activity, we're seeing, 50-mile-per-hour winds and some nickel-size hail. So nothing to be too alarmed there, but we're just looking at the latest update. So do you want me to put on the tomorrow's risk and then let you talk about that while I take a break for a little bit?
Yeah, that'd be perfect. You can put on the categorical. With
there we go.
Slight enhanced, I believe.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
There we go. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll leave this right here, and I'll let you take the wheel for like 10-15 minutes or so, and I'll be back. All right. Hey, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so basically what we're seeing tomorrow, the threat will continue farther to the east. We'll have a slight risk kind of all the way up into portions here of far southern Illinois, the southern tip of Illinois, so up near the Carbondale area, Paducah, Kentucky, kind of up in those areas. And then that slight risk zone will kind of shift a little farther to the west. It'll kind of include southern Missouri around the Cape Girardeau area, and then into western and middle Tennessee, Memphis, Nashville, and then getting down into northwestern portions and western portions there of Mississippi. So you'll be in play there. And then even a higher risk, a 3 of 5, an enhanced risk from north central Arkansas all the way down here into portions of southern Arkansas, northwest Louisiana, and down into east central Texas. This does include Texarkana, Little Rock, near the Conway area, potentially Fort Smith area, I think Fort Smith might be in the slight risk zone. And then down towards Shreveport with time as well is in the enhanced risk as well. Lufkin, back toward Waco, Texas. And then kind of on the far western part of this kind of outlook that you see on here, Dallas and kind of the Fort Worth area is kind of going to be kind of on that is the early morning type of weather here. And then they'll kind of translate eastward into portions of, Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi, and into portions of the Tennessee Valley as we head into mainly tomorrow afternoon and evening. And then, Friday risk will be even farther to the east here in the southeast, Alabama, Georgia, portions of the Carolinas on Friday. So I think that's only a marginal to slight risk on Friday to the east. If you guys do have any questions, do drop them down in the chat. I will be able to answer those questions right now regarding, tomorrow's severe weather outlook any, questions you have about today's severe weather or tomorrow's severe weather or Friday, I can answer those in the chat right now. So if you have any questions, do feel free to ask. But otherwise, I'm going to be talking about kind of the storm mode tomorrow. Overnight tonight, we're going to have this kind of congeal into a line or an MCS, a mesoscale convective system. And we'll have kind of a little, bowing segments along the leading edge of these, this line. And what'll happen is this will kind of translate east across Oklahoma into northeast Texas in the morning hours. May have still some severe warnings ongoing in the morning, but it should re-intensify, and that's what the Storm Prediction Center is outlining here from Arkansas into Louisiana and eastern Texas. The storms kind of re-intensify in the afternoon, and then you're kind of be more of a damaging wind and hail threat by that time. Maybe some tornadoes, however. Can't rule out, the possibility of a tornado or two. Kind of looking at the radar here right now. I know Roy doesn't have the radar up, but there still is a damaging tornado in progress right now, south and east of Crowell, and just going to get maybe just south of Vernon, Texas. So if you live in Vernon, Texas, just to your south, probably about 5 to 10 miles, you will have a tornado warned storm on you, a damaging tornado in progress to the south of Vernon, Texas, in that general vicinity. So do be mindful of that. And these storms are moving slow, but they are producing some severe weather, some pretty nasty weather at that across Texas and Oklahoma. And this storm is kind of the cone of the storm with the polygons here, the tornado warnings kind of pointed right toward the Electra area. So if you are living in Electra, Texas, do be on guard here in the next hour or so as the storm kind of pushes to the east. I know, like I said, I can't show you this on radar here right now, but if you have a radar app, you can kind of follow along at what I'm talking about. So if you live in Electra, Texas, the storm is going to be over your area here in the next hour or so. So there is a tornado in progress south and west of Vernon, Texas, and just east or southeast of Crowell, Texas as well, pushing to the east about 20 miles per hour here. A weather spotter confirmed tornado on the ground in that area. A few more, tornado warnings. One up here crossing in from the Texas Panhandle into western Oklahoma, and then another here, a couple of tornado warnings south and east of the Oklahoma City metro area here, near the Norman area. We've had history of long tracked supercells here with tornadoes in that area as well. It does appear another tornado is on the ground if you go up into Oklahoma here at this time. There is a tornado on the ground right now. Heading, unfortunately, right at the Seminole area once again. We have another tornado on the ground headed right for Seminole here. The second tornado potentially to hit Seminole here today. So we do have another strong potential tornado on the ground heading right for the city of Seminole, Oklahoma here. The second tornado Seminole here will experience as we head into this evening. So do be mindful of that. If you live in Seminole, do take your precautions here. I know there's a lot of damage in those areas. There is another tornado headed right for you here within the next 20 minutes or so in Seminole. So do be mindful of that. And this is actually just north and west of Maud, Oklahoma. So if you live in Maud, do take your precautions here. Another damaging tornado in progress north and west of you headed right for Seminole. The second tornado here today moving into Seminole in Oklahoma. And then we got the tornado warning in progress with the tornado on the ground moving toward the Vernon area in Electra, Texas as well, farther to the southwest. So anybody have any questions here? Drop them in the comments here. I can answer those questions regarding today's severe weather, Thursdays, and then Fridays farther off to the east here. I know you can't see Friday's outlook, but you could probably see it on your phone if you go to the Storm Prediction Center's severe outlook on Google. Well, like I said, we got 2 damaging tornadoes in progress right now, one in Oklahoma. If you can look on your radar on your phone, I know I can't show it here, like I said, but there is one in progress to this west of Seminole, moving right at Seminole, Oklahoma. The second tornado to hit Seminole is likely as we head here in the next 20 minutes. And then we actually hear a new frame just came in. We have a pretty strong hook here coming into the Crowell area and then moving towards just south of Vernon, Texas here, south and west of Vernon, Texas. A very strong, violent tornado potentially on the ground here in that area. So do be mindful of that. Yeah, I see that, Ross. Yeah, there's definitely a second confirmed tornado heading towards Seminole right now. That is correct. Yeah, the tornado threat today is pretty significant. That's why the Storm Prediction Center did put that moderate risk zone out here across, south central Oklahoma and the northwest and far northern Texas. That does warrant a 4 out of 5 on the scale of 0 to 5. Yeah, Parker, I do see that. Yeah, storm chasers are confirming that there are 2 on the ground. 1 in Texas and 1 in Oklahoma near the Seminole area and then down towards Vernon. Thank you, Snowies and Stormy. I do appreciate it. Hope you guys are having a good night. Hope everybody's having a good night in the chat. Yeah, like I said, we got tornadoes on the ground. One just to the west of Seminole. We got a very violent tornado potentially coming right toward the Seminole area right now. Once again, the second tornado to hit that area tonight. Must just be a tornado magnet here the last few days, apparently.
There's another
very violent tornado potentially here coming in just south and west of Vernon. If you live near the Vernon area or up toward the Seminole area, there's another tornado coming right into Seminole as we speak.
Oh wow! So yeah, I'm back, Hunter. Man, yeah. Oof. I can't believe they're getting hit again. Another observed tornado.
Yeah, that's a pretty strong. There's a pretty strong signature on the one in Texas as well, so that does warrant response as well.
Yeah, confirmed tornado over Brooksville, moving northeast at 15 miles an hour. Another damaging tornado, golf ball size hail. I mean, we've seen pictures coming out of Seminole. A lot of damage and just another direct hit for that town. Shawnee, Seminole, Maud, Orlesboro, Brownsville. I'm sorry, Brooksville, and Harjo. Those areas needed to be in your safe zone with this confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now. Yeah, so
you have a safe zone in Seminole.
Yeah, you got a lot of open roofs right now in Seminole with that. Direct hit. I know Maud hit it. Maud had a lot of damage, and this is maybe just a little bit further north of what happened earlier, but this one looks to be on the north side. Maybe this time.
Yeah, so Seminole, unfortunately you've been the tornado magnet apparently tonight. So you're getting another tornado here from the west as we speak.
Yeah, I appreciate you taking over there. It was great. It's great to have you got to eat and I got to eat, and we're all fed now, and we're back with coverage.
Stay up till 6 a.m. Just kidding.
Hey, it makes a huge difference when I can get some food in me. I mean, they already had. I mean, all I had to do is heat it up a little bit. I mean, it was already on the table.
We all need the nourishment.
I got my life. I mean, I got my life back in me. You know. I mean, so
there you go.
So it was hard the other night trying to stay up with midnight, 1 o'clock, and then surviving off a protein bar and
one protein bar.
Well, so, yeah, 2 chicken breasts and some green beans are a lot better than a protein bar.
A little bit better quality.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, so.
Yeah, we got a very strong rotation to the east of the Crowell, Texas area as well. That does warrant consideration to look at too, because pretty strong rotation. There might be a violent tornado on the ground in Texas now.
Yeah. So okay. So yeah, there's Crowell.
As well.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like an observed tornado. I mean, this is at 8:06. They're confirmed tornado 4 miles south of Crowell, moving east at 20 miles an hour. Yeah, this
looks to go just south of Vernon by about 5 to 10 miles.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah, so we talked about this area right here going to be open sesame here later on this evening. I mean, there's not much, again, not much on the south side. I mean, you just hate to see this. I mean, there's not going to be anything to stop these storms tonight, just to continue in its wake here. So another damaging tornado producing golf ball size hail as we speak. Doing a lot of damage to really anything in its path here with some 2-inch diameter hail just south of Crowell.
Yeah, these are 2 violent tornadoes on the ground at the exact same time, but one in Oklahoma, one in Texas.
Fizzle.
Yeah, I definitely feel for you folks in Seminole. If you can hear me out here, you definitely are tornado magnet type mode here this evening, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm looking at the radar in Dallas. All that activity that was heading north there, it just it fizzled. It fizzled out. At least the ones that over McKinney. The one by Leonard and Celeste is still holding strong.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice cell just east of McKinney there. Some nice positive lightning strikes.
Yeah, that one that was over downtown Dallas that was lifting north, it completely just vanished.
The cap's still there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's there. That's definite signs
probably
of the cap.
Weaker than it was before, but it's probably, I'm sure, still like you said there.
All right, so yeah, so we're watching these same areas that had a history of producing tornadoes tonight, with 2 observed tornadoes. This is the other one over the near Seminole at 8:14.
Wow. That Crowell tornado is probably the more significant of the 2 right now. That is a very tight couplet. I'm looking at the velocity.
Yeah, I'm seeing that just south of 70 there. It's a pretty strong. That's a very strong couplet there, just south of 70.
Almost looks like there might be a debris ball potentially with that storm.
Yep,
a developing debris ball.
I would say so. Not intact, but definitely some sort of debris being lifted up in the atmosphere with that one.
Yeah, folks, we could be talking about potentially another tornado that could be, have a parent tornado with a tornado revolving around the main tornado itself. Maybe a mesovortex type tornado once again.
Yeah, this one's not moving very fast. It's definitely not moving very fast, but it definitely appears it's going to move south of Vernon.
It almost looks like it has a mesovortex, like mesovortex type signature to it, really. It looks pretty similar like the one near Seminole, and that was a mesovortex as well. But that's just speculation at this point.
All right, so we've got two tornadoes on the ground, and no, 3. We have 3 tornadoes on the ground.
Yeah, 3.
So is this back to back? Oh, okay, so that's back to back tornadoes.
Yeah. Yeah, that tornado warning up in Oklahoma. If you live in Seminole, you're getting the tornado, or just about to get the tornado here within the next minute or 2. But we're following the tornado down here in Texas at the moment, I do believe.
Yeah, I'm toggling back and forth. But yeah, there's both tornadoes here. Okay, so a little bit of rain wrap sneaking in on that last frame there, but
the one near Seminole, that one's definitely probably more likely rain wrapped for sure.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's dark now. Okay, so wedge tornado that hit Seminole, Oklahoma, power flashes, and you could hear the roar. That was earlier.
Oh,
that was earlier, but that
was the first one, right?
That was the first one. Yeah, 26 minutes ago, large cone tornado south of Crowell.
Well, there is some potential good news that I'm seeing here for the Seminole area, is that the tornado warning is now more radar indicated, but that does not mean the tornado cannot recycle and drop back down right when it moves over your area. Looks like it might have got choked off a little bit by the inflow there with the rain wrapping around into the storm.
Mm-hmm. Like you said, it develops its own weather, and I think it it develops the rain on the south side and then chokes off the system. That's been the only saving grace tonight. Is that's what's able to stop these storms.
Well, that's all they've been doing is just kind of, cycling back and forth between, dropping a violent tornado and then wrapping themselves, choking themselves off, and then recycling back again.
Yeah, they did. They did take that tornado off, and just now has that radar indicated tornado.
These are in the areas that we were looking at earlier with the forecast soundings, and the significant tornado parameter value is pretty high, so there's no surprise.
Oh yeah, that I-40 corridor was going to light up. I mean, it does include Oklahoma. I mean, all the activity. I mean, Oklahoma City. I mean, all the activity back here towards, I would say, what is this area? Yeah, just coming out of Memphis here. Now it's crossed over into Oklahoma. So it looks like all the panhandle stuff is done. Now it's all crossed into the border of Oklahoma.
Yeah, there's a new warning that just came out north of Hollis. I'm pretty sure is it still in Texas? I think that's in Oklahoma.
Yeah, everything's in Oklahoma now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's just coming in just south of Mangum. Mangum? I'm trying not to butcher the names here.
Yeah, there's two of them back to back. You're probably talking about this one. That was central Harmon County in southwestern Oklahoma. Well,
yes.
And then the extension.
Possibly some ping pong ball, the golf ball size hail with that storm. So even if you don't get a tornado, some large hail is definitely a hazard with all these storms tonight, matter of fact.
Yeah, it looks like this one's a little bit more of a rural area into central Harmon and south central Gear counties there.
I'm starting to get a little more concerned, like I said from earlier, the Lawton area and down toward Wichita Falls. These storms are really starting to get close now. And these are big population centers. So the areas from Lawton down toward Wichita Falls, do be on the lookout here in the next hour or two.
Well, looking out, I mean, it appears to be probably Burke Burnett is definitely in sight. Electra is in sight of these storms.
Yeah, it may actually just go possibly north of Wichita Falls. That could be a potential.
Yeah, that storm appears to be north. I don't see it dropping that far south. It looks like Electra and Burke Burnett are in direct paths of that storm. Maybe just to the north.
Starting to see the signs of maybe some upscale growth across western Oklahoma, which may be some saving grace from some of these supercells to more of a damaging wind threat, hopefully later this evening. Almost like backbuilding back towards the Lubbock area, almost. Some of these storms behind the main, supercell.
Okay, so Electra has about 2,800 people. And I think Burke Burnett is bigger.
Yeah, if you guys have any questions in the comments about tonight's severe weather threat or any of the storms nearing your area, we can also answer those, me or Roy.
Yeah, Burke Burnett has 11,000 people. So that is a much bigger city.
Oh, Burke Burnett? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Electra's a lot smaller.
It's still a ways away.
Yeah, it's only moving 25 miles per hour.
Yeah, Vernon is about 11,000 too. So, but it appears it's now Vernon actually they're more in line of the hail core. It looks like they're going to get the large hail.
Yeah, that hail core on that storm's probably every bit of 60,000 or at least 55,000 feet still at this time. But definitely a deep hail core still with this storm for sure.
Yeah, 57,000 feet right now.
Wow. So it did come down a few thousand, but still pretty strong.
Yeah, not much. I mean, it's 61 at the highest, but we've been following it for 2 hours now, and it's been every bit of 55 to 61.
Yeah, that's a pretty strong storm for sure. So it doesn't appear there's really any tornadoes on the ground except for the potential tornado. It doesn't even appear to be on the ground anymore in Texas, but it may be.
Hey, Jordan, you're asking about the cap at McKinney. Yes, the National Weather Service did send a balloon out earlier. It was a little bit stronger than what they thought. it has kept the storms at bay. There was that cell over Dallas that was heading towards McKinney that has completely fizzled. So yeah, the cap has definitely held everything back tonight within much of North Texas.
Yeah, it looks like Chris asked the question: is the current line of travel, how far east will these systems go before weakening? Probably. I mean, these storms will go all the way east into the mid-south, but they'll probably be more of a wind threat by that time. Like Arkansas, Louisiana, East Texas, you'll still get the storms. It'll just be very late tonight, or really even into tomorrow morning. More of a linear type threat with a squall line, and then the 70, 80 potential mile per hour wind gusts on the leading edge of these storms.
All right, so this tornado warning was had low level circulation with it. Could produce a tornado at any time. That was 6 miles northwest of Peoria, moving northeast at about 20 miles an hour. This was in the path or Emolgi, Henrietta, back into Hoffman area. So this is the storm we're talking about that I'm kind of highlighting right now. That's coming out of the Seminole area that dropped that tornado earlier at Akima. So this is that same circulation heading northeast, still producing some ping pong size hail with it, and then eventually heading towards the Emolgi area. Pretty rain wrap.
These are training supercells for sure.
Yeah, so I did see one flash flood warning. It's kind of mixed in, but it's right here. So there's been 1 to 2 inches of rain that's in this area, 1 to 3 inch amounts more. So let's just put on some of the storm totals here and see where we're at.
Yeah, we'll be nearing about 4 to 6 plus inches across east central Oklahoma on those areas here later tonight.
I mean, some of this might be hail induced, but look at that. North of Akima, 4 inches of rain, guys.
Wow.
Davenport, there's 5 inches. Look at just south of Davenport, 5 inches of rain, 5 inches of rain. 508. Yeah, extremely torrential rains. This whole area is under flash flood watch, and then we're starting to see pockets of flood warnings.
Wow, it's still raining in those areas as well, I do believe.
Oh yeah. So I mean, Seminole, this was like I mentioned, this is the concern. I mean, look at that. I mean, Seminole, you take a direct hit from a tornado, and then look, I mean, you got 3 inches of rain on top of it. And then you have another tornado possibly heading your way.
Yeah, so these storms are producing, an inch to even in excess of 2 inches per hour rainfall rates. These are pretty prolific These are prolific rainfall producers due to the fact that there's a lot of juice in the atmosphere. You got all those dew points in the mid upper 60s, even low 70s, like Roy was saying earlier. It's a lot of moisture.
And that's just a start. I mean, that's incredible. It has all that rain so far.
That's probably why they were thinking maybe up to 8 inches locally. Really, all you need if you have 5 already is just 3 more inches. You get 1 more storm. That's all you need.
So we're going to go back and look at some of the high resolution guidance here. This is the 0Z. Okay, so this is a big update here. So let's just look at this real quick and see where we stand for the rest of the evening. Let me let this run.
Oh yeah, we got quite a bow echo developing possibly later tonight.
Okay, so here's 10 o'clock. So this is just the latest run of the HRRR, which is the high resolution guidance that updates every hour. So it is showing some activity. So you can't take this verbatim when there's these runs like this, but this is just a model run. Has some activity into Greenville. But it does appear all that activity that's coming out of Vernon now, it might be over Wichita Falls. So Wichita Falls is going to be possibly open for severe weather by 10 o'clock in the evening. But look at all that rain. I mean, this is what we're concerned about this evening is just the torrential rain. I mean, this is just getting going. This is why they have flood warnings. We're going to probably see this whole area just light up with numerous flood warnings here of and then another pocket down here towards further south into just west of San Antonio there. But if we take it,
it does appear that the storms from the getting out of the eastern Texas Panhandle down through central Texas, that is appearing to be the start of the MCS or squall line across those areas right now.
Yeah, you'll have a lull in the activity over much of Texas into the evening hours, that was towards midnight. But yeah, right here in the backside, here's 3 o'clock in the morning. It's still pouring in these same areas. I mean, look, this is why they have moderate risk in place, not only for severe stuff, but flood warnings, all kinds of heavy rain in the evening. And that is the developing stage of that squall line that's just going to be forming into the evening hours. 8 o'clock in the morning. This latest run doesn't have much activity on the south side here over Dallas.
Triple R.
Yeah. Okay, it's just delayed. It's there, but it's a lot later than what it was earlier. This is about 10 o'clock. Earlier it was showing about 7. So okay, that's fairly significant. That might be a game changer because a slower system does mean it might be a little stronger as it heads over Texas. And this is a little bit of an indication here, right here. This is noontime when most of the activity was supposed to be done over Dallas. With a slower system, they might have to, pull that enhanced risk back from East Texas and maybe move it back towards the Metroplex here if this keeps up. But right now,
that's what I was thinking too.
Okay, yeah, with the slower system, what we're getting at here with the slower system for tomorrow morning, just puts the threat, the severe threat, further into the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, because instead of the activity moving through, say, 7 o'clock, it might move through, say, 10 or 11 o'clock. And that's a little bit more heating in the afternoon. And they might need to pull that enhanced risk a little bit further off and to include parts of Texas here, or at least the North Texas. But yeah, it looks like a pretty nasty squall line coming across. There's 2 o'clock in the afternoon going through the Waco area, still in Dallas, through McKinney, heading into Tyler and to Longview. And that just forms a squall line that really starts to get going into the evening hours, late afternoon into Austin, heading towards the Shreveport area. This is into your Arkansas area, just being inundated by that squall line. That's where they have that enhanced risk already in place. But and then that'll eventually extend all the way into the Houston Metroplex by 9 o'clock tomorrow night. They'll have all the severe stuff. But so the way it looks right now, it looks like the system might have slowed down. And this is a pretty big update. This is the 0Z. This has typically the latest, freshest data. And this might actually slow down by a couple hours.
I kind of had an idea that it would, because usually a lot of times with these deeper systems with all the moisture advection, you usually have a lot of slowing of the system usually when you have a lot of deep moisture involved.
Yeah, because here's 11 o'clock on the latest run, and the earlier run. I mean, we can actually take a look at this. Was it?
We do have a new breaking news, I guess you could say.
Okay.
We do have another tornado on the ground once again, north of Seminole once again. Yeah, but that new run does look concerning for East Texas as we head into tomorrow.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if they pull that risk back and further into Dallas.
Yeah, I still think enhanced risk, everybody. I don't think there's going to be a moderate risk tomorrow, but still that enhanced risk is still a serious threat, so do take it seriously.
All right, so yes, here's the other confirmed tornado that is on the ground, located near Earlsboro, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. So Seminole, Earlsboro, Cromwell, Little, those same areas are susceptible of seeing another tornado that is on the ground right now.
Wow. So those areas have had 2 tornadoes today, and then possibly a third round of severe weather with the MCS or squall line late tonight. Wow. I'll talk about the atmosphere being worked over.
Yeah. I mean, we look at, because you got all that stuff back into Texas. I mean, all that's lifting northeast. I mean, that's going to be over that area, in the or way in the wee hours of the morning.
Oh man. On the tornado warnings, but really only one pressing issue is the tornado warning near the Seminole area once again. All the others are radar indicated, and it does appear.
Yeah, it looks like they extended this one south of just to east of Amogi here, issued by the Tulsa National Weather Service at 8:41. Another severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 4 miles south of Okmulgee State Park, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour until 9:30. So this is that same system that's had a history of tornadic activity.
Yeah, this will be heading toward Akima, and then maybe eventually down the line, Henrietta here once again. So we'll see how that works out here in the next hour.
Yeah, so that's an interesting development, especially with Dallas not being worked over tonight.
Yeah, pretty untapped air down toward the down. Really, even Sherman, Texas, nothing really besides a little cell off to the north there near Bonham or north of Greenville. Nothing really to, pretty undisturbed air.
Yeah, absolutely. So sometimes, what happens before, I talked about it numerous times. You got to take these situations kind of day by day. Because we have less of a threat tonight and say in Dallas, we could have more of a threat tomorrow with the untapped atmosphere and the slowing of the system. And if it, obviously if it slows down even further than what they're showing, then that just upgrades it even further. So just you're watching trends at the moment, but they'll update in the overnight hours. They usually update about 12:30 in the morning again.
Hey, you know what I always say? I say trends are your friend.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we were watching. We saw the cap. The cap was pretty evident. That held nicely and much of North Texas. So, but now we're watching the trends for tomorrow, and the trends are starting to upgrade. There's numerous videos on that Cromwell, Texas tornado, south of Cromwell there. Yeah, all the storm chasers have all those, all their licensing. They got some pretty nice tornado video footage out.
Wow, there's tons of videos out there.
A lot. There's so many. I mean, I told you there's so many storm chasers tonight. They're going to be out in full force, and that one by Ford City, Texas earlier. That is a strong tornado.
Oh, another video coming into your Twitter page here of another violent tornado. Well, I guess it won't go through for some reason. Anyway, a violent tornado across southern sections there of Oklahoma near the Seminole area as well, just a different perspective. Haven't gotten much hail reports, which is really surprising because the tornadoes have taken the headline today, but really I'm surprised the hail pictures aren't coming in. These storms are producing some really large hail.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Today's March. May the 4th. Okay, so 6 tornado reports so far. I'm looking at the 24-hour the storm reports here. Yeah, that I know. Ironically, it has the biggest hail earlier was 2.8. So I think they're mainly concentrated on the tornadoes tonight, but there's been bigger hail than that for sure.
Yeah, because I've seen some softball size hail being reported. That was early on in the event when the storms was just starting to initiate, and then haven't really seen any confirmation since of any hail hitting the ground.
All right, so let's go back to this one south of Vernon here. It's still showing that notch. It might actually start to be a little bit starting to be better organized here. But yeah, it looks like Electra. That it definitely looks like Electra is in line with this storm. And north of Vernon, I mean, just south of Vernon, even the hell core.
Is that three separate supercells or just one splitting into three? I mean, that is like supercell after supercell after supercell.
I think there's enough separation there that you can actually classify that as three separate ones. And then, of course, there you go. You got the backside flood risk. Yeah, 2 to 3 inches has fallen, and another 2 to 3 inches more to go. Yeah, training supercells right here.
Wow. Yeah, I'm surprised. I wonder if there's any flash flood warnings on here.
Yeah, there is.
There is one.
Yeah, right here. I just read it. 2 to 3 inches, another 2 to 3 inches to go.
Yeah, so that'll be the main player later tonight, damaging winds, and then really the heavy rain threat, especially getting up into far northern Texas and eastern Oklahoma, really going to be prevalent tonight.
All right, so here's another tornado warning at 8:40. This is a fairly new area, capable of producing a tornado located 10 miles northeast at northeast of Gould, moving east at 40 miles an hour. This is the stuff that was coming out of the Panhandle earlier, has now shifted into the Oklahoma area. Radar indicated, but that is a fairly new area that has not seen much activity tonight. Yeah, Hollis, that's the one you mentioned earlier. This is just.
Oh yeah, that's the storm. Okay.
Yeah, there's Gold. I see it now. There's it looks like County Road 62.
Yeah, so really much of this area across central Texas and the tornado watch, you may be wondering, well, where's all the storms at? Well, a little more discreet down in central Texas due to that capping inversion, the cap where you don't have a lot of upward, air parcels that like to rise, and you get those big updrafts with the big hail and tornadoes. Not seeing much of that across central Texas now, but yeah, mainly just focus into Oklahoma and North Texas.
Well, you see, even the Storm Prediction Center still kept it on the safe side, and they kept all the risk in place.
Right, yeah, because there's still a slight risk down in Abilene, San Angelo, those areas still under a slight risk, so you don't want to let your guard down quite yet.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, these are all lifting northeast, so I doubt Abilene might get some of that, but it would have to really start back building.
Yeah, with the atmosphere there is today, I wouldn't be surprised if it starts back building more. A lot of juice. So a few minutes ago, 8:48, a confirmed weather spotter confirmed tornado located 6 miles to the south of Lockett, Texas, and it's moving east around 35 to 40 miles per hour toward Electra, Texas.
Okay, so Electra, yeah, we figured Electra was in line there. Yeah, so this is the storm. Yeah, this is the storm right here. Observed tornado. Right here, a confirmed tornado was located 6 miles south of Lockett. 6 miles south of Lockett, moving east at 35 miles an hour. Again, weather spotters have confirmed this observed tornado on the ground, golf ball size hail, and locations in its path of the Grayback area. So these locations in Will, Barger County and southern Will Barger County need to take shelter immediately of this tornado that's showing hook south side. We've seen this all night long. There's the city of Lockett producing some there's 3-inch radar indicated. What's fallen to the surface more like golf ball, maybe even up to 2 inches. But there's the city of Electra, going to be maybe just to the north of there if it's moving just due east. But it appears Vernon's going to be almost in the Haricore, if not in the very heavy rain threat here in the next 10 minutes. And Electra is going to be further south into the tornadic activity. So all these areas into Grayback, it's going to be crossing over, looks like Midway Crossing 183 here shortly. And there's the city of Grayback, and eventually head towards, looks like Harold possibly is in its path as well.
It looks like these supercells are going to kind of follow the Red River here for a while, north of Wichita Falls, or north and west of Wichita Falls, rather.
Yeah, so we're getting into the zone where they had the moderate risk in place tonight, that they had the highest potential of seeing tornadic activity. We're getting into that zone now, at least on this western side. We've seen it already back up here near Shawnee and Seminole here.
Yeah, so if you see any flooded roadways, I know there's a lot of flash flood warnings into Oklahoma with those training supercells there, and then a couple down into Texas. Please do not drive in flooded roadways. It doesn't do any good for anybody to do that. Even if you're getting to your destination, just do a roundabout detour. Because flooding is just as dangerous as any other type of severe weather. I mean, you drive in just a few inches of water, and the road could be washed out, or a lot of dangerous elements to flash.
Yeah,
especially at night.
Yeah, with this tornadic risk and the high wind risk, there's not going to be much help to help you out there tonight. I mean, you're going to really put yourself in a bad situation if you get stuck in a flood and flooded roads. So it's just not worth it.
And numerous deaths in the United States recent years for people just driving through flooded roadways, and really for what though? I mean, there's no use for that. Just go and do a detour, even if it takes you 15, 20 minutes longer. I mean, it's worth your life to go around and do a detour than to just lose your life by drowning in floodwaters.
Yeah, flash flooding is still the number one weather-related death out there. It's it's still number one because things can rapidly change quickly. You drive through flooded waters, your car gets elevated, it starts floating downstream. Once you lose traction and it starts floating, you have no control whatsoever, and then you just turn to a bad situation very quickly.
Looking at all these tornado warnings through here, like I said, the one most impressive one still south of Vernon, heading toward Electra. That's the one that's on the ground at this current time. That one's been producing a tornado all afternoon and early evening. So
yeah, I know. Look at this. This right next south of Pardsley Hill here. That is significant rotation here.
Yeah, another strong tornado maybe on the ground just south of Vernon right now.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's going to follow basically in between Vernon and Electra. In between Vernon and Electra, this supercell.
That's a pretty strong couplet.
Yeah, for sure. And it's even got a debris ball here now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
it does. A pretty strong debris ball signature as well. And that'll be heading, like you said, between Vernon and Electra here.
Yeah, it's really picked up the last couple of frames.
Wow. and there's no, very untapped, very undisturbed air still east of that storm. So I mean, this storm could be. I mean, it's starting to shift to a damaging wind threat ever so slightly, but really, there's nothing that suggests that this is going to form into a line in this area anytime soon.
Yeah, and you got to think with all that stuff back towards Cromwell, and even that one cell back behind there with those three separate supercells, running into that rotation atmosphere. That's a nasty setup in itself.
So we do, Roy, we do have a PDS tornado warning south of Vernon.
Oh, okay. That's it. Okay, we have. So maybe it's not on my radar yet.
A large and extremely dangerous tornado.
Yes. So this is a confirmed PDS. This is our first one of the evening, guys. PDS basically means it's an extremely, particularly dangerous situation. You do need to take shelter immediately. Yeah, here it is right here. There's your PDS warning. So at 8:56, a confirmed large and extremely damaging tornado was located 4 miles south of Lockett. So 4 miles south of Lockett, moving east at 25 miles an hour. Weather confirmed spotters. This is a life-threatening situation. Any flying debris may be deadly to those caught outside without shelter. You need to be in your safe zone immediately. Grab your helmet, grab the kids, grab the dog, grab your phone, get in your safe zone immediately of this large damaging tornado that is on the ground. This is all heading east, northeast, heading towards, looks like between Vernon and Harold, but maybe the town of Oaklanon looks to be, and maybe in the direct path. But before that, Lockett. Here's the city of Lockett. More specific streets are going to be your County Road 89.7, FM 433 here. We're just
this is immediately south of Vernon. So if you live in Vernon, do take cover, even though you're just north of this storm. I do want to make note too that even though the National Weather Service has put a tornado warning, a very skinny tornado warning on this, I think it may be trying to go a little bit outside of that polygon potentially as well.
Yeah, there's two warnings. They're right kind of on top of each other. But yeah.
Oh, maybe I didn't get it quite yet. Yeah, mine's been lagging all day. Okay, now I see it. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, they're all on top of each other.
Yeah, this is probably what, about 5 miles, maybe, or maybe less south of Vernon.
Yeah, that's
up toward that way.
Yeah, it's not that far. I mean, it looks like it's basically right over Lockett, potentially, maybe just south of Lockett. There's Vernon here. Here's Lockett. And here, oh wow, look, you can really see it here. If I zoom in, look at that definite hook. This is what we're talking about, guys, right here. Look at this mean hook here.
That could probably be the second strongest tornado we've had this evening or today so far.
That is an ominous hook right here. This is why they have the PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation in place of this extremely large, damaging tornado that is on the ground right now over the city of Parsley Hill, over the city of Lockett. And this is all heading towards FM 433.
Yeah, there's a very strong debris ball with this tornado right now. Very strong debris ball. I mean, that might even be a stronger debris ball than the one we even saw up in the Oklahoma area.
Yeah, I think this is the biggest of the night. I think this is the biggest storm of the night right here. Yeah, this is a very damaging. Very damaging tornado.
I'm going to do a 3D slice of the storm, and I want to see what the updraft and inflow notch look like.
Okay, great.
See if it's getting a little bit rain wrapped or not. No, so there's a very clear inflow notch, and it doesn't appear to be rain wrapped at all. So there's a very strong inflow notch with the storm on the 3D scan.
Yeah, so what we're looking at, if you're just tuning in, we've got very heavy rain just to the north. Looks like it's going to pound Vernon. Just to the south of there's that hail core. And just to the south of there's that definite hook of that extremely large damaging tornado that is on the ground over Parsley Hill, over Lockett, moving off to the east here. So there's, to catch your bearings, this is Vernon, Texas, and there's Electra, Texas. And this is all shifting kind of east-northeast. So this is going to be crossing over Highway 70 here. And there's some cities of Harold, and looks like this city of Oklanon is going to be taking a direct hit with this storm.
Yeah, Christopher in the chat, the reason why they don't they use polygons and not just a rectangle, think of it almost as like the eye of a hurricane. You know, as you go out in time, you're a little more uncertain of where the tornado will go. That's kind of what they're doing here with tornado warnings as well. So that's kind of why they narrow it down the closer you get. Yeah, but that's a pretty strong inflow notch, and it's even getting stronger still. I mean, this is a really strong tornado.
Yeah, this is 33 minutes ago, the tornado south of Vernon. But this is not real time on my Twitter feed. But
holy wow! Okay, so I'm seeing velocity. I'm seeing almost 200 mile per hour inflow velocity with this storm.
Really?
Yeah, so this storm could be a higher end tornado for sure, like EF3 type. Yeah, I'm seeing between 195 and 200 mile per hour winds with this thing.
Yeah, so
I mean, granted that is on the radar, but
yeah, so this is what we're talking about here. So this debris ball that's being lifted up in the atmosphere out of this extremely large tornado that is on the ground right now over the city of Lockett. The city of Lockett is getting a lot of damage right now. Please pray for the city of Lockett, because this is an extremely dangerous situation that's unfolding as we speak. And this is not good, guys. It looks like it appears from all accounts that Vernon could be somewhat safe of this. It looks like it's going to be south of you. But it's yeah, definite extremely large tornado still on the ground. Yeah, that's the best couplet tonight. Just right here south. There's Vernon.
And yeah, like I was saying, it was showing almost 200 mile per hour winds with this debris ball. I mean, that is exceptionally strong. I mean, that is right up against about EF4 strength, if that is true, ground truth with them.
Yeah, it's hard to say in these situations, but that's just not good. Either way you slice it, this is an extremely large, damaging tornado that is on the ground and moving. I don't know. Those last couple frames, it looks like it's moving, trying to move a tad bit further. Yeah, north. Look at that. There's the extension.
It looked like a left-hand turn there.
Yeah, there's the extension. It looks like the new tornado warning that just got extended. So, yeah, Vernon might not be so safe here, as this is trying to turn further north here.
Yeah, that is not good. This is, if you were in Vernon, do watch the storm very closely. You're probably getting some hail right now, some very heavy rain, and damaging winds. But this storm is starting to take a left turn toward the Vernon area, so definitely have to watch this in the next few minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I would go ahead and get in your safe zone just to be cautious because, you know,
Yeah,
this,
do turn your TV up. If you were in Vernon, get in your basement and then turn your TV up here so you can hear it, so you can hear the live stream that we have here, or local news media outlets as well.
yeah, so an extremely large damaging tornado on the ground right now. We've got three tornado warnings essentially right on top of each other as we speak. This tornado that's over Lockett right now appears to turn a little bit further northeast. I mean, this is large and extremely tornado located 4 miles south of Lockett, moving east at 25 miles an hour. This is for Will Barger County in northern Texas. So there's Okolon. That's the other city that's in the path. There it is right here of this storm, but appears it might have shifted. I mean, it looks like it shifted just slightly. Um,
Yeah, they got another polygon pointed right towards the Vernon area.
yeah, they just issued that. So it goes all the way to yeah, this polygon goes basically just literally maybe half a mile south, not very far at all. So that's getting dangerously close.
Yeah, that is a very strong signature. Still, very strong tornado in progress south of Vernon, southwest of Vernon.
Yeah, so this is by far the biggest tornado of the night. What you're watching here, this is a significant risk. These don't happen very often, guys. This is a PDS damaging tornado on the ground right now. It'd be one of those
This
situations.
tornado's probably been in progress for at least probably about 5 or 10 miles now, and it's still holding its own here as it's heading up toward Vernon.
Yeah, so let's just look at the reflectivity view. There's might be a little bit of rain trying to form on the south side now.
I couldn't tell if that was the case or if it was a little contamination from the radar. I couldn't really tell.
You know, it's hard to tell with these with these large tornadoes like this.
I was going to mention something before, but I wasn't sure if I didn't know.
Yeah, it's hard to tell with three, tornado warnings right on top of each other, but it definitely appears that there's some sort of rain trying to sneak in from the south side that might be getting entrenched in here.
Yeah, so this could be becoming rain wrapped as we speak. This tornado, but still very violent on the ground. I mean, this is a pretty powerful. I had wind velocities with this tornado up around 195 at one time to even close to 200 miles per hour. So that is a very powerful tornado if that is true.
Yeah, so it looks like it started at 8:58, so 12 minutes.
Oh man. I mean, I get why they do all these tornado warnings, but it's almost a lot.
It gets confusing. Well, they have the other ones that hadn't expired, but then they have the new one because it's shifted. So
I think they would cancel the far southern reach one because it's almost really out of the polygon by now.
it's gone. I mean, yeah, it still has 19 minutes left. I don't know why it's not there. Why it's still there. It's they can let that go because it gets confusing. It's not even. It's north of there. It's not even in the zone here.
Yeah, like you said, it's really starting to close off now. The rain's starting to wrap back around. See, that's what has been happening this evening is the really, strong tornado signatures. They kind of get really strong, and then all of a sudden they get so strong to where the rain starts to wrap back in and choke itself off, and then it recycles.
Yeah, here we go. Look at this picture south of Vernon. That's a massive tornado. Here, I'm going to retweet this picture on my Twitter feed, guys. That's a large, massive tornado, wedge tornado confirmation on the ground. So head to my Twitter feed. That's by far the biggest tornado of the night. That's no question. Just by looking at that thing, that's easily an EF3. No question. That's no question. EF3. That's cone wedge tornado, extremely large tornado. south of
It really
Vernon.
could be a higher end EF3, close to EF4 strength potentially. I mean, when they do the survey, they'll let us all know. But
Yeah,
that could be close to EF4 strength potentially with what I was seeing on the radar.
I would say so. I mean, you can say probably with confidence right now, looking at that, that's an EF3. You know, like we could probably say that. You know, that's 160 mile per hour type system.
Yeah, that's pretty.
But it's got
It's still on the
potential.
ground now, so.
You know, the potential to be even higher than that.
It does appear to be weakening a little bit, but it's still a pretty strong signature on the velocities. The rain might be choking it off just a tad bit.
Oh yeah, there's no more hook. There's not much hook left in it. But that is 15 minutes. I mean, 15 minutes with a tornado on the ground like that does a lot of damage.
Yeah, well, usually when tornadoes are on the ground for more than 5-10 minutes, those are the ones that mean business. Those are the ones that are become the strongest ones. Yeah, so if you live in Vernon, still watch out for the storm. It very well could start recycling itself. Just because it looks to be choking itself off does not mean that this storm is done being powerful by any means. I mean, this storm is basically in the land of Lincoln right now. I mean, there is literally nothing else impeding the inflow to the storm. Maybe some rainfall to the southeast, but other than that, still it's by itself for the most part. Besides the trailing storms behind it.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely moved further north. I mean, oh look, Vernon's under the tornado warning now. Look at that.
Is it now? Okay. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that's a new extension of the tornado warning. At 9:12, the extremely large damaging tornado was near Lockett, moving northeast now. So there you go. It's we got confirmation. It's moved from east to northeast now. The PDS warning continues to remain in place, but now heading towards the city of Vernon now into Lockett, Oklanon, and Vernon. So yes, with that left-hand turn, Vernon is now in the path of this extremely large, damaging tornado that is on the ground.
And just another note too, if you live in the Davidson area or just west of Davidson, do want to let people know that this storm is coming toward you as well. You're probably going to be in the hail corridor rather soon in Davidson.
Hey, Chris. Hey, my wife's on here asking about, is it going to hit McKinney? Well, what we talked about earlier is the National Weather Service sent out the balloon earlier, 4 or 5 o'clock, found the cap is a lot stronger than what anticipated, which has shut down a lot of the activity tonight. There was some activity over the Dallas Metroplex that had a lot of rain and lightning, 50 mile per hour winds, some nickel-sized hail. But yeah, as soon as it lifted northward, it just literally fizzled. And looking at the latest update here, completely nothing over the Metroplex. But it does appear that tomorrow morning system has slowed, which has increased the severe threat over much of Dallas for tomorrow. So I'll be updating in the morning. But it does appear as of right now that they'll be having to push some of those risk zones or more higher risk zones further back into the Metroplex for tomorrow, because it does appear going to be delayed maybe by 3 or 4 hours, which makes all the difference in the world. And maybe have a squall line come through around 10, 11, 12, maybe pushing out by 1 now. At least that's the latest timing. And that could be some large hail and some damaging winds along with that threat. So it looks like much of the activity is not going to happen tonight for much of North Texas, but tomorrow might be even a higher potential now.
Yeah, most of the cams or the convective allowing models are really starting to back off. Like they're backing the storms back to the west as well now, I'm seeing.
Yeah, and I'm sure the National Weather Service on their discussion is going to be talking about that as well.
Yeah, the GEM model, Roy, if you look at that one, I'm not sure how exactly, I don't look at this one very often, but it's showing a pretty significant line coming through Dallas early afternoon tomorrow.
Oh, early afternoon. That's even delayed even further.
Yeah, that's the GEM's been really slowing today for trending toward the other ones.
Yeah, earlier it appeared 7 a.m. But the latest high resolution guidance had the leading edge about 10. And so there's other models showing about 1. So so either way, it's slowing. It's definitely slowing. And so we'll watch the trends overnight, and they'll be updating into the overnight hours. Hey, PDS means particularly damaging situation. So particularly damaging situation with this storm. It just means an extremely large, deadly tornado that is on the ground. It's life-threatening situation. So it's an elevated risk. It's the most highest risk you can have. Besides a tornado emergency, it doesn't get any higher than that, guys. This is an extremely damaging, large tornado that has shifted, that it appears to have lifted. It was on the ground, but that circulation, it might have shifted, and we're not seeing that hook echo anymore. We're not where it's definitely closed off.
Yeah, it's definitely choked itself off. But it could recycle potentially. We'll see as it heads up toward Davidson.
Yeah, it's really weird that it went north. I mean, like north like that. I mean, I think if it kept on its eastward trajectory, it wouldn't have choked itself off like that. But since it went north, it went right north into the rain shaft, and it just.
When I took the 3D slice of the storm, it was the updraft itself was kind of shifting a little farther left, so I knew it was going to start taking a left turn. Like the updraft, if you look up about 10, 20, 30,000 feet, it was starting to tilt more left. So that's kind of a telltale sign that it was going to shift.
Right.
How much to what degree? We already figured that out.
Okay, so that's all subsided now. So there's no more tornadoes that are on the ground as of this moment. So that has all cleared, but it definitely appears that tornado south of Vernon there by Lockett, that was, and pics are on my Twitter feed, so you can go check that out. But that's I think by far the biggest tornado of the night.
Oh yeah, easily. That, like you said, that was probably at least an EF3, maybe a 4. We'll see how that works out.
Yeah, I mean, the National Weather Service will be doing their damage, and sometimes during these events like this, especially such a high impact event like this, it's going to take a while. I mean, there's a lot of going to have a lot of digging to sort through, and so it'll be.
They'll be parading themselves around the Seminole area for sure. So if you live around Seminole and start seeing the the blue and black vehicles, that's who it is.
And like you said, that they might not be done. I mean, because northeast trajectory. I mean, that's you hate to say it, but the one in Vernon right now, basically travels northeast, and it could be just near maybe Seminole again by the time we get into, say, the midnight time frame.
Oh man!
I mean, that's what I'm seeing.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like to me as well.
I mean, yeah, I just.
I guess the only hope for that to not happen is the surge in some of those storms up near Elk City and down west of Lawton to kind of interfere. That would be pretty much the only saving grace again.
All right, so if we zoom out, I mean, here's the other radar. It just picks up on everything else that's happening. Again, not much in the Metroplex, just the cap held strong. So that cap held strong, fairly nice. The only activity right now is well south. Hardly even in Texas. It's just across the border there in Uvalde here. This is west of San Antonio, but pretty significant hail. I mean, these are pretty What is this? Yeah, that wow, this is pretty massive hail. This is baseball size hail, guys. I mean, this is a destructive storm in western Uvalde County here. Yeah, this was moving east at 45 miles an hour, so not tornado warm, but a very large hail core going to be impacting Uvalde County here, and that's producing some baseball size hail right now coming out of that storm.
Yeah, that's a nasty storm as well. That's heading right toward the Antonio area, believe it or not.
Well, and San Antonio, I mean, okay, to my knowledge, they're not even in the risk, right? I mean, are they that? I don't.
Well, they just added a funny thing. I've never seen. Well, I've seen it, but it's pretty funny. They added a six. What is it? 5 or 6 county wide severe thunderstorm watch for that storm. I mean, that's a pretty small risk, or it's a pretty small watch box.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, this just goes to show you guys, you can't take these little parameters that seriously of placement of storms. I mean, we've got baseball size hail. We have baseball size hail right now, and this is basically on the edge of this marginal risk, right now. You know, and they're probably what even in the hail core. I mean, nothing. And this is all heading east towards San Antonio. That's not even in a risk zone whatsoever.
It's also showing signs come almost like a backward C shape, almost like a wake low, where you have like really strong winds surging eastward. Okay, it does say 70-mile-per-hour wind, so that makes sense.
Yeah, so this storm is basically right on the borderline of the 5%, risk, but most of it's outside of that. Now, I'm just trying to show people that, hey, you don't have to exactly be in these zones to get storms. And just because you are in the zone doesn't mean you're going to get storms. You were under the gun for some larger hail in McKinney and Denton and Fort Worth, but the cap held and you basically get nothing. Right. And so down here where the cap did not hold, even though the risk is much smaller, they're getting baseball size hail right now. So that's the difference. I mean, these are just guidances, of the best possible areas and those favorite areas. So you can't just really take these things like verbatim and you're going to get storms. But we didn't look at this. This is a pretty significant risk over here. This is the hail core. That's a very upgraded risk of some very large hail. I didn't look at this.
Where's the tornado?
I didn't look at this at the 8 o'clock advisory, but this is the hail core. So let's look at the tornado here.
So what the heck? Oh, they have all of the warnings. They have damaging tornado on the sort or on the hazard, but I don't see a notch. Very confused. Maybe it's incognito with the rain kind of rain wrapped. Yeah, Brendan, the third year La Nina, it's going to be pretty active all the way through the summer and fall, and for sure. We're going to have a lot of severe weather through the summer with those heat waves, the ring of fire patterns, derechos, all that stuff.
Yeah, he mentioned derechos. Now, derechos is basically a squall line. It's a massive squall line. It has to be at least about 240 miles in length. And he mentioned that because it's just one of those times of year where, hey, if we do have storms that form in squall lines with this setup this year going into the next month or two, we open the door for a greater possibility of some derecho type setups. Yeah, so look at that. They actually extended now the severe thunderstorm warning off that storm further south of.
It looks like Hondo area, right? Or just west of Hondo.
Oh, Hondo. Okay, so if y'all don't know, Hondo is the record holder for the largest hailstone in Texas. That actually happened just last year. They had the 6.4 inches hailstone. It was almost 2 pounds, guys. So that's what actually happened last year. And this storm right now that's producing some baseball size hail is heading that way. And again,
The hail core could really, if this holds itself together, it could come into the downtown San Antonio area with 2-inch plus size hail. So this is a pretty nasty storm.
yeah, they're going to have to. I mean, San Antonio is not under any warning, any watch, any, not even a 2% risk. I mean, they're under nothing. But we have one supercell that's held together. There's nothing to stop this, and it's all heading east. And it definitely appears. I mean, look at the last frame. It looks like there's more instability that's just trying to form in San Antonio here at ahead of the storm.
It looks like they canceled the tornado watch for the San Angelo area, just to the north. Maybe due to the cat still holding on.
Yeah, it appears it's no longer there.
But there's still Abilene. I don't know. That there's still a lot. Maybe they're in progress of canceling it. But yeah, that San Antonio storm definitely going to be arriving on the western half of the city here, probably within the next. How fast is it moving here? Moving east at 40, so probably within the next half hour maybe less, maying more.
Yeah. So if you got friends and family in San Antonio, I mean, this is even more aware because they weren't expecting any severe weather whatsoever tonight. They were not even in any watches. There's no risk. There's no even storm prediction risk, not even a marginal risk in the San Antonio area. But yet we've got pretty significant hail that looks to be on its doorstep, going to be potentially hitting San Antonio maybe in the next 45, maybe an hour or so. Yeah, so this storm has had a history of producing some, golf ball, some ping pong, some tennis ball, even up to baseball size hail within this supercell. Yeah, so there's a lot of people that are in the San Antonio area tonight that I mean, they're not expecting it to even rain down here. So this would be something that they need to be aware of, that if this thing holds together.
Oh wow! So yeah, the latest frame shows a backward C shape. That indicates to me that we could potentially have up to 75-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming in here west of Hondo here within the next 15 to 20 minutes. Heading toward the Hondo airport. I mean, this is almost like a mini bow echo.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that bow. I mean, that's a pretty significant bow. This is really a nasty situation that's unfolding tonight into an area that was not expecting any severe weather whatsoever. Yeah, this is a damaging threat continuing to shift, just kind of due east. There's 10:08, so it's a little bit further off than we thought. Maybe 10:15 to Hondo, maybe towards. It's still a pretty good ways to San Antonio.
But maybe in the process of forming even a bigger bow, because there's more storms kind of trying to get fed in here on the south side, south and east of the Bracketville area.
But I mean, there's nothing to the south side of this. Absolutely nothing.
Oh no, that's the only storm in town here for around 50, 100 miles.
Yeah. So that's why, I mean, it's got one loner. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes it can only take one. It only takes one to take on a life of its own. And we're watching this tonight unfold south of the risk area here.
And again, if it's producing severe weather right now, don't even be surprised if this doesn't even go tornado warning. I would not be surprised here if this storm goes tornado warning at some point, just due to the fact that of all the weather we've seen today.
Hey, Christy. Yeah, you're just tuning in. Yes, about 4 or 5 o'clock, there was a strong cap with a weather balloon they sent out over the Metroplex. So it kept everything at bay. We did have some storms earlier in downtown Dallas with some 50-mile-per-hour winds and some nickel-size hail. But other than that, as it lifted further north, it all fizzled, and there's nothing. The cap is fairly strong tonight. Okay, so
coming in, Lockett got hit hard, severe damage and fires. Source is storm chaser. So there's fires in Lockett.
Yeah, so here's I'm going to put the whisk on because so San Antonio is in fact under a severe thunderstorm watch that they did that at 9:05. So this is a fairly new watch that they just issued. So at 9:05, the National Weather Service did in fact include this watch for isolated very large hail events up to 2.5 inches in diameter. Isolated wind gusts of up to 70 miles an hour. So this supercell that was just east of Del Rio may persist for another 2 to 3 hours. Like we mentioned, there's nothing to stop this thing along Uvalde to Hondo to San Antonio areas before weakening. So yes, they did watch the trend. The National Weather Service did in fact issue this severe thunderstorm watch for the San Antonio area that does include the Hondo area for this developing nasty cell right here. This just one loner here, but a lot of times that's all it takes. And it's producing some 70-mile-per-hour winds along the leading edge. And then on the backside, it's got, ping pong to tennis ball to upwards to almost baseball size heading due east. And so locations in its path are going to be some of the bigger cities into Sabinal, into Hondo, into Castroville, and it'll eventually head into downtown San Antonio. And then it's expected to weaken once it passes San Antonio, maybe after midnight.
Yeah, we got some type of video coming in here from, Ryan Kelly, another storm chaser out there with Reed Timmer and all them. They're showing videos of damage near the Lockett area with power flashes and fires and all that very dangerous type of stuff near the Lockett area.
Oh, so that lightning must have caught things on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here's the latest watches and warnings. They still have that tornado watch. This does expire until 10, so they just kept it on here just to be on the safe side for much of parts of Northwest and the Metroplex here. But really, nothing's really happened this evening with that cap in place. So I would imagine this will be expiring in the next 26 minutes or so.
I don't think we see no tornadoes on the ground as we right now.
Yeah, but other than that, there's no extensions of the tornado watch. There's nothing new as far as the watches go. But yes, we did have.
If there's any mesoscale coming in or not? Let me look.
I can put that on.
The only mesoscale, the latest one I see was at 917. I guess there is a new one, but it's just showing a continuation of the tornado watch.
Yeah, here's some. I put some mesoscale discussions on. Let's see what that says. Severe risk, large hail. It just says storm clusters could linger beyond the scheduled time of the expiration date. Okay, so they're just highlighting these areas right here towards the Abilene area because these do expire about 10 o'clock. Because of the slower movement of these storms, it could linger, beyond the expiration date of the tornado watch. So this is why they have the mesoscale discussion out on these cells that are over within this watch area. That they just mentioned that these could linger past 10 o'clock. And here's the other mesoscale discussion. Convection trends suggest that clustering development may occur over the next few hours along and south of the warm front. Damaging winds will be more common with time, Tornadoes are most likely with just discrete storms in northwest Texas, though line embedded supercells and circulations are possible as well. So replacement watches will likely be needed this weekend, this evening. So replacement watches will likely be needed this evening. So that's probably more likely into northwest Texas, into much of Oklahoma here. Convection trends in southwestern Oklahoma and northwest Texas show increasing storm coverage supercells ongoing just south of the Red River, with the lead cell continuing to produce tornadoes. Satellite trends also indicate cloud cooling along the warm front and shows an increase of lightning activity. These trends also suggest the MCS development may occur over the next several hours, while temperatures south of the warm front have cooled into the low 70s. Given the downstream instability forcing from the trough, storms should continue along and south of the boundary this evening. So damaging winds will become more common as a transition away from discrete cells occur. While some activity will occur north of the warm front, storms there should generally be more of a threat for hail. So the greatest short-term tornado threat will continue to be northwest Texas, with the supercells moving east. Given the low-level shear, however, tornadoes will remain possible, even more linear activity. So a replacement tornado watch is likely for the activity south of the boundary. The hail threat north of the boundary may be sufficient for a severe thunderstorm watch.
Yeah, that does sum it up for that area for sure, because it will start to trend more linear here in the next couple of hours.
So that seems to be the new development, with the new activity further south that heads into San Antonio, the extension on some of these delayed movement down further south. And we're going to be seeing renewed tornado watches within this sector to the north here. And then all these green shaded areas of flood warnings, I think all this is going to be lighting up into Oklahoma as we get deeper into the evening hours.
We got a pretty nice little line going here from Wichita Falls, or just south of there, down towards the almost to the Abilene area, starting to develop.
All right, so I'm gonna take all the watches off so we can get a better view here. All right, so yeah, if you're listening from me from North Texas into the Dallas area, I mean, you're pretty much done for the evening. There's nothing going to happen. They're going to allow the watch to expire. Everything's going to be further south into San Antonio and well into the Oklahoma area, and then of course we still have that activity down into West Texas.
Yeah, there's only one tornado warning left so far.
All right, so we got confirmation: extensive damage in Lockett, Texas. All hands on deck for search and rescue. Tour van took a direct hit. Oh,
Yeah, that tour van rolled on its side, I think.
was that like a tornado tour van or what? Or, I mean, were they storm chasing?
They might have been. I think they were students or something like that.
Yeah, trees are completely debarked. Trees are completely debarked in the Lockett area.
Really?
That was a significant tornado. You don't get that without a significant tornado.
Was that the tornado we were following back toward Vernon, or is that a different one?
Yeah, Lockett is, I think, right there by Vernon, right?
Yeah, that was a nasty coefficient that we're looking at with that debris ball.
Yeah, so that was very significant damage from that storm.
Yeah, so like you said, that'll probably be at least tagged in the F3 by the the data.
Yeah, so I'm getting confirmation now. Yeah, tornado watch canceled for all areas of North Texas. Okay, so they canceled the watch, but they did add a watch. They added a watch for Young, Jack, and Montague County. So Young, Jack, and Montague County, which is basically northwest of the Metroplex.
Well, they added a tornado watch on top of a tornado watch. Is that what?
Well, no. They canceled. Well, maybe that was an extension. Was Jack Montague? I think they were.
Yeah, it seems as if.
I think they it looks like they canceled the ones further southeast, but they extended the tornado watch till 4 a.m. for Young, Jack, and Montague County.
4 a.m.
4 a.m. Yeah. Yep. 4 a.m.
Might have tornadoes overnight tonight.
Yeah, 4 a.m. And I would imagine these watches further north will be extended once past 10 o'clock.
Yeah, they might as well. Well, they might wait a couple of hours here, but they might probably start trimming the tornado watch back here into eastern panhandle of Texas here shortly. Because it looks like the dry line has already passed that area, so the threat for the panhandle, at least for now, is pretty much lessened.
Let's see. Okay. Yeah, so here's the dry line. It looks like it's almost past Amarillo. There's the warm front, essentially crossing right over just south of Oklahoma City. All right, so this is why
So the models have been pretty consistent, showing Oklahoma really in the crosshairs all night tonight and into the day tomorrow, and then Texas tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so here's the dry line back here in West Texas. There's the low pressure, surface low pressure. There's the warm front boundary just across central Oklahoma, and basically, here's the warm sector. So you got the warm sector basically right here.
And that's why they had all those big tornadoes up into southern and central Oklahoma. That's where that warm front was, and that's where the most shear is located.
All right, so let's look at the storm by Henrietta. So Henrietta.
Is that by the Wichita Falls area?
This is in Oklahoma. Let's see. Henrietta is south of Broken Arrow, south of Tulsa. It's south of Tulsa. It's where the tornado warning is. And Oakma, that's where we had a confirmed tornado earlier in Oakma. But this is another tornado warning. Another severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing a tornado 4 miles west of Waleska, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. Some $50 size hail and a possible radar indicated tornado.
Yeah, those are some pretty strong storms. Those are dropping some really heavy torrential rainfall. Seeing rainfall rates in excess of 2 inches per hour.
So Cloud 9 tour van. What's Cloud 9? Is that a storm chasing tour van? Cloud.
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
Cloud 9 tour van. Yeah, that's a tornado tour bus.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's the one that got hit. Reports of a tornado hitting a Cloud 9 tour van in Lockett, Texas this evening. Information is still coming out. That's the pictures that we saw. I retweeted on my Twitter feed. Yeah, the vehicle flipped. Yeah, the vehicle got flipped. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, they signed up to see a tornado, but they didn't expect to be in a tornado.
Yeah, that hopefully everybody's okay in that van.
Yeah, because that's a lot of people. Those vans, they cram as many people in there as they can, and there's a lot of metal though. That's a lot of metal wrapping around them. So it looks like there's a lot of damage to the vehicle, but hopefully they were unscathed. It doesn't. It appears that it's upright. If it did flip, it appears if it flipped, it maybe flipped back on its wheels.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage and dents in that thing though.
Okay, so they did extend the tornado watch. Let me yeah, so this is the extension of the tornado watch that just got issued. All these areas in yellow here. This is until 4 o'clock in the morning. So brand new tornado watch. Primary threats or a few tornadoes are likely, with a couple of intense tornadoes, scattered damaging wind gust of isolated reports of 75 miles per hour potentially. Some very large hail, upwards to 2 inches in diameter, is likely. So here's earlier supercells will likely congeal into clusters and line segments with a slow moving front across Oklahoma, while more isolated storms further south into northwest Texas persist for another couple hours before weakening. There will be a threat for tornadoes and an isolated strong tornado in the short term, with lingering supercells in circulation embedded in the developing cluster line segments. Otherwise, the threat for very large hail will persist overnight, and the threat for damaging winds should increase over the next few hours. So that is the latest from the watch area. So if you're it does include it keeps Durant in play. It keeps Atoka antlers back into Stingler all the way up into Stillwater, Muskogee, much of McAllister here. This just extends further south along the Red River into Kingston, Marietta, Thackerville, right along the border. But then once you get into northwest Texas by Nocona, into Bowie, Henrietta, Jacksboro, Graham. So those are the ones that are close to the Metroplex. They did in fact extend that tornado watch until 4 o'clock in the morning. And then back here where all the supercells are currently right now, it's still in play for Wichita Falls and Electra and to Burt Burnett until 4 o'clock in the morning. And this does include the Lawton area. And then it looks like they pulled Oklahoma City out of the tornado watch. I mean, Oklahoma City was like on the borderline of this threat. It appeared that it was going to be
enhanced, right?
Yeah, they were. They were basically, but right on the borderline, though. They were on the borderline of the enhanced risk. So that's the new watches going into this evening. And then, of course, further south, we have that tornado watch for this little sliver down here towards Mexico. But then this is the hell core that's heading towards the San Antonio area that they issued the severe thunderstorm watch for possibly
yeah,
two.
The rogue severe thunderstorm that's decided to go on its own tangent.
Yeah, that lone thunderstorm. They're like, oh, wait a minute, we got to issue a watch for that. Yeah, my wife is texting me tornado pictures.
Oh, is she?
I know she always likes
pretty
to.
Good ones tonight, though. I'm not gonna lie.
She always tries to give me information that I might not know about, which is hard to do. But I did not know that was a tour van. It looked like a van. I just didn't know that was a tornado tour van.
Yeah, I didn't either. I didn't even know that even happened. I knew it got hit, but I didn't think it rolled.
Well, I mean, this is like prime time tour season. Some of those locations are only open 6-8 weeks out of the year. What we're talking about is you can sign up. There's vans, there's tours out there that you can sign up for if you want to go storm chasing, right? To be a real life storm chaser, you're on a bus. You're usually packed with probably 8 to 12 people within the van, and you instinctively go during primetime storm season to chase tornadoes just like a storm chaser would, right? And so that's what happened tonight. Is the actual storm van itself was within a tornado and actually flipped, being sucked up in the updraft of the tornado.
Yeah, we got to really, like you said, we got to watch that flooding risk as we head into this evening or through the evening now and the overnight hours. And then that severe wind risk. Hopefully no more tour vans get flipped.
Yeah, I mean, it like the thing said, it said it's transitioning. We could be for the next hour or two, still seeing some discrete supercells that could be more tornadic producers. But it definitely appears like maybe midnight and after, you're definitely more in line of more of a damaging wind threat and then the heavy rain threat. And like the hail does come down even for the watch. They implied up to 2 inches versus up to 3 inches.
That's a lot of rain in a short period of time.
Yeah, we can put some new totals on here.
I mean, it's starting to slow down a little bit out there, but there's still some pretty decent storms. 2-inch hail, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Yeah, so let's just put some of these totals on here. Here's north of Cromwell. There's some 4-inch amounts here.
Wow, over 4 inches almost. Yeah, over 4 inches.
Yeah, there's over 4 inches here. Yeah, so you mentioned Davenport earlier. There's 3 inches in Davenport. Let's head north into.
Yeah, most of that rain probably fell in less than a half an hour.
Yeah, it didn't take long. Jinx about 2 inches. Tulsa, Oklahoma, just over 2 inches here.
Tulsa got split in half,
huh? Yeah, further north, yeah. Let's look at this Texas storm. Oh wow, look at this.
San Antonio or
what's this? Rotan? Where is that? Okay, Lubbock, north of Stillwater. Rotan. Aspermont. Haskell. This is just northwest of Abilene and Rotan, Texas.
With that trailing band of storms earlier, they're really slow moving.
Yeah, look at that. I'm picking up some over 4-inch, almost 5 inches there.
Wow. Yeah, almost 4.5 inches. Over 4.5 inches.
Yeah. See Oklahoma City. But we're about to transition in that flood threat. So here's where the flood warnings are. Good 2 to 3 inches here. So yeah, so that gives you some idea. So here's the stuff in Vernon earlier. So now they have the flooding threat in Cromwell. Yeah, 2 to 3 inches here.
Yeah, there's a whole string of flash flood warnings from northeast Oklahoma all the way through central Oklahoma.
Yeah, Vernon's at over 2 inches already. And there's no way it's been raining that long.
Wow, 3.5? Holy cow.
Yeah, what, 45 minutes, an hour? This could be an hour here. There's no way it's been raining that long.
Yeah, that was a pretty high precipitation supercell for sure. That had a lot of moisture with it. Well, there you go, Vernon. You got rid of a little bit of your drought for about a couple of days before it hits the hundreds next week.
Yeah, well, yeah, Vernon hit 102 the other day. They peaked out before that cold front came in on, I don't know, Monday.
Yeah, I was looking at the latest GFS guidance, the 00Z, and it's showing almost 110 across the panhandle of Texas for about a 3-day span next week.
Yeah, that ridge is something fierce. Into the weekend. Let's see.
Yeah, it goes all the way up to almost central Canada, that jet stream. It even goes north of Ontario.
Yeah, it's crazy how hot it's going to get so far north. Yeah, so I'm looking at the GFS. You got to take it with a grain of salt. It's got widespread 90s. And of course, the 16-day outlook.
Yeah, well, it does give out a good forecast, but.
Well, May 19th, May 20th, it's got 104 degrees.
Wow.
Of course, the European model doesn't go out that far.
I think that has hundreds all the way up to southwest Kansas. That's pretty significant.
Yeah, I'm thinking 98 for Dallas and on Sunday for Mother's Day. It's going to be a rapid turnaround. Today was 88, so.
Yeah, unfortunately, on Mother's Day, we'll have another chance of severe weather farther north in the upper Midwest and the northern plains.
Yeah, they already have some risk out for that.
Yeah, there's a lot of instability.
Yeah, I'm looking at the latest icon for Saturday. They've got 105 in West, 105, 108 in West Texas, even 110 down there in Mexico.
Wow.
95 for May. Yeah, 95 for Dallas, and then I think Sunday's even hotter. Yeah, right now
this way, anybody who lives in Texas, it's only May, so if in June, July, if we have these heat waves, easily over 110.
Yeah, it's got 104 just west of Weatherford on Sunday. So it's not out of the question. 99 in Waco, 97 for DFW. It's going to get close. It's possible the first 100 of the year. 111 down there in south of Del Rio. Yeah, it's a really significant ridge is going to build after all this clears out tomorrow.
I can hardly help but think that when that ridge breaks down, that we're going to have a more widespread mode of severe weather again.
Yeah, it's already kind of showing by Wednesday. There's probably more stuff coming in, and you got all that heat fueling in the upper levels.
Yeah, kind of getting into the MCS pattern again, the summer type of pattern. I like windstorms. I mean, don't get me wrong, but I kind of like more. I mean, not the damage from supercells that do to people, but I like the structure of those. Looking at those on radar, because sometimes windstorms can get boring to look at because they're just like, hey, they're linear.
Yeah, so we just have that one tornado warning out. Nothing observed. But yeah, some pretty heavy rain building back up into Kansas. It's all trying to fill in here.
Yeah, I got some rain coming tomorrow. I got the northern end of the system up here towards Chicago. We're just going to get some steady, moderate rain for the next 2 days.
All right, so if I really expand the view here, yeah, most everything's in Oklahoma, and then and then of course northwest of the. So yeah, they talked about this line here back towards Wichita Falls is going to push eastward over the next hour or two. That's why they extended the tornado watch towards Jacksboro and Bowie. And you can see this little bowing out segment here. It's got some 70-mile-per-hour winds, so that's a pretty potent storm still.
Yeah, it's putting up some cold air aloft. I mean, it's dropped from the 80s back to the 60s almost.
Yeah, hail damage to vehicles expected. Expects considerable tree damage. Wind damage is also likely. So this is some pretty significant winds that are coming out of the storm in Archer City here. But yeah, I think
over 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think we're winding down from the tornado risk.
Yeah, it's starting to transition more to what we were talking about earlier, that squall line that'll start developing here.
Yeah, it has not formed yet. I don't think that forms until after midnight.
Yeah, it'll be a while. Well, yeah, but when we got a huge, discrete mode, it takes a while for all these to kind of congeal.
All right, so but this
San Antonio, you're getting close. Getting close.
Yeah, this has some 2-inch hail and some 70-mile-per-hour winds. So I think this storm all but holds together heading towards the San Antonio area with that golf ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds the entire way. Because there's just one loner all by itself and nothing to stop it.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Hey, David, you got 3.5 inches of rain today, 3.3 inches. Wow. What city do you live in, David?
Probably in Oklahoma somewhere, unless it's in North Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel bad for you down there in the Dallas area. Anybody down in the Dallas-Fort Worth area always seem to be missing these, convective events these last several weeks here.
We've had our fair share of severe weather earlier on in March. That's for sure. March was an active month for us. But no, I mean, I mean, we need the rain. The last two events have lucked out and we got the rain with no severe. And this one, we had no severe, no rain. But tomorrow it's looking like a different story.
Oh, yeah. There's some pretty heavy rain coming into the Fort Worth, Dallas, Metroplex tomorrow. The timing of it's still a little uncertain because the models are all over the place, but they're starting to trend later in the day tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, pretty much you're done. You're done in the Metroplex. But besides Northwest, like Young, Jack, Montague County.
Yeah, I wonder if that storm will start taking a run at Sherman or not. Probably not, though.
I don't know if it makes it that far. I mean, but it just got that one storm on the south side. And here's the trend. I mean, look at the trend. It's a little bit further north into Henrietta. So this is the extension. 10:06. A severe thunderstorm was located over a line 3 miles east of Holiday. So 3 miles east of Holiday, 8 miles north of Archer City. 55 miles an hour. So there it is, moving at 55 miles an hour now. So we're starting to see the higher movement on these cells now, the faster movement.
Yeah, I just looked at low-level jets starting to get stronger. It's gotten stronger since about 8 o'clock, but these storms are really going to start booking it here pretty soon, if they aren't already. So that means areas that are in the warnings got to take cover if you have any tornado warnings very quickly here late this evening.
So, I mean, hypothetically, if this moves due east, like it says, I mean, it has to hold together, but it would go into the northern areas of the Metroplex into the overnight hours. But it could easily go further north, and it could easily fizzle out once it hits the cap.
Yeah, that cap's been your friend. If you like rain in Dallas-Fort Worth, it's not your friend. Other than that. Oh, man. Yeah, so that moderate risk, in my opinion, it panned out today for sure.
Oh yeah. Well, it did look like okay. It did officially rain at the airport. We have almost a quarter inch at the airport. 0.20. So today will go down as almost a quarter inch for Dallas.
Was that with that cell that was moving through early in the afternoon?
It was that went over downtown Dallas that made it to your DFW airport, and then by the time it went to the northern counties, it fizzled out. But that's the official
reports on that of a dime-sized hail, I think.
Yeah, up to nickel. I mean, it had some nickel-sized hail at one point, but it just fizzled as it went further north.
Oh, there's quite a bow echo south of Wichita Falls. Latest rain even got a little stronger with that really backward C shape.
Yeah, so this one right here, back into Holiday, is that the one?
Yeah, into North Texas there.
Yeah, so that's
just northwest of the Metroplex.
Yeah, it's got 70-mile-per-hour winds there.
Yeah, I saw even a sounding thing on here that said 74, so getting close to hurricane force.
Yeah, so even though the tornado threat subsided a little bit, you got the damaging wind threat. So that's basically identical to an EF0 tornado right there.
Yeah, and we all know that straight line winds. I mean, if anybody remembers the Iowa derecho here in the summer of 2020, damaging winds could be just as dangerous as an EF1 or EF2 tornado potentially.
Oh yeah. Oh, but that Iowa was more of an EF3, if not almost a. That
was something else.
What did it go to? 140, and pockets of Des Moines.
Or Iowa City in eastern Iowa went to 143. I think it was measured.
Oh, that's just insane. That.
Well, Well, they calculated it as potentially a once in a century type of derecho or event there.
Yeah, and it was more like 600 or 800 miles. It was like crazy long.
Yeah, it was about double derecho type of criteria, or 3 times.
And as fast as that thing was moving.
Well, I mean, all indications are that we could have one just similar to that, or maybe not as strong, but still some pretty damaging derechos this summer. So we'll have to watch out for that.
Do you know what time of year that was, Iowa? Do you, off the top of your head, or?
Yes, I do. I actually have it in my phone here. Let me look. I'm taking pictures of it.
I mean, I was thinking July. Was it July? July?
I want to say it was one of the J's, June or July.
I don't know. July 23rd sticks out of my mind or something.
You think so?
I don't know. I'm really guessing at this point. I'm visualizing July 23rd. I don't know why it popped up in my head.
August 10th of 2020.
Okay, not that far off. 2 weeks. August 10th. August 10th, 2020. Well, that
came right through my area because I live in northern Illinois. Yeah,
well,
that came right through my area.
That's the dead of summer right there.
Prime time for derechos. Yeah, they were saying this year is looking like 2011, 2012 type of summer pattern with all those, windstorms around the, ring of fire pattern this summer.
Oh, yeah.
While you're baking the heat down in Texas here and it's really dry this summer, I'll be up here enjoying all the windstorms, I guess.
Well, I'm just hoping it doesn't, lock in forever.
Yeah, that's true. You guys don't need any bigger droughts down in that vicinity, especially if you're already in severe and extreme already.
Well, it's been kind of weird. All the northern sections have gotten some pretty healthy rains, but not much in the south side. So there's areas south with the Metroplex still under that severe drought. But where I live, there's actually hardly any drought whatsoever now with all the heavy rains lately.
Mm-hmm.
And
yes, we were under moderate up here in northern Illinois, and it almost seemed like it took forever for steady rains to kind of eat away at that drought, and finally we're out of it now. The joys of summer in La Nina. You got drought areas, and then you got active severe weather areas.
Yeah, this thing just by Hondo just produced a 3-inch hailstone down here.
Was that as confirmed?
Wow, it's radar indicated, but I mean, it has ping pong hitting the ground, but it seems like it's in growing. I mean, it's the latest output was at 3.2, so, and it's got some deep purple over Sabinal.
Oh yeah, Hondo's probably going to get.
Yeah, Hondo
or just north of there.
I mean, Hondo's in direct path. That's a direct path of Hondo. And the south side of Uvalde, I mean, it's got numerous pockets of 4-inch. It is radar indicated, but that's a nasty cell. That purple over there.
Yeah, that'll be coming in towards San Antonio here in the next couple of hours, toward the midnight hour.
Yeah, so here's that hail core back in Uvalde County. So there's 2 hail cores. There's pretty significant here.
Yeah, I'm seeing 2.8, 3.1 inch hailstones.
Yeah, there's Hondo, and it's right over Sabinal. Yeah, some really large hail here. And maybe even some bigger hail further southeast.
Well, if this holds on, San Antonio, I hope you have garages in that type of vicinity.
Yeah, everybody needs to park their cars in the garage in San Antonio. Yeah, all this is every bit saying, hey, it's going to hold together some golf ball size hail.
Man.
So we got that one warning still hanging on.
One tornado warning?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been out for a while. I'm surprised they even have it out. There must still be some pretty good mid-level rotation. Otherwise, they would cancel it.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's definitely transferring to more of a damaging wind threat tonight. And really flooding threat. I mean, I think even in Oklahoma, it's I think a lot of the hail core is going to come down. We'll see if this is able to expire, but it doesn't appear that there's I mean, even in Oklahoma, I think they've seen its worst.
Yeah, there's a new tornado warning that just came out southwest of Lawton.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was just issued probably about a minute and a half ago. I just noticed it when I toggled my radar up to that region.
Oh yeah, southwest of Lawton. It's not even on here yet. Oh, there it is. All right. Oh, okay. So Vernon, yeah. It's coming out of that same cell of Vernon. Well, that makes sense.
Must be trying to show some rotation. There's not really anything though that I see imminently.
Yeah. It's not as pronounced as these things were earlier. It was like, oh, that's a given right there. But you're trying to strain to see it.
Yeah, see, I would think if anything was going to produce a tornado for real, I think the area on the far southern side of this bow in the North Texas, where there's like no storms north and west of Dallas or on the Graham area, Throckmorton, those areas would be in play if anything was going to rotate.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, Newcastle, Graham on the south side. Yeah, there was nothing. That's why, hey, that's like you said, that southern side, you can almost see, is that like an outflow boundary trying to push out on the south side there?
Possibly. Hard to tell.
Or it's just like is that just the outflow of the storm?
Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure. I know the radar's kind of close to Dallas, but I should be able to see it.
So how's everybody going out there? Hey, David. Checks, you're going to have rain and thunderstorms tomorrow. Doesn't look like there's going to be anything in North Texas, Daniel. Yes, you're correct. The cap was holding pretty strong tonight. Yeah, they canceled all the severe thunderstorm or the tornado watches that were in place for the Northwest areas.
You might want to overnight that kayak, David. Yeah, maybe in Oklahoma.
Yeah, for sure. If you're already at 3.5 inches and that MCS hadn't even formed yet, yeah, you might need that kayak by the morning. I know you laugh. I've gone to bed and waking up with 10 inches of rain on the ground. So I've been shocked sometimes. I know I was like when I was little, I was literally, I don't know, it might have been 8 or 10 years, maybe 12 years old at the time, but it rained all night and I never even heard it rain. I was dead asleep. So I just went, got ready to go to school and, headed out the door to go on the school bus. And I literally opened the front door and I never even made it past 6 inches because there was water being whipped in from the wind, the wind. I mean, the whole entire front yard, everything was almost to the door. I mean, and then we were behind an 8-acre park when I was growing up. So we had And a lake-sized pool. It was really nice, but that's just right behind my house, and the whole entire thing was flooded. I mean, it looked like a river. And I don't know if I've ever been so shocked in my life that I mean, it literally on the news they said it rained 12 inches overnight, and I never even heard it rain. I
That
mean,
is a ton of rain. I could not imagine.
so nowadays, I mean, of course, I was a kid. Nowadays, it rains one drop and I'm wide awake. So,
Yeah, I don't know if I told you, I used to live in Naples, Florida, and we used to have I've been through a couple hurricanes myself, and there's been flooding and some, I've seen some mobile homes being flown, through the air like toys. So
hey, they're asking about this new tornado warning. This is the same circulation that was over Vernon earlier. It's now crossed over into Oklahoma. This is for west central Cotton County and southwestern Oklahoma areas in Tillman County. So this is, Grayfield, Loveland, and Cookietown areas need to take shelter with this kind of radar indicated tornado. But we didn't really show that many significant velocities on this one. I think they just put it out for precaution measures. But this one has shifted out of Texas and crossed into Oklahoma. And here's the border, Texas and Oklahoma border here.
and seeing a lot of wind gusts on the Storm Prediction Center's storm reports. 63 miles per hour, 68 mile per hour, over 70. So a lot of wind reports coming in.
Yeah, but this one by Henrietta is the most significant. I mean, that's probably the most impressive bow of the night. Looking at that, really,
that one's going to come right into Henrietta right here pretty soon.
Yeah, really, really bowing out there.
Yeah, it's moving east at 55. So Henrietta, you got a few minutes, and that'll be right into your doorstep.
Yeah, this one's booking it. I mean, Nakota, with it moving 55 miles an hour, it's a lot faster than 20. So I would think even Bowie and Nakota, those areas need to be on high alert because this one's got 70-mile-per-hour winds with it.
Yeah, pretty messy mode of storms right now. I'm not going to lie. Got the Boeing segments in there. You got some multi-cells in there and supercells embedded in there. It's pretty messy right now.
Yeah, large wedge tornado earlier in Lockett. Yeah, that's
the tornado that flipped that van, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
That was a beast.
Was that the PDS? No, was that the PDS one?
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this picture,
I think that was the only PDS of the day.
Oh yeah, that was only. Yeah, there was only one PDS for sure.
I can't wait to see what their preliminary report is tomorrow when they go survey the damage. It'll be interesting to see. It's one of these things is like you think it's an EF3, you're like, okay, that's EF3 damage, and then they're like, it's an EF2. It's like, what?
Well, no, I would be shocked. I would be shocked if that was an EF2. Like I said, I'm leaning more towards that higher end EF3. I mean, I hate to say 4. I don't want to go any higher than that, but oh wow.
What's that?
This power flash and off the Seminole tornado. Yeah, I'm gonna retweet this. You can go check it out on the my Twitter feed.
Holy cow! Wow, that truck did like a U-turn.
Yeah, it did. All kind of power.
That's like road. That looked like a gamma ray.
I can't believe he's even driving in that. That's some nasty stuff.
Yeah, that looked like a gamma ray coming in. That was really bad. Wow, that stuff could blind you.
Yeah, so there's plenty of tornado pictures tonight. Okay, so and here's one picture of storm damage in Lockett.
Wow, yeah, that has to be EF3. I mean, there's roofs missing, there's walls caved in. I mean, there's damage everywhere. It'd probably be weeks and weeks before all this damage would be cleaned up. Yeah, that San Antonio storm started trying to turn more, doing a left turn almost, maybe going north of the city now, at least the northern end of it. The southern end, maybe not so much.
Oh, north of the city?
Yeah. Geez, excuse my throat issues here. I'm in a dry basement, and you know what happens there. You got a lot of coughing going.
Yeah, I'm looking at the mesoscale discussion. It looks like they may. I guess there is a tornado watch there, but they have these storms here holding together. Maybe trying to hold together towards Bowie and to Gainesville.
Yeah, I was thinking Sherman and maybe Denison, even though they're not in the watch.
Yeah, they're not in the watch, but they just put out a mesoscale. I guess that was at 9:13. That was later. That was earlier on, but. Yeah, I mean, with this bow echo right here, yeah, it's but look at the movement though. It's moving northeast, so it's actually not even heading that way technically. But it could.
No,
I mean, it still could turn right, but it's technically not even heading that way.
It's almost back building, like the only area. I'm sure they've had some probably 2-3 inches worth of rain already.
Yeah, Olney. Well, let's check it out.
Still got those two. Huh? Oh, they let that expire. Okay, never mind.
Olney is a 1.5, but further back in Throckmorton, about 2.5 inches.
Wow. Yeah, that storm came into only about 9:45, and it's still raining there now, and it's almost an hour, and they've been in a moderate to heavy rain for an hour.
Well, this is that same cell that produced almost 5 inches back into Raton, and it's continued to train.
Is AccuWeather any more accurate? I mean, AccuWeather is good. Their long-range forecasters are good. I think what they use, like if you're looking into November, December of this coming year, and looking like, hey, this day is going to be 32, this day is going to be 34. That's just absurd. I don't look at that type of stuff. But their forecasters are pretty good.
Hey, make and do. All this will hit me around 4 o'clock in the morning.
Stormy, you're on AccuWeather? What, are you reading the summer synopsis or something?
All right, so they let that tornado warning expire up north, further north.
Still got that one southwest of Locke. I don't know what reason, but maybe it's got some mid-level rotation. I mean, it does show some, but it's not. The low-level shear width, it's a lot weaker than earlier. Too much contamination with the rain anyway, so I don't see that really spinning up.
Right.
Too much cool air coming in. Yeah, we really nailed those warnings earlier, those tornado warnings that popped up, and we were right on them right before they put out the warnings.
That was nice. That's always cool to give people, well in advance to see stuff, especially earlier on when we had, when there's so much stuff happening, but at the time there wasn't hardly anything. But we nailed those first 2 or 3 storms before they had warnings out, probably 5 minutes prior.
That's the nice part. Give it a little bit extra lead time, because even a minute is more precious than not.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that tornado out of Crowell. So I guess there was Cromwell and Crowell tonight that both had tornadoes. But yeah, I'm going to retweet this one. Check that one out because, man, that is almost a like postcard. Very perfectly symmetrical cone.
Is it on Twitter?
Yeah, it's on Twitter.
Oh, man, I got to repost that from Reed Timber. That is hilarious. Wow. He says the tornado intercept drone recovered after the tornado inside a cattle water drone. Captain Vanover, gravity wave sensor still blinking green underwater.
Yeah, I'm watching that now. That is pretty cool. What are the odds of that?
Yeah, no, I thought that was funny.
Wow. Yeah, so we're down to one warning here. So what's left? I mean, it looks like that activity down here into San Antonio. That looks like it's going to be every.
We got the boa go up here into North Texas.
Okay, so it's almost in Hondo.
Is it? Yeah, the north end, or yeah. It looked like the main hail core was going to miss Hondo to the north. It looks like though.
It does. It looks like it, but it's still dropping some pretty significant hail there.
Yeah, that's ping pong the golf ball. Yeah, you can definitely get injured from even ping pong, but heck, you can get injured from quarter size hail. That's why they call it severe.
Oh yeah.
I remember when I was a little kid, I went outside when we first moved back to Illinois from Florida, and there was penny size hail, and I got hit in the face with it. I didn't realize what it was because I was little. And I was like, "What's this?" And my dad's like, "It's hail," and it hit me right in the eye, and it made my eye sore and purple up for like 3 days.
Really?
Yeah, that was one of my bad hail experiences. Yeah, anybody in the chat have any questions? We can answer them, or anything they want to throw out there. We're kind of just watching these.
Yeah, I know storms are definitely winding down here. I'm going to leave this up for a second. I'll be back in a second and put the movement on.
Got the tornado warning to the southwest along. That's about it.
Yeah, that's what we have right now.
Yeah, so anybody have any questions, just feel free to ask in the chat, whether it's about tomorrow's risk or Fridays or whatever. Just kind of looking forward, you can. Any questions are we can definitely help you out there. Yeah, but if you have any family and friends in the Lawton area, there is a tornado warning to your south, but it's not producing a tornado in progress on the ground right now, though. Just a radar indicated tornado. Has the dry line retreated back west yet? I wouldn't say retreat back west. I mean, it's been pretty stationary, slowly moving east, but I mean, that's where the storms are firing off earlier today. How's McKinney looking? Right now, dry. Looks like the storms will go north of the McKinney area here tonight. It won't be till tomorrow, probably in the afternoon hours, late morning for the McKinney area and down through Dallas-Fort Worth to get, storms. Fort Worth Metroplex probably going to get storms late morning into the afternoon tomorrow, so that'll probably be the prime time for those areas.
Yeah, so let's check that out for tomorrow. Let's see the new update here. Yeah, because it looks like a lot of the bulk of the activity is kind of winding down for tonight. At least the heavier tornado threat is.
Yeah, I don't foresee any significant tornadoes, but I could be wrong. I mean, we are getting toward the late evening hours, so the instability is going to, imagine to start waning a little. So,
all right, so here's all right, so what we're looking at here is the latest high resolution guidance. I'm just trying to figure out the evolution for the rest of the evening because things do tend to start to look to wind down here. So this is about 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, it's a prolific flooding threat into the overnight hours into much of Oklahoma. So they're just going to get torrential rains. That's where they do have the moderate risk for excessive flooding in place. It appears that storm, is going to be probably impacting San Antonio, but then weakening, as it gets further off into the west there or the east there. So as we go into, say, I don't know, 6 o'clock in the morning time frame, this is the latest update. So yeah, still very heavy rain over much of Oklahoma. So they just get inundated all night long into ports of Fort Smith and Springdale, back into Springfield, Missouri as well. Looks like maybe an isolated cell trying to form up again in San Antonio about tomorrow morning time frame. But yeah, so by 9 o'clock, we do have activity pushing back in over the Metroplex. This just gives you an idea of, ahead of the cold front. So there's another cold front going to be heading in tomorrow morning. So this is the latest update. Keeps delaying these storms. So there's 9 o'clock, and there's around 11 o'clock. So there's 11 o'clock, and back into Killeen over much of the heart of the Metroplex into Fort Worth, over much of Sulphur Springs, back into Northeast Texas here, over our Arkansas. Still raining, still raining in Oklahoma City. Wow. And so that's 11 o'clock. So, and if we just continue to move through, there's noon. So noon, it starts to intensify. So you see these little bubblers, these little heavier storms. We could be looking at more transitioning to a stronger severe threat as we get towards the noon hour for the Metroplex. So I'm thinking they are going to be shifting that storm threat a little bit because this doesn't really move very fast. It's still over Dallas by 1 o'clock. So this latest run even delays it even a little further into the afternoon hours. There's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, tries to push it into East Texas. And, there's 3 o'clock, still some back building back behind it over portions of Dallas and into the McKinney area. And so that it only goes out 18 hours. So, yeah. So tomorrow, here's your date.
Tomorrow, that enhanced risk should be able to shift farther to the west, probably by at least 50 so miles.
Yeah, so here we are right here. So, based on what we're looking at this evening, there's the enhanced risk that extends all the way into Sulphur Springs. I would imagine with the update in the overnight hours, they're going to push this further off west to include at least half of the Metroplex for tomorrow afternoon. That's what it appears that it looks like is going to happen. But we'll see. But it definitely looks like a slowing system for tomorrow. Instead of coming in early tomorrow morning, it looks like it comes in, maybe towards the 9, closer probably the 10 o'clock time frame, and heads through maybe 2 o'clock before it moves out 2 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Earlier, it had it coming in at 7 and gone by 10 a.m. So even delaying it a couple hours makes all the difference in the world, increases the severe threat back into Dallas for tomorrow.
And then that just shifts off to the east here on Friday, probably expecting another slight risk, maybe an enhanced risk Friday. That just depends on all the instability, but probably just a slight risk.
Yeah, so there's Friday's threat so far, as it'll be over New Orleans, into the Montgomery area, into the Atlanta area, back into portions of Chattanooga up here. So,
yeah, I was looking at the latest soundings for Friday, not looking too impressive. If there was going to be an enhanced risk, I would favor probably southeastern Tennessee, northeast Alabama, northwest Georgia areas.
yeah, they added another tornado warning to this little cell south of Lawton here.
Oh, they extended it?
Well, there's one on the north side, and then there's one to the southern side as well. Yeah, so a thunderstorm capable of producing tornado was located over Loveland, or moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. That was at 10:32. Okay, so it's the same cell. It's just
it just has a lot of mid-level rotation, just not in the low levels right now.
yeah, but overall, I think we've been on since 5. Essentially, we're almost 6 hours in, and most of the tornado threat, I think, has subsided for the evening. I think it's going to be transferring into more of a very heavy rain threat into the overnight hours. Just torrential rains with this setup into the overnight hours. They still have the moderate risk in place. Now, this probably includes parts of tonight and tomorrow as well. So these areas in orange, I mean, this red here between what fell tonight and what's going to be falling into the afternoon hours tomorrow. We're talking 4 to 6 inches, potentially maybe up to 8 inches in this red shaded area, all the way down into the yellow shaded areas. If you're in this yellow shaded zone, you're susceptible to probably seeing upwards to 2 inches, if not a little bit more, by the time that squall line moves through, towards 3 o'clock time frame, and then a little lighter amounts into the greener shaded areas further south of the metroplex here. And I feel there's going to be numerous flood warnings into the overnight hours. But the tornado threat has probably gone down. It's not a non-zero, but there's probably going to be very isolated pockets of tornadoes through the evening hours. Still some straight line wind damage. This hail core looks like it does impact Hondo, maybe San Antonio, before it starts to weaken as it pushes away from San Antonio. But other than that, this cell further north, it appears, that's why they have Nacona is, under that severe thunderstorm warning, but only for that 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. The hail's not even 1 inch now. So, and of course, the rest of the metroplex is not even in a warning at all. But so I think, I don't know, Hunter. I think that's pretty much. I think we're done for the night. I mean, we went through.
Starting to quiet down, and I don't foresee any significant tornado risk anymore tonight.
Yeah, nothing to terribly. Of course, the flood threat's going to be going on all night long. So I'd rather.
I'm sure Roy will keep you. I'm sure he'll keep you updated if he'll go live tomorrow. He may not.
Yeah, Hunter's a night owl, so he'll be up till 4 o'clock in the morning. But I'm not. I'm more of a morning bird. When he goes to bed, I'm waking up.
So. Very true. The other night I stayed up till 5:30. I was.
Yeah, I know.
Dragging it.
That's basically when I'm waking up. So, but no, I'll probably. With a lot of that threat coming into the morning hours in Dallas, I'll probably be live tomorrow morning with the Dallas event. So I'm going to get some rest.
Yeah, I'll probably be up. I'll probably go to bed earlier today anyway because I'm dragging from yesterday's 5:30 outing. So I'll probably go to bed around 2 a.m. and wake up probably early to mid morning.
Yeah. All right, cool. All right, guys. Well, I hope you appreciated enjoyed the storm coverage tonight. I know Hunter was a great addition to bring him on and get another some help, and it was very good tonight. We picked out several spots that were looking like tornadic supercells, and they did in fact issue a tornado warning like with 5 minutes later. So that was very nice to see, to give you even more advanced warnings on stuff like that. So we'll hopefully keep improving these live streams as we get more of these in the future. So I appreciate everyone watching this evening, and great to come have you here and be to keep you as safe as possible. So I appreciate Hunter's help as well. So all right, Hunter, well, thanks for all your help this evening, and
yeah, and I'll definitely help you out here in the future on the more higher end events. So I'll be sure to do that.
All right. Well, great. Well, all right. Y'all be safe, everyone. Have a good night. We'll catch up with you in the morning. All right. Bye.